trick being the battle and the game the campaign, quoth the king with a smile. Our German friend is a master of campfire metaphors, but methinks our poor horses are in a sorry state. What would cousin William over at The Hague, with his spruce guards, think of such a show as this? During this talk, the long column of foot had tramped past, still bearing the banners which they had brought with them to the wars, though much the worse for wind and weather. Monmouth's remarks had been drawn forth by the aspect of the 10 troops of horse which followed. The chargers had been sadly worn by the continued work and constant rain, while the riders, having allowed their caps and fronts to get coated with rust, appeared to be in as bad a plight as their steeds. It was clear to the least experienced of us that if we were to hold our own, it was upon our foot that we must rely. On the tops of the low hills, all round the frequent shimmer of arms, glancing here and there when the sun's rays struck upon them, showed how strong our enemies were in the very point in which we were so weak. Yet in the main, this Wells review was cheering to us, as showing that the men kept in good heart, and that there was no ill feeling at the rough handling of the zealots upon the day before. The enemy's horse hovered about us during these days, but the foot had been delayed through the heavy weather and the swollen streams. On the last day of June, we marched out of Wells, and made our way across flat sedgy plains and over the low Polden hills to Bridgewater, where we found some few recruits awaiting us. Here Monmouth had some thoughts of making a stand, and even set to work raising earthworks, but it was pointed out to him that even could he hold the town, there was not more than a few days' provisions within it, while the country round had been already swept so bare that little more could be expected from it. The works were therefore abandoned, and fairly driven to bay, without a loophole of escape left, we awaited the approach of the enemy. Chapter 29 of the Great Cry from the Lonely House. And so our weary marching and countermarching came at last to an end, and we found ourselves with our backs fairly against the wall, and the whole strength of the government turned against us. Not a word came to us of a rising or movement in our favor in any part of England. Everywhere the dissenters were cast into prison, and the church dominant. From north and east and west, the militia of the counties was on its march against us. In London, 6 regiments of Dutch troops had arrived as a loan from the Prince of Orange. Others were said to be on their way. The city had enrolled 10,000 men. Everywhere there was mustering and marching to succor the flower of the English army, which was already in Somersetshire, and all for the purpose of crushing some 5,000 or 6,000 clodhoppers and fishermen, half-armed and penniless, who were ready to throw their lives away for a man and for an idea. But this idea, my dear children, was a noble one, and one which a man might very well sacrifice all for, and yet feel that all was well spent. For though these poor peasants, in their dumb, blundering fashion, would have found it hard to give all their reasons in words, yet in the inmost heart of them they knew and felt that it was England's cause which they were fighting for, and that they were upholding their country's true self against those who would alter the old systems under which she had led the nations. 3 more years made all this very plain, and showed that our simple unlettered followers had seen and judged the signs of the times more correctly than those who called themselves their betters. There are, to my thinking, stages of human progress for which the Church of Rome is admirably suited. Where the mind of a nation is young, it may be best that it should not concern itself with spiritual affairs, but should lean upon the old staff of custom and authority. But England had cast off her swaddling clothes, and was a nursery of strong, thinking men who would bow to no authority save that which their reason and conscience approved. It was hopeless, useless, foolish, to try to drive such men back into a creed which they had outgrown. Such an attempt was, however, being made, backed by all the weight of a bigoted king with a powerful and wealthy church as his ally. In 3 years the nation would understand it, and the king would be flying from his angry people. But at present, sunk in a torpor after the long civil wars and the corrupt reign of Charles, they failed to see what was at stake, and turned against those who would warn them, as a hasty man turns on the messenger who is the bearer of evil tidings. Is it not strange, my dears, how quickly a mere shadowy thought comes to take living form and grow into a very tragic reality? At one end of the chain is a king brooding over a point of doctrine. At the other are 6,000 desperate men, chivied and chased from shire to shire, standing to bay at last amid the bleak Bridgewater marshes, with their hearts as bitter and as hopeless as those of hunted beasts of prey. A king's theology is a dangerous thing for his subjects. But if the idea for which these poor men fought was a worthy one, What shall we say of the man who had been chosen as the champion of their cause? Alas, that such men should have had such a leader. Swinging from the heights of confidence to the depths of despair, choosing his future council of state one day and proposing to fly from the army on the next, he appeared from the start to be possessed by the very spirit of fickleness. Yet he had borne a fair name before this enterprise. In Scotland, he had won golden opinions, not only for his success, but for the moderation and mercy with which he treated the vanquished. On the continent, he had commanded an English brigade in a way that earned praise from old soldiers of Louis and the Empire. Yet now, when his own head and his own fortunes were at stake, he was feeble, irresolute, and cowardly. In my father's phrase, all the virtue had gone out of him. I declare, when I have seen him riding among his troops, with his head bowed upon his breast and a face like a mute at a burying, casting an air of gloom and of despair all round him, I have felt that, even in case of success, such a man could never wear the crown of the Tudors and the Plantagenets, but that some stronger hand, were it that of one of his own generals, would wrest it from him. I will do Monmouth the justice to say that from the time when it was at last decided to fight, for the very good reason that no other course was open, he showed up in a more soldierly and manlier spirit. For the first few days in July, no means were neglected to hearten our troops and to nerve them for the coming battle. From morning to night we were at work, teaching our foot how to form up in dense groups to meet the charge of horse, and how to depend upon each other and look to their officers for orders. At night, the streets of the little town from the castle field to the Parrot Bridge resounded with the praying and the preaching. There was no need for the officers to quell irregularities, for the troops punished them amongst themselves. One man who came out on the streets hot with wine was well-nigh hanged by his companions, who finally cast him out of the town as being unworthy to fight in what they looked upon as a sacred quarrel. As to their courage, there was no occasion to quicken that, for they were as fearless as lions, and the only danger was lest their fiery daring should lead them into foolhardiness. Their desire was to hurl themselves upon the enemy like a horde of Moslem fanatics, and it was no easy matter to drill such hot-headed fellows into the steadiness and caution which war demands. Provisions ran low upon the third day of our stay in Bridgewater, which was due to our having exhausted that part of the country before, and also to the vigilance of the Royal Horse, who scoured the district round and cut off our supplies. Lord Grey determined, therefore, to send out 2 troops of horse under cover of night, to do what they could to refill the larder. The command of the small expedition was given over to Major Martin Hooker, an old lifeguardsman of rough speech and curt manners, who had done good service in drilling the headstrong farmers and yeomen into some sort of order. Sir Gervas Jerome and I asked leave from Lord Grey to join the foray, a favour which was readily granted, since there was little stirring in the town. It was about 11 o'clock, on a moonless night, that we sallied out of Bridgewater, intending to explore the country in the direction of Boroughbridge and Athelney. We had word that there was no large body of the enemy in that quarter, and it was a fertile district where good store of supplies might be hoped for. We took with us 4 empty wagons to carry whatever we might have the luck to find. Our commander arranged that 1 troop should ride before these and 1 behind, while a small advance party, under the charge of Sir Gervas, kept some hundreds of paces in front. In this order, we clattered out of the town just as the late bugles were blowing, and swept away down the quiet, shadowy roads, bringing anxious, peering faces to the casements of the wayside cottages as we whirled past in the darkness. That ride comes very clearly before me as I think of it. The dark loom of the club-headed willows flitting by us, the moaning of the breeze among the withies, the vague, blurred figures of the troopers, the dull thud of the hoofs, and the jingling of scabbard against stirrup, eye and ear can both conjure up those old-time memories. The baronet and I rode in front, knee against knee, and his light-hearted chatter of life in town, with his little snatches of verse or song from Cowley or Waller, were a very balm of Gilead to my sombre and somewhat heavy spirit. "Life is indeed life on such a night as this," quoth he, as we breathed in the fresh country air with the reeks of crops and of kine. "Rabbit me, but you are to be envied, Clarke, for having been born and bred in the country. What pleasures has the town to offer compared to the free gifts of nature, provided always that there be a perruquiers and a snuff merchant S, and a scent vendor S, and one or two tolerable outfitters within reach. With these, and a good coffee house and a playhouse, I think I could make shift to lead a simple pastoral life for some months. In the country, said I, laughing, we have ever the feeling that the true life of mankind, with the growth of knowledge and wisdom, are being wrought out in the towns. Venter St. Chris, it was little knowledge or wisdom that I acquired there, he answered. Truth to tell, I have lived more and learned more during these few weeks that we have been sliding about in the rain with our ragged lads than ever I did when I was page of the court, with the ball of fortune at my feet. It is a sorry thing for a man's mind to have nothing higher to dwell upon than the turning of a compliment or the dancing of a coranto. Zounds, lad, I have your friend the carpenter to thank for much. As he says in his letter, unless a man can get the good that is in him out, he is of less value in the world than one of those fowls that we hear cackling, for they at least fulfill their mission, if it be only to lay eggs. Jed, it is a new creed for me to be preaching. But, said I, when you were a wealthy man you must have been of service to someone, for how could one spend so much money and yet none be the better? You dear bucolic Micah, he cried with a gay laugh, you will ever speak of my poor fortune with bated breath and in an awestruck voice, as though it were the wealth of the Indies. You cannot think, lad, how easy it is for a money-bag to take unto itself wings and fly. It is true that the man who spends it doth not consume the money, but passes it on to someone who profits thereby. Yet the fault lies in the fact that it was to the wrong folk that we passed our money, thereby breeding a useless and debauched class at the expense of honest callings. Odds fish, lad, when I think of the swarms of needy beggars, the lecherous pimps, the nose-slitting bullies, the toadies and the flatterers who were reared by us, I feel that in hatching such a poisonous brood our money hath done what no money can undo. Have I not seen them 30 deep of a morning when I have held my levee, cringing up to my bedside? Your bedside, I exclaimed. Aye, it was the mode to receive in bed, attired in laced cambric shirt and periwig, though afterwards it was permitted to sit up in your chamber, but dressed a la negligence, in gown and slippers. The mode is a terrible tyrant, Clarke, though its arm may not extend as far as haven't. The idle man of the town must have some rule of life, so he becomes a slave to the law of the fashions. No man in London was more subject to it than myself. I was regular in my irregularities and orderly in my disorders. At 11 o'clock to the stroke, up came my valet with the morning cup of Hippocras, an excellent thing for the qualms and some slight refection, as the breast of an ortolan or wing of a widgeon. Then came the levy, 20, 30, or 40 of the class I have spoken of, though now and then perhaps there might be some honest case of want among them, some needy man of letters in quest of a guinea, or pupil-less pedant with much ancient learning in his head, and very little modern coinage in his pocket. It was not only that I had some power of mine own, but I was known to have the ear of my Lord Halifax, Sidney Godolphin, Lawrence Hyde, and others whose will might make or mar a man. Mark you those lights upon the left. Would it not be well to see if there is not something to be had there? Hooker hath orders to proceed to a certain farm, I answered. This we could take upon our return should we still have space. We shall be back here before morning. We must get supplies, if I have to ride back to Surrey for them, said he. Rat me, if I dare look my musketeers in the face again, unless I bring them something to toast upon the end of their ramrods. They had little more savory than their own bullets to put in their mouths when I left them. But I was speaking of old days in London. Our time was well filled. Should a man of quality incline to sport there was ever something to attract him. He might see sword-playing at Hockley, or cocking at Shoe Lane, or baiting at Southwark, or shooting at Tothill Fields. Again, he might walk in the physic gardens of St. James's, or go down the river with the ebb tide to the cherry orchards at Rotherhithe, or drive to Islington to drink the cream, or above all walk in the park, which is most modish for a gentleman who dresses in the fashion. You see, Clarke, that we were active in our idleness, and that there was no lack of employment. Then as evening came on there were the playhouses to draw us, Dorset Gardens, Lincoln's Inn, Drury Lane, and the Queen's. Among the four there was ever some amusement to be found. There at least your time was well employed, said I. You could not hearken to the grand thoughts or lofty words of Shakespeare or of Massinger without feeling some image of them in your own soul. Sir Gervas chuckled quietly. "You are as fresh to me, Micah, as this sweet country air," said he. "Know thou, dear babe, that it was not to see the play that we frequented the playhouse." "Then why, in heaven's name?" I asked. "To see each other," he answered. "It was the mode, I assure you, for a man of fashion to stand with his back turned to the stage from the rise of the curtain to the fall of it. There were the orange wenches to quiz, plaguy sharp of tongue the hussies are, too, and there were the vizards of the pit, whose little black masks did invite inquiry, and there were the beauties of the town and the toasts of the court, all fair mark for our quizzing glasses. Play indeed. Espud, we had something better to do than to listen to Alexandrins or weigh the merits of hexameters. 'Tis true that if La June were dancing, or if Mrs. Bracegirdle or Mrs. Oldfield came upon the boards, we would hum and clap, but it was the fine woman that we applauded rather than the actress. And when the play was over, you went doubtless to supper, and so to bed. To supper, certainly, sometimes to the Rhenish house, sometimes to Pontac in Abchurch Lane. Every one had his own taste in that matter. Then there were dice and cards at the Groom Porter's, or under the arches at Covent Garden, piquet, passage, hazard, primero, what you choose. After that you could find all the world at the coffee houses, where an arriere supper was often served with deviled bones and prunes, to drive the fumes of wine from the head. Zounds, Micah, if the Jews should relax their pressure, or if this war brings us any luck, you shall come to town with me, and shall see all these things for yourself. Truth to tell, it doth not tempt me much, I answered. Slow and solemn I am by nature, and in such scenes as you have described, I should feel a very death's head at a banquet. Sir Gervas was about to reply, when of a sudden out of the silence of the night there rose a long-drawn piercing scream, which thrilled through every nerve of our bodies. I have never heard such a wail of despair. We pulled up our horses, as did the troopers behind us, and strained our ears for some sign as to whence the sound proceeded, for some were of opinion that it came from our right and some from our left. The main body with the wagons had come up, and we all listened intently for any return of the terrible cry. Presently it broke upon us again, wild, shrill, and agonized, the scream of a woman in mortal distress. "'Tis over there, Major Hooker," cried Sir Gervas, standing up in his stirrups and peering through the darkness. "There is a house about 2 fields off. I can see some glimmer, as from a window with the blind drawn." "Shall we not make for it at once?" I asked impatiently, for our commander sat stolidly upon his horse, as though by no means sure what course he should pursue. "I am here, Captain Clarke," said he, "to convey supplies to the army, and I am by no means justified in turning from my course to pursue other adventures." "Death, man, there is a woman in distress," cried Sir Gervas. "Why, Major, you would not ride past and let her call in vain for help. Hark, there she is again." As he spoke, the wild scream rang out once more from the lonely house. "Nay, I can abide this no longer," I cried, my blood boiling in my veins. "Do you go on your errand, Major Hooker, and my friend and I shall leave you here. We shall know how to justify our action to the king. Come, Sir Gervas." "Mark ye, this is flat mutiny, Captain Clarke," said Hooker. "You are under my orders, and should you desert me, you do so at your peril." "In such a case I care not a groat for thy orders," I answered hotly. Turning Covenant, I spurred down a narrow, deeply rutted lane which led towards the house, followed by Sir Gervas and 2 or 3 of the troopers. At the same moment, I heard a sharp word of command from Hooker and the creaking of wheels, showing that he had indeed abandoned us and proceeded on his mission. "He is right," quoth the baronet, as we rode down the lane. "Saxon or any other old soldier would commend his discipline." "There are things which are higher than discipline," I muttered. "I could not pass on and leave this poor soul in her distress, but see, what have we here?" A dark mass loomed in front of us, which proved, as we approached, to be 4 horses fastened by their bridles to the hedge. "Cavalry horses, Captain Clarke," cried one of the troopers who had sprung down to examine them. "They have the government saddle and holsters. Here is a wooden gate which opens on a pathway leading to the house." "We had best dismount then," said Sir Gervas, jumping down and tying his horse beside the others. "Do you, lads, stay by the horses, and if we call for ye, come to our aid. Sergeant Holloway, you can come with us. Bring your pistols with you. Chapter 30 of The Swordsman with the Brown Jacket. The sergeant, who was a great raw-boned West countryman, pushed the gate open, and we were advancing up the winding pathway, when a stream of yellow light flooded out from a suddenly opened door, and we saw a dark squat figure dart through it into the inside of the house. At the same moment, there rose up a babel of sounds, followed by 2 pistol shots and a roaring, gasping hubbub, with clash of swords and storm of oaths. At this sudden uproar, we all 3 ran at our topmost speed up the pathway and peered in through the open door, where we saw a scene such as I shall never forget, while this old memory of mine can conjure up any picture of the past. The room was large and lofty, with long rows of hams and salted meats dangling from the smoke-browned rafters, as is usual in Somersetshire farmhouses. A high black clock ticked in a corner, and a rude table, with plates and dishes laid out as for a meal, stood in the center. Right in front of the door, a great fire of wood faggots was blazing, and before this, to our unutterable horror, there hung a man head downwards, suspended by a rope which was knotted round his ankles, and which, passing over a hook in a beam, had been made fast to a ring in the floor. The struggles of this unhappy man had caused the rope to whirl round, so that he was spinning in front of the blaze like a joint of meat. Across the threshold lay a woman, the one whose cries had attracted us, but her rigid face and twisted body showed that our aid had come too late to save her from the fate which she had seen impending. Close by her 2 swarthy dragoons, in the glaring red coats of the Royal Army, lay, stretched across each other upon the floor, dark and scowling even in death. In the center of the room, 2 other dragoons were cutting and stabbing with their broadswords at a thick, short, heavy-shouldered man, clad in coarse brown kersey stuff, who sprang about among the chairs and round the table with a long basket-hilted rapier in his hand, parrying or dodging their blows with wonderful adroitness, and every now and then putting in a thrust in return. Hard-pressed as he was, his set resolute face, firm mouth, and bright well-opened eyes spoke of a bold spirit within, while the blood which dripped from the sleeve of one of his opponents proved that the contest was not so unequal as it might appear. Even as we gazed, he sprang back to avoid a fierce rush of the furious soldiers, and by a quick sharp side stroke, he severed the rope by which the victim was hung. The body fell with a heavy thud upon the brick floor, while the little swordsman danced off in a moment into another quarter of the room, still stopping or avoiding with the utmost ease and skill the shower of blows which rained upon him. This strange scene held us spellbound for a few seconds, but there was no time for delay, for a slip or trip would prove fatal to the gallant stranger. Rushing into the chamber, sword in hand, we fell upon the dragoons, who, outnumbered as they were, backed into a corner and struck out fiercely, knowing that they need expect no mercy after the devil's work in which they had been engaged. Holloway, our sergeant of horse, springing furiously in, laid himself open to a thrust which stretched him dead upon the ground. Before the dragoon could disengage his weapon, Sir Gervas cut him down, while at the same moment the stranger got past the guard of his antagonist and wounded him mortally in the throat. Of the 4 redcoats not one escaped alive, while the bodies of our sergeant and of the old couple who had been the first victims increased the horror of the scene. "Poor Holloway is gone," said I, placing my hand over his heart. "Who ever saw such a shambles? I feel sick and ill." "Here is eau-de-vie, if I mistake not," cried the stranger, clambering up on a chair and reaching a bottle from the shelf. "Good, too, by the smell. Take a sup, for you are as white as a new-bleached sheet." "Honest warfare I can abide, but scenes like this make my blood run cold," I answered, taking a gulp from the flask. "I was a very young soldier then, my dears, but I confess that to the end of my campaigns, any form of cruelty had the same effect upon me. I give you my word that, when I went to London last fall, the sight of an overworked, raw-backed cart-horse straining with its load, and flogged for not doing that which it could not do, gave me greater qualms than did the field of Sedgemoor, or that greater day when 10,000 of the flower of France lay stretched before the earthworks of Landen." "The woman is dead," said Sir Gervas, "and the man is also, I fear, past recovery. He is not burned, but suffers, I should judge, poor devil, from the rush of blood to the head." "If that be all, it may well be cured," remarked the stranger, and taking a small knife from his pocket, he rolled up the old man's sleeve and opened one of his veins. At first only a few sluggish black drops oozed from the wound, but presently the blood began to flow more freely, and the injured man showed signs of returning sense. "He will live," said the little swordsman, putting his lancet back in his pocket. "And now, who may you be to whom I owe this interference which shortened the affair, though mayhap the result would have been the same had you left us to settle it amongst ourselves?" "We are from Monmouth's army," I answered. "He lies at Bridgewater, and we are scouting and seeking supplies." "And who are you?" asked Sir Gervas. "And how came you into this ruffle? Spud, you are a game little rooster to fight for such great cockerels." "My name is Hector Marot," the man answered, cleaning out his empty pistols and very carefully reloading them. "As to who I am, it is a matter of small moment. Suffice it that I have helped to lessen Kirke's horse by 4 of his rogues. Mark their faces, so dusky and sun-dried even in death. These men have learned warfare fighting against the heathen in Africa, and now they practice on poor harmless English folk the devil's tricks, which they have picked up amongst the savages. The Lord help Monmouth's men should they be beaten. These vermin are more to be feared than hangman's cord or headsman's axe." "But how did you chance upon the spot at the very nick of time?" I asked. "Why, Mary, I was jogging down the road on my mare when I heard the clatter of hoofs behind me, and concealing myself in a field, as a prudent man would while the country is in its present state, I saw these 4 rogues gallop past. They made their way up to the farmhouse here, and presently from cries and other tokens, I knew what manner of hellfire business they had on hand. On that I left my mare in the field and ran up, when I saw them through the casement, tricing the good man up in front of his fire to make him confess where his wealth lay hidden, though indeed it is my own belief that neither he nor any other farmer in these parts hath any wealth left to hide, after 2 armies have been quartered in turn upon them. Finding that his mouth remained closed, they ran him up, as you saw, and would assuredly have toasted him like a snipe, had I not stepped in and winged 2 of them with my barkers. The others set upon me, but I pinked one through the forearm, and should doubtless have given a good account of both of them, but for your incoming." "Right gallantly done," I exclaimed. "But where have I heard your name before, Mr. Hector Marot?" "Nay," he answered, with a sharp sidelong look, "I cannot tell that." "It is familiar to mine ear," said I. He shrugged his broad shoulders, and continued to look to the priming of his pistols, with a half-defiant and half-uneasy expression. He was a very sturdy, deep-chested man, with a stern, square-jawed face, and a white seam across his bronzed forehead as from a slash with a knife. He wore a gold-edged riding cap, a jacket of brown sad-colored stuff much stained by the weather, a pair of high rusty jack boots, and a small bob wig. Sir Gervas, who had been staring very hard at the man, suddenly gave a start, and slapped his hand against his leg. "Of course," he cried, "sink me, if I could remember where I had seen your face, but now it comes back to me very clearly." The man glanced doggedly from under his bent brows at each of us in turn. "It seems that I have fallen among acquaintances," he said gruffly, "yet I have no memory of ye. Methinks, young sirs, that your fancy doth play ye false." "Not a whit," the baronet answered quietly, and bending forward, he whispered a few words into the man's ear, which caused him to spring from his seat and take a couple of quick strides forward, as though to escape from the house. "Nay, nay," cried Sir Gervas, springing between him and the door, "you shall not run away from us. Sure, man, never lay your hand upon your sword. We have had bloody work enough for one night. Besides, we would not harm you." "What mean ye, then? What would ye have?" he asked, glancing about like some fierce wild beast in a trap. "I have a most kindly feeling to you, man, after this night's work," cried Sir Gervas. "What is it to me how ye pick up a living, as long as you are a true man at heart? Let me perish if I ever forget a face which I have once seen, and your bond mine, with the trademark upon your forehead, is especially hard to overlook." "Suppose I be the same, what then?" the man asked sullenly. "There is no suppose in the matter. I could swear to you, but I would not, lad, not if I caught you red-handed. You must know, Clarke, since there is none to overhear us, that in the old days I was a justice of the peace in Surrey, and that our friend here was brought up before me on a charge of riding somewhat late o' night, and of being plaguy short with travellers. You will understand me. He was referred to assizes, but got away in the meanwhile, and so saved his neck. Right glad I am of it, for you will agree with me that he is too proper a man to give a tightrope dance at Tyburn. And I remember well now where I have heard your name, said I. Were you not a captive in the Duke of Beaufort's prison at Badminton, and did you not succeed in escaping from the old Boteler dungeon? Nay, gentlemen, he replied, seating himself on the edge of the table and carelessly swinging his legs, since ye know so much it would be folly for me to attempt to deceive ye. I am indeed the same Hector Marot, who hath made his name a terror on the great western road, and who hath seen the inside of more prisons than any man in the south. With truth, however, I can say that though I have been 10 years upon the roads, I have never yet taken a groat from the poor, or injured any man who did not wish to injure me. On the contrary, I have often risked life and limb to save those who were in trouble. We can bear you out in that, I answered, for if these 4 red-coat devils have paid the price of their crimes, it is your doing rather than ours. Nay, I can take little credit for that, our new acquaintance answered. Indeed, I had other scores to settle with Colonel Kirke's horse, and was but too glad to have this breather with them. Whilst we were talking, the men whom we had left with the horses had come up, together with some of the neighbouring farmers and cottagers, who were aghast at the scene of slaughter, and much troubled in their minds over the vengeance which might be exacted by the royal troops next day. For Christ's sake, sir, cried one of them, an old ruddy-faced countryman, move the bodies o' these soldier rogues into the road, and let it seem as how they have perished in a chance fight. Why, your own troopers, loik. Should it be known as they have met their end within a farmhouse, there will not be a thatch left unlighted over whole countryside. As it is, us can scarce keep these murthering Tangiers devils from our throats. His request is in reason, said the highwayman bluntly. We have no right to have our fun, and then go our way leaving others to pay the score. Well, hark ye, said Sir Gervas, turning to the group of frightened rustics. I'll strike a bargain with ye over the matter. We have come out for supplies, and can scarce go back empty-handed. If ye will among ye provide us with a cart, filling it with such breadstuffs and greens as ye may, with a dozen bullocks as well, we shall not only screen ye in this matter, but I shall promise payment at fair market rates if ye will come to the Protestant camp for the money. I'll spare the bullocks, quoth the old man whom we had rescued, who is now sufficiently recovered to sit up. Since my poor dame is foully murthered, it matters little to me what becomes o' the stock. I shall see her laid in Durston graveyard, and shall then follow you to camp, where I shall die happy if I can but rid the earth o' one more o' these incarnate devils. You say well, Gaffer, cried Hector Marot. You show the true spirit. Methinks I see an old birding-piece on yonder hooks, which, with a brace of slugs in it, and a bold man behind it, might bring down one of these fine birds for all their gay feathers. Has been a true mate to me for more'n 30 year, said the old man, the tears coursing down his wrinkled cheeks. 30 zeed toimes and 30 harvests we've worked together, but this is a zeed toime which shall have a harvest o' blood, if my right hand can compass it. If you go to wars, Gaffer Swain, we'll look to your homestead, said the farmer who had spoken before. As to greenstuffs as this gentleman asks for, he shall have not 1 wainload but 3, if he will but gie us half an hour to fill them up. If he does not tack them, others will, so we had rather that they go to the good cause. Here, Miles, do you whack the labourers, and see that they throw the potato store, why, the spinach, and the dried meats into the wagons, why, all speed. Then we had best set about our part of the contract, said Hector Marot. With the aid of our troopers, he carried out the 4 dragoons and our dead sergeant, and laid them on the ground some way down the lane, leading the horses all round and between their bodies, so as to trample the earth and bear out the idea of a cavalry skirmish. While this was doing, some of the labourers had washed down the brick floor of the kitchen and removed all traces of the tragedy. The murdered woman had been carried up to her own chamber, so that nothing was left to recall what had occurred, save the unhappy farmer, who sat moodily in the same place, with his chin resting upon his stringy work-worn hands, staring out in front of him with a stony, empty gaze, unconscious apparently of all that was going on around him. The loading of the wagons had been quickly accomplished, and the little drove of oxen gathered from a neighboring field. We were just starting upon our return journey when a young countryman rode up, with the news that a troop of the royal horse were between the camp and ourselves. This was grave tidings, for we were but 7 all told, and our pace was necessarily slow whilst we were hampered with the supplies. "How about Hooker?" I suggested. "Should we not send after him and give him warning?" "I'll go at once," said the countryman. "I'm bound to see him if he be on the Athelney road." So saying, he set spurs to his horse and galloped off through the darkness. "While we have such volunteer scouts as this," I remarked, "it is easy to see which side the country folk have in their hearts. Hooker hath still the better part of 2 troops with him, so surely he can hold his own. But how are we to make our way back?" "Zounds, Clarke, let us extemporize a fortress," suggested Sir Gervas. "We could hold this farmhouse against all comers until Hooker returns, and then join our forces to his. Now would our redoubtable colonel be in his glory to have a chance of devising crossfires and flanking fires with all the other refinements of a well-conducted leaguer." "Nay," I answered, "after leaving Major Hooker in a somewhat cavalier fashion, it would be a bitter thing to have to ask his help now that there is danger." "Ho, ho," cried the baronet. "It does not take a very deep lead line to come to the bottom of your stoical philosophy, friend Micah. For all your cold-blooded stolidity, you are keen enough where pride or honor is concerned. Shall we then ride onwards, and chance it, I'll lay an even crown that we never as much as see a red coat." "If you will take my advice, gentlemen," said the highwayman, trotting up upon a beautiful bay mare, "I should say that your best course is to allow me to act as guide to you as far as the camp. It will be strange if I cannot find roads which shall baffle these blundering soldiers." "A very wise and seasonable proposition," cried Sir Gervas. "Master Marot, a pinch from my snuff-box, which is ever a covenant of friendship with its owner. Adsliddikins, man, though our acquaintance at present is limited to my having nearly hanged you on one occasion, yet I have a kindly feeling towards you, though I wish you had some more savory trade." "So do many who ride o' night," Marot answered with a chuckle. "But we had best start, for the east is whitening, and it will be daylight ere we come to Bridgewater." Leaving the ill-omened farmhouse behind us, we set off with all military precautions, Marot riding with me some distance in front, while 2 of the troopers covered the rear. It was still very dark, though a thin grey line on the horizon showed that the dawn was not far off. In spite of the gloom, however, our new acquaintance guided us without a moment's halt or hesitation through a network of lanes and bypaths, across fields and over bogs, where the wagons were sometimes up to their axles in bog, and sometimes were groaning and straining over rocks and stones. So frequent were our turnings, and so often did we change the direction of our advance, that I feared more than once that our guide was at fault. Yet, when at last the first rays of the sun brightened the landscape, we saw the steeple of Bridgewater Parish Church shooting up right in front of us. "Zounds, man, you must have something of the cat in you to pick your way so in the dark," cried Sir Gervas, riding up to us. "I am right glad to see the town, for my poor wagons have been creaking and straining until my ears are weary with listening for the snap of the axle bar. Master Marot, we owe you something for this." "Is this your own particular district?" I asked, "or have you a like knowledge of every part of the south?" "My range," said he, lighting his short, black pipe, "is from Kent to Cornwall, though never north of the Thames or Bristol Channel. Through that district there is no road which is not familiar to me, nor as much as a break in the hedge which I could not find in blackest midnight. It is my calling, but the trade is not what it was. If I had a son, I should not bring him up to it. It hath been spoiled by the armed guards to the mail coaches, and by the accursed goldsmiths, who have opened their banks, and so taken the hard money into their strong boxes, giving out instead slips of paper, which are as useless to us as an old newsletter. I give you my word that only a week gone last Friday I stopped a grazier coming from Blandford Fair, and I took 700 guineas off him in these paper checks, as they call them, enough, had it been in gold, to have lasted me for a 3-month rouse. Truly the country is coming to a pretty pass when such trash as that is allowed to take the place of the king's coinage." "Why should you persevere in such a trade?" said I, your own knowledge must tell you that it can only lead to ruin and the gallows. Have you ever known one who has thriven at it? That have I, he answered readily. There was Kingston Jones, who worked Hounslow for many a year. He took 10,000 yellow boys on one job, and like a wise man, he vowed never to risk his neck again. He went into Cheshire, with some tale of having newly arrived from the Indies, bought an estate, and is now a flourishing country gentleman of good repute, and a justice of the peace into the bargain. Zounds, man, to see him on the bench, condemning some poor devil for stealing a dozen eggs, is as good as a comedy in the playhouse. Nay, but I persisted, you are a man, judging from what we have seen of your courage and skill in the use of your weapons, who would gain speedy preferment in any army. Surely it were better to use your gifts to the gaining of honor and credit, than to make them a stepping stone to disgrace and the gallows. For the gallows I care not a clipped shilling, the highwayman answered, sending up thick blue curls of smoke into the morning air. We have all to pay nature's debt, and whether I do it in my boots or on a feather bed, in 1 year or in 10, matters as little to me as to any soldier among you. As to disgrace, it is a matter of opinion. I see no shame myself in taking a toll upon the wealth of the rich, since I freely expose my own skin in the doing of it. There is a right and there is a wrong, I answered, which no words can do away with, and it is a dangerous and unprofitable trick to juggle with them. Besides, even if what you have said were true as to property, Sir Gervas remarked, it would not hold you excused for that recklessness of human life which your trade begets. Nay, it is but hunting, save that your quarry may at any time turn round upon you, and become in turn the hunter. It is, as you say, a dangerous game, but two can play at it, and each has an equal chance. There is no loading of the dice or throwing of full-arms. Now it was but a few days back that, riding down the high road, I perceived 3 jolly farmers at full gallop across the fields, with a leash of dogs yelping in front of them, and all in pursuit of one little harmless bunny. It was a bare and unpeopled countryside on the border of Exmoor, so I bethought me that I could not employ my leisure better than by chasing the chasers. Odds wounds, it was a proper hunt. Away went my gentlemen, whooping like madmen, with their coat skirts flapping in the breeze, chivying on the dogs, and having a rare morning's sport. They never marked the quiet horseman who rode behind them, and who, without a yoik, or hark away, was relishing his chase with the loudest of them. It needed but a posse of peace officers at my heels to make up a brave string of us, catch who catch can, like the game the lads play on the village green. And what came of it? I asked, for our new acquaintance was laughing silently to himself. Well, my 3 friends ran down their hair and pulled out their flasks, as men who had done a good stroke of work. They were still hobnobbing and laughing over the slaughtered bunny, and one had dismounted to cut off its ears as the prize of their chase, when I came up at a hand gallop. Good morrow, gentlemen, said I, we have had rare sport. They looked at me blankly enough, I promise you, and one of them asked me what the devil I did there, and how I dared to join in a private sport. Nay, I was not chasing your hare, gentlemen, said I. What then, fellow? Asked one of them. Why, Mary, I was chasing you, I answered, and a better run I have not had for years. With that I lugged out my persuaders and made the thing clear in a few words, and I'll warrant you would have laughed could you have seen their faces as they slowly dragged the fat leather purses from their fobs. £71 was my prize that morning, which was better worth riding for than a hare's ears. Did they not raise the country on your track? I asked. Nay, when Brown Alice is given her head she flies faster than the news. Rumour spreads quick, but the good mare's stride is quicker still. And here we are within our own outposts, quoth Sir Gervas. Now, mine honest friend, for honest you have been to us, whatever others may say of you, will you not come with us, and strike in for a good cause? Zounds, man, you have many an ill deed to atone for, I'll warrant. Why not add one good one to your account, by risking your life for the reformed faith? Not I, the highwayman answered, reining up his horse. My own skin is nothing, but why should I risk my mare in such a fool's quarrel? Should she come to harm in the ruffle, where could I get such another? Besides, it matters nothing to her whether Papist or Protestant sits on the throne of England, does it, my beauty? But you might chance to gain preferment, I said. Our Colonel Decimus Saxon is one who loves a good swordsman, and his word hath power with King Monmouth and the council. Nay, nay, cried Hector Marot gruffly, let every man stick to his own trade. Kirk's horse I am ever ready to have a brush with, for a party of them hung old blind Jim Houston of Milverton, who was a friend of mine. I have sent 7 of the red-handed rogues to their last account for it, and might work through the whole regiment had I time. But I will not fight against King James, nor will I risk the mare, so let me hear no more of it. And now I must leave ye, for I have much to do. Farewell to you. Farewell, farewell, we cried, pressing his brown horny hands, our thanks to you for your guidance. Raising his hat, he shook his bridle and galloped off down the road in a rolling cloud of dust. Rat me if I ever say a word against the thieves again, said Sir Gervas. I never saw a man wield sword more deftly in my life, and he must be a rare hand with a pistol to bring those 2 tall fellows down with 2 shots. But look over there, Clarke, can you not see bodies of red coats? Surely I can, I answered, gazing out over the broad, reedy, dead-colored plain, which extended from the other side of the winding Parrett to the distant Polden Hills. I can see them over yonder in the direction of Westonzoyland, as bright as the poppies among corn. There are more upon the left near Chedds, quoth Sir Gervas. 1, 2, 3, and 1 yonder, and 2 others behind, 6 regiments of foot in all. Methinks I see the breastplates of horse over there, and some sign of ordnance too. Faith, Monmouth must fight now, if he ever hopes to feel the gold rim upon his temples. The whole of King James's army hath closed upon him. We must get back to our command then, I answered. If I mistake not, I see the flutter of our standards in the marketplace. We spurred our weary steeds forward, and made our way with our little party and the supplies which we had collected, until we found ourselves back in our quarters, where we were hailed by the lusty cheers of our hungry comrades. Before noon, the drove of bullocks had been changed into joints and steaks, while our green stuff and other victuals had helped to furnish the last dinner, which many of our men were ever destined to eat. Major Hooker came in shortly after with a good store of provisions, but in no very good case, for he had had a skirmish with the dragoons, and had lost 8 or 10 of his men. He bore a complaint straightway to the council concerning the manner in which we had deserted him. But great events were coming fast upon us now, and there was small time to inquire into petty matters of discipline. For myself, I freely confess, looking back on it, that as a soldier he was entirely in the right, and that from a strict military point of view our conduct was not to be excused. Yet I trust, my dears, even now, when years have weighed me down, that the scream of a woman in distress would be a signal which would draw me to her aid, while these old limbs could bear me. For the duty which we owe to the weak overrides all other duties and is superior to all circumstances, and I for one cannot see why the coat of the soldier should harden the heart of the man. Chapter 31. Of the Maid of the Marsh and the Bubble which rose from the bog. All Bridgewater was in a ferment as we rode in, for King James's forces were within 4 miles, on the Sedgemoor plain, and it was likely that they would push on at once and storm the town. Some rude works had been thrown up on the Eastover side, behind which 2 brigades were drawn up in arms, while the rest of the army was held in reserve in the marketplace and Castle Field. Towards afternoon, however, parties of our horse and peasants from the fen country came in, with the news that there was no fear of an assault being attempted. The royal troops had quartered themselves snugly in the little villages of the neighborhood, and having levied contributions of cider and of beer from the farmers, they showed no sign of any wish to advance. The town was full of women, the wives, mothers, and sisters of our peasants, who had come in from far and near to see their loved ones once more. Fleet Street or Cheapside upon a busy day are not more crowded than were the narrow streets and lanes of the Somersetshire town. Jack-booted, buff-coated troopers, scarlet militiamen, brown, stern-faced Tauntonians, serge-clad pikemen, wild, ragged miners, smock-frocked yokels, reckless, weather-tanned seamen, gaunt cragsmen from the northern coast, all pushed and jostled each other in a thick, many-colored crowd. Everywhere among them were the country women, straw-bonneted and loud-tongued, weeping, embracing, and exhorting. Here and there, amid the motley dresses and gleam of arms, moved the dark, somber figure of a Puritan minister, with sweeping, sad-colored mantle and penthouse hat, scattering abroad short, fiery ejaculations and stern, pithy texts of the old fighting order, which warmed the men's blood like liquor. Ever and anon a sharp, fierce shout would rise from the people, like the yelp of a high-spirited hound which is straining at its leash and hot to be at the throat of its enemy. Our regiment had been taken off duty whenever it was clear that Feversham did not mean to advance, and they were now busy upon the victuals which our night foray had furnished. It was a Sunday, fresh and warm, with a clear, unclouded sky and a gentle breeze, sweet with the smack of the country. All day the bells of the neighboring villages rang out their alarm, pealing their music over the sunlit countryside. The upper windows and red-tiled roofs of the houses were crowded with pale-faced women and children who peered out to eastward, where the splotches of crimson upon the dun-coloured moor marked the position of our enemies. At 4 o'clock Monmouth held a last council of war upon the square tower out of which springs the steeple of Bridgewater Parish Church, whence a good view can be obtained of all the country round. Since my ride to Beaufort, I had always been honoured with a summons to attend, in spite of my humble rank in the army. There were some 30 councillors in all, as many as the space would hold, soldiers and courtiers, cavaliers and Puritans, all drawn together now by the bond of a common danger. Indeed, the near approach of a crisis in their fortunes had broken down much of the distinction of manner which had served to separate them. The sectary had lost something of his austerity and become flushed and eager at the prospect of battle, while the giddy man of fashion was hushed into unwonted gravity as he considered the danger of his position. Their old feuds were forgotten as they gathered on the parapet and gazed with set faces at the thick columns of smoke which rose along the skyline. King Monmouth stood among his chiefs, pale and haggard, with the dishevelled, unkempt look of a man whose distress of mind has made him forgetful of the care of his person. He held a pair of ivory glasses, and as he raised them to his eyes, his thin white hands shook and twitched until it was grievous to watch him. Lord Grey handed his own glasses to Saxon, who leaned his elbows upon the rough stone breastwork and stared long and earnestly at the enemy. "They are the very men I have myself led," said Monmouth at last, in a low voice, as though uttering his thoughts aloud. "Over yonder at the right I see Dumbarton's Foot. I know these men well. They will fight. Had we them with us, all would be well." "Nay, your Majesty," Lord Grey answered with spirit, "you do your brave followers an injustice. They, too, will fight to the last drop of their blood in your quarrel." "Look down at them," said Monmouth sadly, pointing at the swarming streets beneath us. "Braver hearts never beat in English breasts, yet do but mark how they brabble and clamour like clowns on a Saturday night. Compare them with the stern, orderly array of the trained battalions. Alas, that I should have dragged these honest souls from their little homes to fight so hopeless a battle." "Hark at that," cried Wade. "They do not think it hopeless, nor do we." As he spoke, a wild shout rose from the dense crowd beneath, who were listening to a preacher who was holding forth from a window. "It is worthy Dr. Ferguson," said Sir Stephen Timewell, who had just come up. "He is as one inspired, powerfully borne onwards in his discourse. Verily he is even as one of the prophets of old. He has chosen for his text, 'The Lord God of gods he knoweth, and Israel he shall know, if it be in rebellion, or if in transgression against the Lord, save us not this day.'" "Amen, amen," cried several of the Puritan soldiers devoutly, while another hoarse burst of shouting from below, with the clashing of scythe blades and the clatter of arms, showed how deeply the people were moved by the burning words of the fanatic. "They do indeed seem to be hot for battle," said Monmouth, with a more sprightly look. "It may be that one who has commanded regular troops, as I have done, is prone to lay too much weight upon the difference which discipline and training make. These brave lads seem high of heart. What think you of the enemy's dispositions, Colonel Saxon?" "By my faith, I think very little of them, your Majesty," Saxon answered bluntly. "I have seen armies drawn up in array in many different parts of the world and under many commanders. I have likewise read the section which treats of the matter in the De Re Militari of Petrinus Bellus, and in the works of a Fleming of repute, yet I have neither seen nor heard anything which can commend the arrangements which we see before us." "How call you the hamlet on the left, that with the square ivy-clad church tower?" asked Monmouth, turning to the mayor of Bridgewater, a small, anxious-faced man who was evidently far from easy at the prominence which his office had brought upon him. "Westonzoyland, your honour, that is, your grace, I mean your Majesty," he stammered. The other 2 miles farther off is Middelzoy, and away to the left, just on the far side of the Rhine, is Cheds. The Rhine, sir, what do you mean? Asked the king, starting violently and turning so fiercely upon the timid burgher that he lost the little balance of wits which was left to him. Why the Rhine, your grace, your majesty, he quavered. The Rhine which, as your majesty's grace cannot but perceive, is what the country folk call the Rhine. It is a name, your majesty, for the deep and broad ditches which drain off the water from the great morass of Sedgemoor, said Sir Stephen Timewell. Monmouth turned white to his very lips, and several of the council exchanged significant glances, recalling the strange prophetic jingle which I had been the means of bringing to the camp. The silence was broken, however, by an old Cromwellian major named Hollies, who had been drawing upon paper the position of the villages in which the enemy was quartered. If it please your majesty, there is something in their order which recalls to my mind that of the army of the Scots upon the occasion of the Battle of Dunbar. Cromwell lay in Dunbar even as we lie in Bridgewater. The ground around, which was boggy and treacherous, was held by the enemy. There was not a man in the army who would not own that, had old Leslie held his position, we should, as far as human wisdom could see, have had to betake us to our ships, leave our stores and ordnance, and so make the best of our way to Newcastle. He moved, however, through the blessing of Providence, in such a manner that a quagmire intervened between his right wing and the rest of his army, on which Cromwell fell upon that wing in the early dawn, and dashed it to pieces, with such effect that the whole army fled, and we had the execution of them to the very gates of Leith. 7,000 Scots lost their lives, but not more than 100 or so of the honest folk. Now, your majesty will see through your glass that a mile of bogland intervenes between these villages, and that the nearest one, Cheds, as I think they call it, might be approached without ourselves entering the morass. Very sure I am that with the Lord General with us now he would counsel us to venture some such attack. It is a bold thing with raw peasants to attack old soldiers, quoth Sir Stephen Timewell. Yet if it is to be done, I know well that there is not a man born within sound of the bells of St. Mary Magdalene who will flinch from it. You say well, Sir Stephen, said Monmouth. At Dunbar Cromwell had veterans at his back, and was opposed to troops who had small experience of war. Yet there is much good sense in what Major Hollies has said, remarked Lord Grey. We must either fall on, or be gradually girt round and starved out. That being so, why not take advantage at once of the chance which Feversham's ignorance or carelessness hath given us? Tomorrow, if Churchill can prevail over his chief, I have little doubt that we shall find their camp rearranged, and so have cause to regret our lost opportunity. Their horse lie at Westonzoyland, said Wade. The sun is so fierce now that we can scarce see for its glare and the haze which rises up from the marshes. Yet a little while ago I could make out through my glasses the long lines of horses picketed on the moor beyond the village. Behind, in Middelzoy, are 2,000 militia, while in Chedsey, where our attack would fall, there are 5 regiments of regular foot. If we could break those all would be well, cried Monmouth. What is your advice, Colonel Bice? My advice is ever the same, the German answered. We are here to fight, and the sooner we get to work at it, the better. And yours, Colonel Saxon, do you agree with the opinion of your friend? I think with Major Hollies, your majesty, that Feversham by his dispositions hath laid himself open to attack, and that we should take advantage of it forthwith. Yet, considering that trained men and a numerous horse have great advantage by daylight, I should be in favor of a camisado or night onfall. The same thought was in my mind, said Grey. Our friends here know every inch of the ground, and could guide us to Cheds as surely in the darkness as in the day. I have heard, said Saxon, that much beer and cider, with wine and strong waters, have found their way into their camp. If this be so, we may give them a rouse while their heads are still buzzing with the liquor, when they shall scarce know whether it is ourselves or the blue devils which have come upon them. A general chorus of approval from the whole council showed that the prospect of at last coming to an engagement was welcome after the weary marchings and delays of the last few weeks. Has any cavalier anything to say against this plan? Asked the king. We all looked from one to the other, but though many faces were doubtful or desponding, none had a word to say against the night attack, for it was clear that our action in any case must be hazardous, and this had at least the merit of promising a better chance of success than any other. Yet, my dears, I dare say the boldest of us felt a sinking at the heart as we looked at our downcast, sad-faced leader and asked ourselves whether this was a likely man to bring so desperate an enterprise to a success. "If all are agreed," said he, "let our word be so, and let us come upon them as soon after midnight as may be. What remains to be settled as to the order of battle may be left for the meantime. You will now, gentlemen, return to your regiments, and you will remember that be the upshot of this what it may, whether Monmouth be the crowned king of England or a hunted fugitive, his heart, while it can still beat, will ever bear in memory the brave friends who stood at his side in the hour of his trouble." At this simple and kindly speech a flush of devotion, mingled in my own case at least, with a heart-whole pity for the poor, weak gentleman, swept over us. We pressed round him with our hands upon the hilts of our swords, swearing that we would stand by him, though all the world stood between him and his rights. Even the rigid and impassive Puritans were moved to a show of loyalty, while the courtiers, carried away by zeal, drew their rapiers and shouted until the crowd beneath caught the enthusiasm, and the air was full of the cheering. The light returned to Monmouth's eye and the color to his cheek as he listened to the clamor. For a moment at least, he looked like the king which he aspired to be. "My thanks to ye, dear friends and subjects," he cried. "The issue rests with the Almighty, but what men can do will, I know well, be done by you this night. If Monmouth cannot have all England, 6 feet of her shall at least be his. Meanwhile, to your regiments, and may God defend the right." "May God defend the right," cried the council solemnly, and separated, leaving the king with Grey to make the final dispositions for the attack. "These popinjays of the court are ready enough to wave their rapiers and shout when there are 4 good miles between them and the foe," said Saxon, as we made our way through the crowd. "I fear that they will scarce be as forward when there is a line of musketeers to be faced, and a brigade of horse perhaps charging down upon their flank. But here comes friend Lockarby, with news written upon his face." "I have a report to make, Colonel," said Reuben, hurrying breathlessly up to us. "You may remember that I and my company were placed on guard this day at the eastern gates." Saxon nodded. "Being desirous of seeing all that I could of the enemy, I clambered up a lofty tree which stands just without the town. From this post, by the aid of a glass, I was able to make out their lines and camp. Whilst I was gazing, I chanced to observe a man slinking along under cover of the birch trees halfway between their lines and the town. Watching him, I found that he was indeed moving in our direction. Presently he came so near that I was able to distinguish who it was, for it was one whom I know, but instead of entering the town by my gate, he walked round under cover of the peat cuttings, and so made his way doubtless to some other entrance. He is a man, however, who I have reason to believe has no true love for the cause, and it is my belief that he hath been to the royal camp with news of our doings, and hath now come back for further information." "Aye," said Saxon, raising his eyebrows, "and what is the man's name?" "His name is Derrick, one-time chief apprentice to Master Timewell at Taunton, and now an officer in the Taunton Foot." "What, the young springald who had his eye upon pretty Mistress Ruth, now out on love, if it is to turn a true man into a traitor, but methought he was one of the elect. I have heard him hold forth to the pikemen. How comes it that one of his kidney should lend help to the prelatist cause?" "Love again," quoth I, "this same love is a pretty flower when it grows unchecked, but a sorry weed if thwarted." "He hath an ill feeling towards many in the camp," said Reuben, "and he would ruin the army to avenge himself on them, as a rogue might sink a ship in the hope of drowning one enemy. Sir Stephen himself hath incurred his hatred for refusing to force his daughter into accepting his suit. He has now returned into the camp, and I have reported the matter to you, that you may judge whether it would not be well to send a file of pikemen and lay him by the heels, lest he play the spy once more." "Perhaps it would be best so," Saxon answered, full of thought, "and yet no doubt the fellow would have some tale prepared which would outweigh our mere suspicions. Could we not take him in the very act?" A thought slipped into my head. I had observed from the tower that there was a single lonely cottage about a third of the way to the enemy's camp, standing by the road at a place where there were marshes on either side. Anyone journeying that way must pass it. If Derek tried to carry our plans to Feversham, he might be cut off at this point by a party placed to lie in wait for him. "Most excellent," Saxon exclaimed when I had explained the project. "My learned Fleming himself could not have devised a better rusus belli. Do ye convey as many files as ye may think fit to this point, and I shall see that Master Derek is primed up with some fresh news for my Lord Feversham." "Nay, a body of troops marching out would set tongues wagging," said Reuben. "Why should not Micah and I go ourselves?" "That would indeed be better," Saxon answered, "but ye must pledge your words, come what may, to be back at sundown, for your companies must stand to arms an hour before the advance." We both gladly gave the desired promise, and having learned for certain that Derek had indeed returned to the camp, Saxon undertook to let drop in his presence some words as to the plans for the night, while we set off at once for our post. Our horses we left behind, and slipping out through the eastern gate, we made our way over bog and moor, concealing ourselves as best we could, until we came out upon the lonely roadway and found ourselves in front of the house. It was a plain, whitewashed, thatch-roofed cottage, with a small board above the door, whereon was written a notice that the occupiers sold milk and butter. No smoke reeked up from the chimney, and the shutters of the window were closed, from which we gathered that the folk who owned it had fled away from their perilous position. On either side the marsh extended, reedy and shallow at the edge, but deeper at a distance, with a bright green scum which covered its treacherous surface. We knocked at the weather-blotched door, but receiving, as we expected, no reply, I presently put my shoulder against it and forced the staple from its fastenings. There was but a single chamber within, with a straight ladder in the corner, leading through a square hole in the ceiling to the sleeping chamber under the roof. 3 or 4 chairs and stools were scattered over the earthen floor, and at the side a deal table with the broad brown milk basins upon it. Green blotches upon the wall and a sinking in of one side of the cottage showed the effect of its damp, marsh-girt position. To our surprise, it had still one inmate within its walls. In the center of the room, facing the door as we entered, stood a little bright, golden-haired maid, 5 or 6 years of age. She was clad in a clean white smock, with trim leather belt and shining buckle about her waist. 2 plump little legs with socks and leathern boots peeped out from under the dress, stoutly planted with right foot in advance as one who was bent upon holding her ground. Her tiny head was thrown back, and her large blue eyes were full of mingled wonder and defiance. As we entered, the little witch flapped her kerchief at us, and shooed as though we were 2 of the intrusive fowl whom she was wont to chevy out of the house. Reuben and I stood on the threshold, uncertain and awkward, like a pair of overgrown school lads, looking down at this fairy queen whose realms we had invaded, in 2 minds whether to beat a retreat or to appease her wrath by soft and coaxing words. "Go way," she cried, still waving her hands and shaking her kerchief. "Go way. Granny told me to tell anyone that came to go way." "But if they would not go away, little mistress," asked Reuben, "what were you to do then?" "I was to drive them away," she answered, advancing boldly against us with many flaps. "You bad man," she continued, flashing out at me, "you have broken Granny's bolt." "Nay, I'll mend it again," I answered penitently, and catching up a stone I soon fastened the injured staple. "There, mistress, your grandam will never tell the difference." "Ye must go way all the same," she persisted. "This is Granny's house, not yours." What were we to do with this resolute little dame of the marshes? That we should stay in the house was a crying need, for there was no other cover or shelter among the dreary bogs where we could hide ourselves. Yet she was bent upon driving us out with a decision and fearlessness which might have put Monmouth to shame. "You sell milk," said Reuben. "We are tired and thirsty, so we have come to have a horn of it." "Nay," she cried, breaking into smiles, "will ye pay me just as the folk pay Granny? Oh, heart alive, but that will be fine." She skipped up onto a stool and filled a pair of deep mugs from the basins upon the table. "A penny, please," said she. It was strange to see the little wife hide the coin away in her smock, with pride and joy in her innocent face at this rare stroke of business which she had done for her absent Granny. We bore our milk away to the window, and having loosed the shutters, we seated ourselves so as to have an outlook down the road. For the Lord's sake, drink slow, whispered Reuben under his breath. We must keep on swilling milk, or she will want to turn us out. We have paid toll now, I answered. Surely she will let us bide. If you have done, you must go away, she said firmly. Were ever two men-at-arms so tyrannized over by a little dolly such as this? Said I, laughing. Nay, little one, we shall compound with you by paying you this shilling, which will buy all your milk. We can stay here and drink it at our ease. Ginny, the cow, is just across the marsh, quoth she. It is nigh milking time, and I shall fetch her round if ye wish more. Now God forbid, cried Reuben, it will end in our having to buy the cow. Where is your granny, little maid? She hath gone into the town, the child answered. There are bad men with red coats and guns coming to steal and to fight, but Granny will soon make them go away. Granny has gone to set it all right. We are fighting against the men with the red coats, my chuck, said I. We shall take care of your house with you, and let no one steal anything. Nay, then you may stay, quoth she, climbing up upon my knee as grave as a sparrow upon a bough. What a great boy you are. And why not a man? I asked. Because you have no beard upon your face. Why, Granny hath more hair upon her chin than you. Besides, only boys drink milk, men drink cider. Then if I am a boy, I shall be your sweetheart, said I. Nay, indeed, she cried, with a toss of her golden locks. I have no mind to wed for a while, but Giles Martin of Garmach is my sweetheart. What a pretty shining tin smock you have, and what a great sword. Why should people have these things to harm each other with when they are in truth all brothers? Why are they all brothers, little mistress? Asked Reuben. Because Granny says that they are all the children of the great Father, she answered. If they have all one father, they must be brothers, mustn't they? Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, Micah, quoth Reuben, staring out of the window. You are a rare little marsh flower, I said, as she clambered up to grasp at my steel cap. Is it not strange to think, Reuben, that there should be thousands of Christian men upon either side of us, athirst for each other's lives, and here between them is a blue-eyed cherub who lisps out the blessed philosophy which would send us all to our homes with softened hearts and hale bodies. A day of this child would sicken me for over of soldiering, Reuben answered. The cavalier and the butcher become too near of kin as I listened to her. Perhaps both are equally needful, said I, shrugging my shoulders. We have put our hands to the plough, but methinks I see the man for whom we wait coming down under the shadow of yonder line of pollard willows. It is he, sure enough, cried Reuben, peeping through the diamond-paned window. Then, little one, you must sit here, said I, raising her up from my knee and placing her on a chair in a corner. You must be a brave lass and sit still, whatever may chance. Will you do so? She pursed up her rosy lips and nodded her head. He comes on apace, Micah, quoth my comrade, who was still standing by the casement. Is he not like some treacherous fox or other beast of prey? There was indeed something in his lean, black-clothed figure and swift, furtive movements, which was like some cruel and cunning animal. He stole along under shadow of the stunted trees and withies, with bent body and gliding gait, so that from Bridgewater it would be no easy matter for the most keen-sighted to see him. Indeed, he was so far from the town that he might safely have come out from his concealment and struck across the moor, but the deep morass on either side prevented him from leaving the road until he had passed the cottage. As he came abreast of our ambush, we both sprang out from the open door and barred his way. I have heard the independent minister at Emsworth give an account of Satan's appearance, but if the worthy man had been with us that day, he need not have drawn upon his fancy. The man's dark face whitened into a sickly and mottled pallor, while he drew back with a long, sharp intaking of the breath and a venomous flash from his black eyes, glancing swiftly from right to left for some means of escape. For an instant his hand shot towards his sword hilt, but his reason told him that he could scarce expect to fight his way past us. Then he glanced round, but any retreat would lead him back to the men whom he had betrayed. So he stood sullen and stolid, with heavy, downcast face and shifting, restless eye, the very type and symbol of treachery. "We have waited some time for you, Master John Derrick," said I. "You must now return with us to the town." "On what grounds do you arrest me?" he asked, in hoarse, broken tones. "Where is your warranty? Who hath given you a commission to molest travelers upon the king's highway?" "I have my colonel's commission," I answered shortly. "You have been once already to Feversham's camp this morning." "It is a lie," he snarled fiercely. "I do but take a stroll to enjoy the air." "It is the truth," said Reuben. "I saw you myself on your return. Let us see that paper which peeps from your doublet." "We all know why you should set this trap for me," Derrick cried bitterly. "You have set evil reports afloat against me, lest I stand in your light with the mayor's daughter. What are you that you should dare to raise your eyes to her? A mere vagrant and masterless man, coming none know whence. Why should you aspire to pluck the flower which has grown up amongst us? What had you to do with her or with us? Answer me." "It is not a matter which I shall discuss, save at a more fitting time and place," Reuben answered quietly. "Do you give over your sword and come back with us? For my part, I promise to do what I can to save your life. Should we win this night, your poor efforts can do little to harm us. Should we lose, there may be few of us left to harm." "I thank you for your kindly protection," he replied, in the same white, cold, bitter manner, unbuckling his sword as he spoke, and walking slowly up to my companion. "You can take this as a gift to Mistress Ruth," he said, presenting the weapon in his left hand, "and this," he added, plucking a knife from his belt and burying it in my poor friend's side. It was done in an instant, so suddenly that I had neither time to spring between, nor to grasp his intention, before the wounded man sank gasping on the ground, and the knife tinkled upon the pathway at my feet. The villain set up a shrill cry of triumph, and bounding back in time to avoid the savage sword thrust which I made at him, he turned and fled down the road at the top of his speed. He was a far lighter man than I, and more scantily clad, yet I had, from my long wind and length of limb, been the best runner of my district, and he soon learned by the sound of my feet that he had no chance of shaking me off. Twice he doubled as a hare does when the hound is upon him, and twice my sword passed within a foot of him, for in very truth I had no more thought of mercy than if he had been a poisonous snake who had fastened his fangs into my friend before my eyes. I never dreamed of giving, nor did he of claiming it. At last, hearing my steps close upon him and my breathing at his very shoulder, he sprang wildly through the reeds and dashed into the treacherous morass. Ankle-deep, knee-deep, thigh-deep, waist-deep, we struggled and staggered, I still gaining upon him, until I was within arm's reach of him and had whirled up my sword to strike. It had been ordained, however, my dear children, that he should die not the death of a man, but that of the reptile which he was, for even as I closed upon him, he sank of a sudden with a gurgling sound, and the green marsh scum met above his head. No ripple was there, and no splash to mark the spot. It was sudden and silent, as though some strange monster of the marshes had seized him and dragged him down into the depths. As I stood with upraised sword, still gazing upon the spot, one single great bubble rose and burst upon the surface, and then all was still once more, and the dreary fens lay stretched before me, the very home of death and of desolation. I know not whether he had indeed come upon some sudden pit which had engulfed him, or whether in his despair he had cast himself down of set purpose. I do but know that there in the great Sedgemoor morass are buried the bones of the traitor and the spy. I made my way as best I could through the oozy clinging mud to the margin, and hastened back to where Reuben was lying. Bending over him, I found that the knife had pierced through the side leather which connected his back and front plates, and that the blood was not only pouring out of the wound, but was trickling from the corner of his mouth. With trembling fingers, I undid the straps and buckles, loosened the armor, and pressed my kerchief to his side to staunch the flow. "I trust that you have not slain him, Micah," he said of a sudden, opening his eyes. "A higher power than ours has judged him, Reuben," I answered. "Poor devil, he has had much to embitter him," he murmured, and straightway fainted again. As I knelt over him, marking the lad's white face and labored breathing, and bethought me of his simple, kindly nature and of the affection which I had done so little to deserve, I am not ashamed to say, my dears, albeit I am a man somewhat backward in my emotions, that my tears were mingled with his blood. As it chanced, Decimus Saxon had found time to ascend the church tower for the purpose of watching us through his glass and seeing how we fared. Noting that there was something amiss, He had hurried down for a skilled chirurgeon, whom he brought out to us under an escort of Scythus men. I was still kneeling by my senseless friend, doing what an ignorant man might to assist him, when the party arrived and helped me to bear him into the cottage out of the glare of the sun. The minutes were as hours, while the man of physic, with a grave face, examined and probed the wound. "It will scarce prove fatal," he said at last, and I could have embraced him for the words. "The blade has glanced on a rib, though the lung is slightly torn. We shall hear him back with us to the town." "You hear what he says," said Saxon kindly. "He is a man whose opinion is of weight. A skillful leech is better far than 100 men of war. Cheer up, man, you are as white as though it were your blood, and not his which was drained away. Where is Derek?" "Drowned in the marshes," I answered. "'Tis well, it will save us 6 feet of good hemp, but our position here is somewhat exposed, since the royal horse might make a dash at us. Who is this little maid who sits so white and still in the corner?" "'Tis the guardian of the house. Her granny has left her here." "You had better come with us. There may be rough work here ere all is over." "Nay, I must wait for granny," she answered, with the tears running down her cheeks. "But how if I take you to granny, little one?" said I. "We cannot leave you here." I held out my arms, and the child sprang into them and nestled up against my bosom, sobbing as though her heart would break. "Take me away," she cried, easy frightened. I soothed the little trembling thing as best I might, and bore her off with me upon my shoulder. The Scythus men had passed the handles of their long weapons through the sleeves of their jerkins in such a way as to form a couch or litter, upon which poor Reuben was laid. A slight dash of color had come back to his cheeks in answer to some cordial given him by the chirurgeon, and he nodded and smiled at Saxon. Thus, pacing slowly, we returned to Bridgewater, where Reuben was carried to our quarters, and I bore the little maid of the marshes to kind townsfolk, who promised to restore her to her home when the troubles were over. Chapter 32 of the Onfall at Sedgemoor. However pressing our own private griefs and needs, we had little time now to dwell upon them, for the moment was at hand which was to decide for the time not only our own fates, but that of the Protestant cause in England. None of us made light of the danger. Nothing less than a miracle could preserve us from defeat, and most of us were of opinion that the days of the miracles were past. Others, however, thought otherwise. I believe that many of our Puritans, had they seen the heavens open that night, and the armies of the seraphim and the cherubim descending to our aid, would have looked upon it as by no means a wonderful or unexpected occurrence. The whole town was loud with the preaching. Every troop or company had its own chosen orator, and sometimes more than one, who held forth and expounded. From barrels, from wagons, from windows, and even from housetops, they addressed the crowds beneath, nor was their eloquence in vain. Hoarse, fierce shouts rose up from the streets, with broken prayers and ejaculations. Men were drunk with religion as with wine. Their faces were flushed, their speech thick, their gestures wild. Sir Stephen and Saxon smiled at each other as they watched them, for they knew, as old soldiers, that of all causes which make a man valiant in deed and careless of life, this religious fit is the strongest and the most enduring. In the evening I found time to look in upon my wounded friend, and found him propped up with cushions upon his couch, breathing with some pain, but as bright and merry as ever. Our prisoner, Major Ogilvy, who had conceived a warm affection for us, sat by his side and read aloud to him out of an old book of plays. "This wound hath come at an evil moment," said Reuben impatiently. "Is it not too much that a little prick like this should send my men captainless into battle after all our marching and drilling? I have been present at the grace, and am cut off from the dinner." "Your company hath been joined to mine," I answered, "though, indeed, the honest fellows are cast down at not having their own captain. Has the physician been to see you?" "He has left even now," said Major Ogilvy. "He pronounces our friend to be doing right well, but hath warned me against allowing him to talk." "Hark to that, lad," said I, shaking my finger at him. "If I hear a word from you, I go. You will escape a rough waking this night, Major. What think you of our chance?" I have thought little of your chance from the first, he replied frankly. Monmouth is like a ruined gamester who is now putting his last piece upon the board. He cannot win much, and he may lose all. Nay, that is a hard saying, said I. A success might set the whole of the Midlands in arms. England is not ripe for it, the Major answered, with a shake of his head. It is true that it has no fancy either for papistry or for a papist king, but we know that it is but a passing evil, since the next in succession, the Prince of Orange, is a Protestant. Why then should we risk so many evils to bring that about which time and patience must, perforce, accomplish between them? Besides, the man whom ye support has shown that he is unworthy of confidence. Did he not in his declaration promise to leave the choice of a monarch to the Commons? And yet, in less than a week, he proclaimed himself at Taunton Market Cross. Who could believe one who has so little regard for truth? Treason, Major, rank treason, I answered, laughing. Yet if we could order a leader as one does a coat, we might, perchance, have chosen one of a stronger texture. We are in arms not for him, but for the old liberties and rights of Englishmen. Have you seen Sir Gervas? Major Ogilvy and even Reuben burst out laughing. You will find him in the room above, said our prisoner. Never did a famous toast prepare herself for a court ball as he is preparing for his battle. If the king's troops take him, they will assuredly think that they have the Duke. He hath been in here to consult us as to his patches, hosen, and I know not what beside. You had best go up to him. Adieu then, Reuben, I said, grasping his hand in mine. Adieu, Micah, God shield you from harm, said he. Can I speak to you aside, Major? I whispered. I think, I went on, as he followed me into the passage, that you will not say that your captivity hath been made very harsh for you. May I ask, therefore, that you will keep an eye upon my friend should we be indeed defeated this night. No doubt if Feversham gains the upper hand, there will be bloody work. The Hale can look after themselves, but he is helpless and will need a friend. The Major pressed my hand. I swear to God, he said, that no harm shall befall him. You have taken a load from my heart, I answered. I know that I leave him in safety. I can now ride to battle with an easy mind. With a friendly smile, the soldier returned to the sick room, whilst I ascended the stair and entered the quarters of Sir Gervas Jerome. He was standing before a table which was littered all over with pots, brushes, boxes, and a score of the like trifles, which he had either bought or borrowed for the occasion. A large hand mirror was balanced against the wall, with rushlights on either side of it. In front of this, with a most solemn and serious expression upon his pale, handsome face, the baronet was arranging and rearranging a white burdash cravat. His riding boots were brightly polished, and the broken seam repaired. His sword sheath, breastplate, and trappings were clear and bright. He wore his gayest and newest suit, and above all he had donned a most noble and impressive full-bottomed periwig, which drooped down to his shoulders, as white as powder could make it. From his dainty riding hat to his shining spur, there was no speck or stain upon him, a sad set-off to my own state, plastered as I was with a thick crust of the Sedgemoor mud, and disordered from having ridden and worked for 2 days without rest or repose. Split me, but you have come in good time, he exclaimed as I entered. I have even now sent down for a flask of canary. Ah, and here it comes, as a maid from the inn tripped upstairs with the bottle and glasses. Here is a gold piece, my pretty dear, the very last that I have in the whole world. It is the only survivor of a goodly family. Pay mine host for the wine, little one, and keep the change for thyself, to buy ribbons for the next holiday. Now, curse me if I can get this cravat to fit unwrinkled. There is naught amiss with it, I answered. How can such trifles occupy you at such a time? Trifles, he cried angrily. Trifles? Well there, it boots not to argue with you. Your bucolic mind would never rise to the subtle import which may lie in such matters, the rest of mind which it is to have them right, and the plaguy uneasiness when aught is wrong. It comes, doubtless, from training, and it may be that I have it more than others of my class. I feel as a cat who would lick all day to take the least speck from her fur. Is not the patch over the eyebrow happily chosen? Nay, you cannot even offer an opinion. I would as soon ask friend Marot, the knight of the pistol, fill up your glass. Your company awaits you by the church, I remarked. I saw them as I passed. How looked they? He asked. Were they powdered and clean? Nay, I had little leisure to observe. I saw that they were cutting their matches and arranging their priming. I would that they had all snaffances, he answered, sprinkling himself with scented water. The matchlocks are slow and cumbersome. Have you had wine enough? I will take no more, I answered. Then mayhap the Major may care to finish it. It is not often I ask help with a bottle, but I would keep my head cool this night. Let us go down and see to our men. It was 10 o'clock when we descended into the street. The hubbub of the preachers and the shouting of the people had died away, for the regiments had fallen into their places and stood silent and stern, with the faint light from the lamps and windows playing over their dark serried ranks. A cool, clear moon shone down upon us from amidst fleecy clouds, which drifted ever and anon across her face. Away in the north tremulous rays of light flickered up into the heavens, coming and going like long, quivering fingers. They were the northern lights, a sight rarely seen in the Southland counties. It is little wonder that, coming at such a time, the fanatics should have pointed to them as signals from another world, and should have compared them to that pillar of fire which guided Israel through the dangers of the desert. The footpaths and the windows were crowded with women and children, who broke into shrill cries of fear or of wonder as the strange light waxed and waned. "It is half after 10 by St. Mary's clock," said Saxon, as we rode up to the regiment. "Have we nothing to give the men?" "There is a hogshead of Zoyland cider in the yard of yonder inn," said Sir Gervas. "Here, Dawson, do you take those gold sleeve links and give them to mine host in exchange. Broach the barrel, and let each man have his horn full. Sink me, if they shall fight with naught but cold water in them." "They will feel the need of it ere morning," said Saxon, as a score of pikemen hastened off to the inn. "The marsh air is chilling to the blood." "I feel cold already, and Covenant is stamping with it," said I. "Might we not, if we have time upon our hands, canter our horses down the line?" "Of a surety," Saxon answered gladly, "we could not do better." So shaking our bridles we rode off, our horses' hoofs striking fire from the flint-paved streets as we passed. Behind the horse, in a long line which stretched from the Eastover Gate, across the bridge, along the High Street, up the Cornhill, and so past the church to the Pig Cross, stood our foot, silent and grim, save when some woman's voice from the windows called forth a deep, short answer from the ranks. The fitful light gleamed on scythe's blade or gun barrel, and showed up the lines of rugged, hard-set faces, some of mere children with never a hair upon their cheeks, others of old men whose grey beards swept down to their crossbelts, but all bearing the same stamp of a dogged courage and a fierce, self-contained resolution. Here were still the fisher folk of the south. Here, too, were the fierce men from the Mendips, the wild hunters from Porlock Quay and Minehead, the poachers of Exmoor, the shaggy marshmen of Axbridge, the mountain men from the Quantocks, the serge and woolworkers of Devonshire, the graziers of Bampton, the redcoats. From the militia, the stout burghers of Taunton, and then, as the very bone and sinew of all, the brave smock-frocked peasants of the plains, who had turned up their jackets to the elbow, and exposed their brown and corded arms, as was their wont when good work had to be done. As I speak to you, dear children, 50 years rolls by like a mist in the morning, and I am riding once more down the winding street, and see again the serried ranks of my gallant companions. Brave hearts, they showed to all time how little training it takes to turn an Englishman into a soldier, and what manner of men are bred in those quiet, peaceful hamlets which dot the sunny slopes of the Somerset and Devon Downs. If ever it should be that England should be struck upon her knees, if those who fight her battles should have deserted her, and she should find herself unarmed in the presence of her enemy, let her take heart and remember that every village in the realm is a barrack, and that her real standing army is the hardy courage and simple virtue which stand ever in the breast of the humblest of her peasants. As we rode down the long line, a buzz of greeting and welcome rose now and again from the ranks as they recognized through the gloom Saxon's tall, gaunt figure. The clock was on the stroke of 11 as we returned to our own men, and at that very moment King Monmouth rode out from the inn where he was quartered and trotted with his staff down the high street. All cheering had been forbidden, but waving caps and brandished arms spoke the ardor of his devoted followers. No bugle was to sound the march, but as each received the word, the one in its rear followed its movements. The clatter and shuffle of hundreds of moving feet came nearer and nearer, until the frome men in front of us began to march, and we found ourselves fairly started upon the last journey which many of us were ever to take in this world. Our road lay across the Parrot, through Eastover, and so along the winding track past the spot where Derek met his fate, and the lonely cottage of the little maid. At the other side of this, the road becomes a mere pathway over the plain. A dense haze lay over the moor, gathering thickly in the hollows, and veiling both the town which we had left and the villages which we were approaching. Now and again it would lift for a few moments, and then I could see in the moonlight the long black writhing line of the army, with the shimmer of steel playing over it, and the rude white standards flapping in the night breeze. Far on the right a great fire was blazing, some farmhouse, doubtless, which the Tangiers devils had made spoil of. Very slow our march was, and very careful, for the plain was, as Sir Stephen Timewell had told us, cut across by great ditches or rines, which could not be passed save at some few places. These ditches were cut for the purpose of draining the marshes, and were many feet deep of water and of mud, so that even the horse could not cross them. The bridges were narrow, and some time passed before the army could get over. At last, however, the two main ones, the Black Ditch and the Langmoor Rhine, were safely traversed, and a halt was called while the foot was formed in line, for we had reason to believe that no other force lay between the royal camp and ourselves. So far our enterprise had succeeded admirably. We were within half a mile of the camp, without mistake or accident, and none of the enemy's scouts had shown sign of their presence. Clearly they held us in such contempt that it had never occurred to them that we might open the attack. If ever a general deserved a beating, it was Feversham that night. As he drew up upon the moor, the clock of Cheds struck 1. "Is it not glorious?" whispered Sir Gervas, as we reined up upon the further side of the Langmoor Rhine. "What is there on earth to compare with the excitement of this?" "You speak as though it were a cocking match or a bull baiting," I answered with some little coldness. "It is a solemn and a sad occasion. Win who will, English blood must soak the soil of England this night." "The more room for those who are left," said he lightly. "Mark over yonder the glow of their campfires amidst the fog. What was it that your seaman friend did recommend? Get the weather gauge of them and board, eh? Have you told that to the colonel?" "Nay, this is no time for quips and cranks," I answered gravely. "The chances are that few of us will ever see tomorrow's sun rise." "I have no great curiosity to see it," he remarked with a laugh. "It will be much as yesterday's. Zounds, though I have never risen to see one in my life, I have looked on many a hundred ere I went to bed." "I have told friend Reuben such few things as I should desire to be done in case I should fall," said I. "It has eased my mind much to know that I leave behind some word of farewell and little remembrance to all whom I have known. Is there no service of the sort which I can do for you?" "Hum," said he, musing. "If I go under, you can tell Araminta, nay, let the poor wench alone. Why should I send her messages which may plague her? Should you be in town, little Tommy Chichester would be glad to hear of the fun which we have had in Somerset. You will find him at the coca tree every day of the week between 2 and 4 of the clock. There is Mother Butterworth, too, whom I might commend to your notice. She was the queen of wet nurses, but alas, cruel time hath dried up her business, and she hath need of some little nursing herself." "If I live and you should fall, I shall do what may be done for her," said I. "Have you aught else to say?" "Only that Hacker of Paul's Yard is the best for vests," he answered. "It is a small piece of knowledge, yet like most other knowledge it hath been bought and paid for. One other thing, I have a trinket or two left which might serve as a gift for the pretty Puritan maid, should our friend lead her to the altar. Odds my life, but she will make him read some queer books. How now, Colonel, why are we stuck out on the moor like a row of herons among the sedges?" "They are ordering the line for the attack," said Saxon, who had ridden up during our conversation. "Donnerblitz, who ever saw a camp so exposed to an onfall? Oh, for 1,200 good horse, for an hour of Wessenberg's panders, would I not trample them down until their camp was like a field of young corn after a hailstorm." "May not our horse advance?" I asked. The old soldier gave a deep snort of disdain. "If this fight is to be won, it must be by our foot," said he. "What can we hope for from such cavalry? Keep your men well in hand, for we may have to bear the brunt of the king's dragoons. A flank attack would fall upon us, for we are in the post of honor." "There are troops to the right of us," I answered, peering through the darkness. "Aye, the Taunton burghers and the Frome peasants. Our brigade covers the right flank. Next us are the Mendip miners, nor could I wish for better comrades, if their zeal do not outrun their discretion. They are on their knees in the mud at this moment." "They will fight none the worse for that," I remarked, "but surely the troops are advancing." "Aye, aye," cried Saxon joyously, plucking out his sword and tying his handkerchief round the handle to strengthen his grip. "The hour has come, forwards." Very slowly and silently we crept on through the dense fog, our feet splashing and slipping in the sodden soil. With all the care which we could take, the advance of so great a number of men could not be conducted without a deep sonorous sound from the thousands of marching feet. Ahead of us were splotches of ruddy light twinkling through the fog, which marked the royal watchfires. Immediately in front, in a dense column, our own horse moved forwards. Of a sudden, out of the darkness, there came a sharp challenge and a shout, with the discharge of a carbine and the sound of galloping hoofs. Away down the line, we heard a ripple of shots. The first line of outposts had been reached. At the alarm, our horse charged forward with a huzzah, and we followed them as fast as our men could run. We had crossed 200 or 300 yards of moor, and could hear the blowing of the royal bugles quite close to us, when our horse came to a sudden halt, and our whole advance was at a standstill. "Sancta Maria!" cried Saxon, dashing forward with the rest of us to find out the cause of the delay. "We must on at any cost. A halt now will ruin our camisado." "Forwards, forwards!" cried Sir Gervas and I, waving our swords. "It is no use, gentlemen," cried a cornet of horse, wringing his hands. "We are undone and betrayed. There is a broad ditch without a ford in front of us, full 20 feet across." "Give me room for my horse, and I shall show ye the way across," cried the baronet, backing his steed. "Now, lads, who's for a jump?" "Nay, sir, for God's sake," said a trooper, laying his hand upon his bridle. "Sergeant Sexton hath sprung in even now, and horse and man have gone to the bottom." "Let us see it, then," cried Saxon, pushing his way through the crowd of horsemen. We followed close at his heels, until we found ourselves on the borders of the vast trench which impeded our advance. To this day I have never been able to make up my mind whether it was by chance or by treachery on the part of our guides that this fosse was overlooked, until we stumbled upon it in the dark. There are some who say that the Bussex Rhine, as it is called, is not either deep or broad, and was, therefore, unmentioned by the moorsmen, but that the recent constant rains had swollen it to an extent never before known. Others say that the guides had been deceived by the fog and taken a wrong course, whereas, had we followed another track, we might have been able to come upon the camp without crossing the ditch. However that may be, it is certain that we found it stretching in front of us, broad, black, and forbidding, full 20 feet from bank to bank, with the cap of the ill-fated sergeant just visible in the center as a mute warning to all who might attempt to ford it. "There must be a passage somewhere," cried Saxon furiously. "Every moment is worth a troop of horse to them. Where is my Lord Grey? Hath the guide met with his deserts?" "Major Hollies hath hurled the guide into the ditch," the young cornet answered. "My Lord Grey hath ridden along the bank seeking for a ford." I caught a pike out of a footman's hand and probed into the black oozy mud, standing myself up to the waist in it and holding Covenant's bridle in my left hand. Nowhere could I touch bottom or find any hope of solid foothold. "Here, fellow," cried Saxon, seizing a trooper by the arm. "Make for the rear. Gallop as though the devil were behind you. Bring up a pair of ammunition wagons, and we shall see whether we cannot bridge this infernal puddle. If a few of us could make a lodgment upon the other side, we might make it good until help came," said Sir Gervas, as the horseman galloped off upon his mission. All down the rebel line a fierce low roar of disappointment and rage showed that the whole army had met the same obstacle which hindered our attack. On the other side of the ditch, the drums beat, the bugles screamed, and the shouts and oaths of the officers could be heard as they marshaled their men. Glancing lights in Chedsey, Westonzoyland, and the other hamlets to left and right showed how fast the alarm was extending. Decimus Saxon rode up and down the edge of the fosse, pattering forth foreign oaths, grinding his teeth in his fury, and rising now and again in his stirrups to shake his gauntleted hands at the enemy. "For whom are ye?" shouted a hoarse voice out of the haze. "For the king," roared the peasants in answer. "For which king?" cried the voice. "For King Monmouth." "Let them have it, lads." And instantly a storm of musket bullets whistled and sung about our ears. As the sheet of flame sprang out of the darkness, the maddened, half-broken horses dashed wildly away across the plain, resisting the efforts of the riders to pull them up. There are some, indeed, who say that those efforts were not very strong, and that our troopers, disheartened at the check at the ditch, were not sorry to show their heels to the enemy. As to my Lord Grey, I can say truly that I saw him in the dim light among the flying squadrons, doing all that a brave cavalier could do to bring them to a stand. Away they went, however, thundering through the ranks of the foot and out over the moor, leaving their companions to bear the whole brunt of the battle. "On to your faces, men!" shouted Saxon, in a voice which rose high above the crash of the musketry and the cries of the wounded. The pikemen and scythesmen threw themselves down at his command, while the musketeers knelt in front of them, loading and firing, with nothing to aim at save the burning matches of the enemy's pieces, which could be seen twinkling through the darkness. All along, both to the right and the left, a rolling fire had broken out, coming in short, quick volleys from the soldiers and in a continuous confused rattle from the peasants. On the further wing, our 4 guns had been brought into play, and we could hear their dull growling in the distance. "Sing, brothers, sing," cried our stout-hearted chaplain, Master Joshua Pettigrew, bustling backwards and forwards among the prostrate ranks. "Let us call upon the Lord in our day of trial." The men raised a loud hymn of praise, which swelled into a great chorus as it was taken up by the Taunton burghers upon our right and the miners upon our left. At the sound, the soldiers on the other side raised a fierce huzzah, and the whole air was full of clamor. Our musketeers had been brought to the very edge of the Bussex Rhine, and the royal troops had also advanced as far as they were able, so that there were not 5 pikes' lengths between the lines. Yet that short distance was so impassable that, save for the more deadly fire, a quarter of a mile might have divided us. So near were we that the burning wads from the enemy's muskets flew in flakes of fire over our heads, and we felt upon our faces the hot, quick flush of their discharges. Yet though the air was alive with bullets, the aim of the soldiers was too high for our kneeling ranks, and very few of the men were struck. For our part, we did what we could to keep the barrels of our muskets from inclining upwards. Saxon, Sir Gervas, and I walked our horses up and down without ceasing, pushing them level with our sword blades, and calling on the men to aim steadily and slowly. The groans and cries from the other side of the ditch showed that some, at least, of our bullets had not been fired in vain. "We hold our own in this quarter," said I to Saxon. "It seems to me that their fire slackens." "It is their horse that I fear," he answered. "They can avoid the ditch, since they come from the hamlets on the flank. They may be upon us at any time." "Hullo, sir," shouted Sir Gervas, reining up his steed upon the very brink of the ditch, and raising his cap in salute to a mounted officer upon the other side. "Can you tell me if we have the honor to be opposed to the foot guards?" "We are Dumbarton's regiment, sir," cried the other. "We shall give ye good cause to remember having met us." "We shall be across presently to make your further acquaintance," Sir Gervas answered, and at the same moment rolled, horse and all, into the ditch, amid a roar of exultation from the soldiers. Half a dozen of his musketeers sprang instantly, waist-deep, into the mud and dragged our friend out of danger, but the charger, which had been shot through the heart, sank without a struggle. "There is no harm," cried the baronet, springing to his feet. "I would rather fight on foot like my brave musketeers." The men broke out a cheering at his words, and the fire on both sides became hotter than ever. It was a marvel to me, and to many more, to see these brave peasants with their mouths full of bullets, loading, priming, and firing as steadily as though they had been at it all their lives, and holding their own against a veteran regiment which has proved itself in other fields to be second to none in the army of England. The grey light of morning was stealing over the moor, and still the fight was undecided. The fog hung about us in feathery streaks, and the smoke from our guns drifted across in a dun-colored cloud, through which the long lines of red coats upon the other side of the Rhine loomed up like a battalion of giants. My eyes ached, and my lips prinkled with the smack of the powder. On every side of me men were falling fast, for the increased light had improved the aim of the soldiers. Our good chaplain, in the very midst of a psalm, had uttered a great shout of praise and thanksgiving, and so passed on to join those of his parishioners who were scattered round him upon the moor. Hope above Williams and Keeper Milson, under-officers, and among the stoutest men in the company, were both down, the one dead and the other sorely wounded, but still ramming down charges and spitting bullets into his gun barrel. The two Stukelys of Somerton, twins and lads of great promise, lay silently with grey faces turned to the grey sky, united in death as they had been in birth. Everywhere the dead lay thick amid the living. Yet no man flinched from his place, and Saxon still walked his horse among them with words of hope and praise, while his stern, deep-lined face and tall, sinewy figure were a very beacon of hope to the simple rustics. Such of my Scythus men as could handle a musket were thrown forward into the fighting line, and furnished with the arms and pouches of those who had fallen. Ever and anon, as the light waxed, I could note through the rifts in the smoke and the fog how the fight was progressing in other parts of the field. On the right, the heath was brown with the Taunton and Frome men, who, like ourselves, were lying down to avoid the fire. Along the borders of the Bussex Rhine, a deep fringe of their musketeers were exchanging murderous volleys, almost muzzle to muzzle, with the left wing of the same regiment with which we were engaged, which was supported by a second regiment in broad white facings, which I believe to have belonged to the Wiltshire militia. On either bank of the Black Trench, a thick line of dead, brown on the one side and scarlet on the other, served as a screen to their companions, who sheltered themselves behind them and rested their musket barrels upon their prostrate bodies. To the left amongst the withies lay 500 Mendip and Bagworthy miners, singing lustily, but so ill-armed that they had scarce one gun among 10, wherewith to reply to the fire which was poured into them. They could not advance, and they would not retreat, so they sheltered themselves as best they might, and waited patiently until their leaders might decide what was to be done. Further down for half a mile or more, the long rolling cloud of smoke, with petulant flashes of flame spurting out through it, showed that every one of our raw regiments was bearing its part manfully. The cannon on the left had ceased firing. The Dutch gunners had left the islanders to settle their own quarrels, and were scampering back to Bridgewater, leaving their silent pieces to the royal horse. The battle was in this state when there rose a cry of the King, and Monmouth rode through our ranks, bareheaded and wild-eyed, with Bice, Wade, and a dozen more beside him. They pulled up within a spear's length of me, and Saxon, spurring forward to meet them, raised his sword to the salute. I could not but mark the contrast between the calm, grave face of the veteran, composed yet alert, and the half-frantic bearing of the man whom we were compelled to look upon as our leader. "How think ye, Colonel Saxon?" he cried wildly. "How goes the fight? Is all well with ye? What an error, alas, what an error shall we draw off, how say you?" "We hold our own here, your majesty," Saxon answered. "Methinks, had we something after the nature of palisados or staccados, after the Swedish fashion, we might even make it good against the horse." "Ah, the horse," cried the unhappy Monmouth. "If we get over this, my Lord Grey shall answer for it. They ran like a flock of sheep. What leader could do anything with such troops? Oh, lackaday, lackaday, shall we not advance?" "There is no reason to advance, your majesty, now that the surprise has failed," said Saxon. "I had sent for carts to bridge over the trench, according to the plan which is commended in the treatise, De Vallis et Fossis, but they are useless now. We can but fight it out as we are." "To throw troops across would be to sacrifice them," said Wade. "We have lost heavily, Colonel Saxon, but I think from the look of yonder bank that ye have given a good account of the redcoats." "Stand firm, for God's sake, stand firm," cried Monmouth distractedly. "The horse have fled, and the cannoneers also. Oh, what can I do with such men? What shall I do? Alas, alas!" He set spurs to his horse and galloped off down the line, still wringing his hands and uttering his dismal wailings. "Oh, my children, how small, how very small a thing is death when weighed in the balance with dishonor. Had this man but borne his fate silently, as did the meanest footman who followed his banners, How proud and glad would we have been to have discoursed of him, our princely leader. But let him rest. The fears and agitations and petty fond emotions, which showed upon him as the breeze shows upon the water, are all stilled now for many a long year. Let us think of the kind heart, and forget the feeble spirit. As his escort trooped after him, the great German man-at-arms separated from them and turned back to us. I am weary of trotting up and down like a lustrator at a fair, said he. If I bide with ye, I am like to have my share of any fighting which is going. So steady, mein Liebchen. That ball grazed her tail, but she is too old a soldier to wince at trifles. Hullo, friend, where is your horse? At the bottom of the ditch, said Sir Gervas, scraping the mud off his dress with his sword blade. 'Tis now 2:30, he continued, and we have been at this child's play for an hour and more. With a line regiment too, it is not what I had looked forward to. You shall have something to console you anon, cried the German, with his eyes shining. Mein Gott, is it not splendid? Look to it, friend Saxon, look to it. It was no light matter which had so roused the soldiers' admiration. Out of the haze, which still lay thick upon our right, there twinkled here and there a bright gleam of silvery light, while a dull, thundering noise broke upon our ears like that of the surf upon a rocky shore. More and more frequent came the fitful flashes of steel. Louder and yet louder grew the hoarse-gathering tumult, until of a sudden the fog was rent, and the long lines of the royal cavalry broke out from it, wave after wave, rich in scarlet and blue and gold, as grand a sight as ever the eye rested upon. There was something in the smooth, steady sweep of so great a body of horsemen which gave the feeling of irresistible power. Rank after rank, and line after line, with waving standards, tossing monnets, and gleaming steel, they poured onwards, an army in themselves, with either flank still shrouded in the mist. As they thundered along, knee to knee and bridle to bridle, there came from them such a gust of deep-chested oaths, with the jangle of harness, the clash of steel, and the measured beat of multitudinous hoofs, that no man who hath not stood up against such a whirlwind, with nothing but a 7-foot pike in his hand, can know how hard it is to face it with a steady lip and a firm grip. But wonderful as was the sight, there was, as ye may guess, my dears, little time for us to gaze upon it. Saxon and the German flung themselves among the pikemen, and did all that men could do to thicken their array. Sir Gervas and I did the same with the Scythus men, who had been trained to form a triple front after the German fashion, one rank kneeling, one stooping, and one standing erect, with weapons advanced. Close to us the Taunton men had hardened into a dark sullen ring, bristling with steel, in the center of which might be seen and heard their venerable mayor, his long beard fluttering in the breeze, and his strident voice clanging over the field. Louder and louder grew the roar of the horse. Steady, my brave lads, cried Saxon in trumpet tones, dig the pike-butt into the earth, best it on the right foot, give not an inch, steady. A great shout went up from either side, and then the living wave broke over us. What hope is there to describe such a scene as that? The crashing of wood, the sharp gasping cries, the snorting of horses, the jar when the push of pike met with the sweep of sword. Who can hope to make another see that of which he himself carries away so vague and dim an impression? One who has acted in such a scene gathers no general sense of the whole combat, such as might be gained by a mere onlooker, but he has stamped forever upon his mind just the few incidents which may chance to occur before his own eyes. Thus my memories are confined to a swirl of smoke with steel caps and fierce, eager faces breaking through it, with the red gaping nostrils of horses and their pawing forefeet as they recoiled from the hedge of steel. I see, too, a young beardless lad, an officer of dragoons, crawling on hands and knees under the scythes, and I hear his groan as one of the peasants pinned him to the ground. I see a bearded, broad-faced trooper riding a grey horse just outside the fringe of the scythes, seeking for some entrance and screaming the while with rage. Small things imprint themselves upon a man's notice at such a time. I even marked the man's strong white teeth and pink gums. At the same time, I see a white-faced, thin-lipped man leaning far forward over his horse's neck and driving at me with his sword point, cursing the while as only a dragoon can curse. All these images start up as I think of that fierce rally, during which I hacked and cut and thrust at man and horse without a thought of parry or of guard. All round rose a fierce babel of shouts and cries, godly ejaculations from the peasants and oaths from the horsemen, with Saxon's voice above all imploring his pikemen to stand firm. Then the cloud of horsemen recoiled, circling off over the plain, and the shout of triumph from my comrades, and an open snuff-box thrust out in front of me, proclaimed that we had seen the back of as stout a squadron as ever followed a kettle-drum. But if we could claim it as a victory, the army in general could scarce say as much. None but the very pick of the troops could stand against the flood of heavy horses and steel-clad men. The Frome peasants were gone, swept utterly from the field. Many had been driven by pure weight and pressure into the fatal mud which had checked our advance. Many others, sorely cut and slashed, lay in ghastly heaps all over the ground which they had held. A few by joining our ranks had saved themselves from the fate of their companions. Further off the men of Taunton still stood fast, though in sadly diminished numbers. A long ridge of horses and cavaliers in front of them showed how stern had been the attack, and how fierce the resistance. On our left, the wild miners had been broken at the first rush, but had fought so savagely, throwing themselves upon the ground and stabbing upwards at the stomachs of the horses, that they had at last beaten off the dragoons. The Devonshire militiamen, however, had been scattered, and shared the fate of the men of Frome. During the whole of the struggle, the foot upon the further bank of the Bussex Rhine were pouring in a hail of bullets, which our musketeers, having to defend themselves against the horse, were unable to reply to. It needed no great amount of soldierly experience to see that the battle was lost, and that Monmouth's cause was doomed. It was broad daylight now, though the sun had not yet risen. Our cavalry was gone, our ordnance was silent, our line was pierced in many places, and more than one of our regiments had been destroyed. On the right flank, the Horse Guards Blue, the Tangiers Horse, and 2 dragoon regiments were forming up for a fresh attack. On the left, the Foot Guards had bridged the ditch and were fighting hand to hand with the men from North Somerset. In front, a steady fire was being poured into us, to which our reply was feeble and uncertain, for the powder carts had gone astray in the dark, and many were calling hoarsely for ammunition, while others were loading with pebbles instead of ball. Add to this that the regiments which still held their ground had all been badly shaken by the charge, and had lost a third of their number. Yet the brave clowns sent up cheer after cheer, and shouted words of encouragement and homely jests to each other, as though a battle were but some rough game which must as a matter of course be played out, while there was a player left to join in it. "Is Captain Clarke there?" cried Decimus Saxon, riding up with his sword-arm flecked with blood. "Ride over to Sir Stephen Timewell and tell him to join his men to ours. Apart we shall be broken, together we may stand another charge." Setting spurs to Covenant, I rode over to our companions and delivered the message. Sir Stephen, who had been struck by a petronel bullet and wore a crimsoned kerchief bound round his snow-white head, saw the wisdom of the advice and moved his townsmen as directed. His musketeers, being better provided with powder than ours, did good service by keeping down for a time the deadly fire from across the fosse. "Who would have thought it of him?" cried Sir Stephen, with flashing eyes, as Bice and Saxon rode out to meet him. "What think ye now of our noble monarch, our champion of the Protestant cause?" "He is no very great creature," said Bice, "yet perhaps it may be from want of habit as much as from want of courage." "Courage?" cried the old mayor in a voice of scorn. "Look over yonder and behold your king." He pointed out over the moor with a finger which shook as much from anger as from age. There, far away, showing up against the dark, peat-colored soil, rode a gaily dressed cavalier, followed by a knot of attendants, galloping as fast as his horse would carry him from the field of battle. There was no mistaking the fugitive. It was the recreant Monmouth. "Hush!" cried Saxon, as we all gave a cry of horror and execration. "Do not dishearten our brave lads. Cowardice is catching and will run through an army like the putrid fever." "Dare fair Zige," cried Bice, grinding his teeth, "and the brave country folk, it is too much." "Stand to your pikes, men," roared Saxon in a voice of thunder, and we had scarce time to form our square and throw ourselves inside of it, before the whirlwind of horse was upon us once more. When the Taunton men had joined us, a weak spot had been left in our ranks, and through this in an instant the Blue Guards smashed their way, pouring through the opening and cutting fiercely to right and left. The burghers on the one side, and our own men on the other, replied by savage stabs from their pikes and scythes, which emptied many a saddle. But while the struggle was at its hottest, the king's cannon opened for the first time with a deafening roar upon the other side of the Rhine, and a storm of balls plowed their way through our dense ranks, leaving furrows of dead and wounded. Behind them, at the same moment, a great cry of "Powder, for Christ's sake, powder!" arose from the musketeers whose last charge had been fired. Again the cannon roared, and again our men were mowed down, as though death himself with his scythe were amongst us. At last our ranks were breaking. In the very center of the pikemen's steel caps were gleaming, and broadswords rising and falling. The whole body was swept back 200 paces or more, struggling furiously the while, and was there mixed with other like bodies which had been dashed out of all semblance of military order, and yet refused to fly. Men of Devon, of Dorset, of Wiltshire, and of Somerset, trodden down by horse, slashed by dragoons, dropping by scores under the rain of bullets, still fought on with a dogged, desperate courage for a ruined cause and a man who had deserted them. Everywhere, as I glanced around me, were set faces, clenched teeth, yells of rage and defiance, but never a sound of fear or of submission. Some clambered up upon the cruppers of the riders and dragged them backwards from their saddles. Others lay upon their faces and hamstrung the chargers with their scythe blades, stabbing the horsemen before they could disengage themselves. Again and again, the guards crashed through them from side to side, and yet the shattered ranks closed up behind them and continued the long-drawn struggle. So hopeless was it, and so pitiable, that I could have found it in my heart to wish that they would break and fly, were it not that on the broad moor there was no refuge which they could make for. And all this time, while they struggled and fought, blackened with powder and parched with thirst, spilling their blood as though it were water, the man who called himself their king was spurring over the countryside with a loose rein and a quaking heart, his thoughts centered upon saving his own neck, come what might to his gallant followers. Large numbers of the foot fought to the death, neither giving nor receiving quarter, but at last, scattered, broken, and without ammunition, the main body of the peasants dispersed and fled across the moor, closely followed by the horse. Saxon, Bice, and I had done all that we could to rally them once more, and had cut down some of the foremost of the pursuers, when my eye fell suddenly upon Sir Gervas, standing hatless with a few of his musketeers in the midst of a swarm of dragoons. Spurring our horses, we cut away to his rescue, and laid our swords about us until we had cleared off his assailants for the moment. "Jump up behind me," I cried, "we can make good our escape." He looked up smiling and shook his head. "I stay with my company," said he. "Your company?" Saxon cried. "Why, man, you are mad. Your company is cut off to the last man." "That's what I mean," he answered, flicking some dirt from his cravat. "Don't ye mind, look out for yourselves. Goodbye, Clarke. Present my compliments to—" The dragoons charged down upon us again. We were all borne backwards, fighting desperately, and when we could look round, the baronet was gone forever. We heard afterwards that the king's troops found upon the field a body which they mistook for that of Monmouth, on account of the effeminate grace of the features and the richness of the attire. No doubt it was that of our undaunted friend, Sir Gervas Jerome, a name which shall ever be dear to my heart. When 10 years afterwards, we heard much of the gallantry of the young courtiers of the household of the French king, and of the sprightly courage with which they fought against us in the lowlands, at Steinkirk and elsewhere, I have always thought, from my recollection of Sir Gervas, that I knew what manner of men they were. And now it was every man for himself. In no part of the field did the insurgents continue to resist. The first rays of the sun, shining slantwise across the great dreary plain, lit up the long line of the scarlet battalions, and glittered upon the cruel swords which rose and fell among the struggling drove of resistless fugitives. The German had become separated from us in the tumult, and we knew not whether he lived or was slain, though long afterwards we learned that he made good his escape, only to be captured with the ill-fated Duke of Monmouth. Grey, Wade, Ferguson, and others had contrived also to save themselves, while Stephen Timewell lay in the midst of a stern ring of his hard-faced burghers, dying as he had lived, a gallant Puritan Englishman. All this we learned afterwards. At present we rode for our lives across the moor, followed by a few scattered bodies of horse, who soon abandoned their pursuit in order to fasten upon some more easy prey. We were passing a small clump of older bushes when a loud manly voice raised in prayer attracted our attention. Pushing aside the branches, we came upon a man, seated with his back up against a great stone, cutting at his own arm with a broad-bladed knife, and giving forth the Lord's Prayer the while, without a pause or a quiver in his tone. As he glanced up from his terrible task, we both recognized him as one Hollis, whom I have mentioned as having been with Cromwell at Dunbar. His arm had been half severed by a cannonball, and he was quietly completing the separation in order to free himself from the dangling and useless limb. Even Saxon, used as he was to all the forms and incidents of war, stared open-eyed and aghast at this strange surgery. But the man, with a short nod of recognition, went grimly forward with his task, until, even as we gazed, he separated the last shred which held it and lay over with blanched lips which still murmured the prayer. We could do little to help him, and indeed, might by our halt attract his pursuers to his hiding place. So, throwing him down my flask half filled with water, we hastened on upon our way. O war, my children, what a terrible thing it is! How are men cozened and cheated by the rare trappings and prancing steeds, by the empty terms of honor and of glory, until they forget in the outward tinsel and show the real ghastly horror of the accursed thing. Think not of the dazzling squadrons, nor of the spirit-stirring blare of the trumpets, but think of that lonely man under the shadow of the alders, and of what he was doing in a Christian age and a Christian land. Surely I, who have grown grey in harness, and who have seen as many fields as I have years of my life, should be the last to preach upon this subject, and yet I can clearly see that, in honesty, men must either give up war, or else they must confess that the words of the Redeemer are too lofty for them, and that there is no longer any use in pretending that his teaching can be reduced to practice. I have seen a Christian minister blessing a cannon which had just been founded, and another blessing a warship as it glided from the slips. They, the so-called representatives of Christ, blessed these engines of destruction, which cruel man has devised to destroy and tear his fellow worms. What would we say if we read in Holy Writ of our Lord, having blessed the battering rams and the catapults of the legions? Would we think that it was in agreement with his teaching? But there, as long as the heads of the church wander away so far from the spirit of its teaching as to live in palaces and drive in carriages, what wonder if, with such examples before them, the lower clergy overstep at times the lines laid down by their great master. Looking back from the summit of the low hills which lie to the westward of the moor, we could see the cloud of horsemen streaming over the bridge of the Parrett and into the town of Bridgewater, with the helpless drove of fugitives still flying in front of them. We had pulled up our horses and were looking sadly and silently back at the fatal plain, when the thud of hoofs fell upon our ears, and turning round, we found 2 horsemen in the dress of the guards riding towards us. They had made a circuit to cut us off, for they were riding straight for us with drawn swords and eager gestures. More slaughter, I said wearily. Why will they force us to it? Saxon glanced keenly from beneath his drooping lids at the approaching horsemen, and a grim smile wreathed his face in 1,000 lines and wrinkles. It is our friend who set the hounds upon our track at Salisbury, he said. This is a happy meeting. I have a score to settle with him. It was, indeed, the hot-headed young comet whom we had met at the outset of our adventures. Some evil chance had led him to recognize the tall figure of my companion as we rode from the field, and to follow him in the hope of obtaining revenge for the humiliation which he had met with at his hands. The other was a lance corporal, a man of square soldierly build, riding a heavy black horse with a white blaze upon its forehead. Saxon rode slowly towards the officer, while the trooper and I fixed our eyes upon each other. Well, boy, I heard my companion say, I trust that you have learned to fence since we met last. The young guardsman gave a snarl of rage at the taunt, and an instant afterwards the clink of their sword blades showed that they had met. For my own part, I dared not spare a glance upon them, for my opponent attacked me with such fury that it was all that I could do to keep him off. No pistol was drawn upon either side. It was an honest contest of steel against steel. So constant were the corporal's thrusts, now at my face, now at my body, that I had never an opening for one of the heavy cuts which might have ended the matter. Our horses spun round each other, biting and pawing, while we thrust and parried, until at last, coming together knee to knee, we found ourselves within sword point, and grasped each other by the throat. He plucked a dagger from his belt and struck it into my left arm, but I dealt him a blow with my gauntleted hand, which smote him off his horse and stretched him speechless upon the plain. Almost at the same moment, the cornet dropped from his horse, wounded in several places. Saxon sprang from his saddle, and picking the soldier's dagger from the ground, would have finished them both had I not jumped down also and restrained him. He flashed round upon me with so savage a face that I could see that the wild beast nature within him was fairly roused. "What hast thou to do?" he snarled. "Let go." "Nay, nay, blood enough hath been shed," said I. "Let them lie." "What mercy would they have had upon us?" he cried passionately, struggling to get his wrist free. "They have lost and must pay forfeit." "Not in cold blood," I said firmly. "I shall not abide it." "Indeed, your lordship," he sneered, with the devil peeping out through his eyes. With a violent wrench he freed himself from my grasp, and springing back, picked up the sword which he had dropped. "What then?" I asked, standing on my guard astride of the wounded man. He stood for a minute or more looking at me from under his heavy-hung brows, with his whole face writhing with passion. Every instant I expected that he would fly at me, but at last, with a gulp in his throat, he sheathed his rapier with a sharp clang and sprang back into the saddle. "We part here," he said coldly. "I have twice been on the verge of slaying you, and the third time might be too much for my patience. You are no fit companion for a cavalier of fortune. Join the clergy, lad. It is your vocation." "Is this Decimus Saxon who speaks, or is it Will Spotterbridge?" I asked, remembering his jest concerning his ancestry, but no answering smile came upon his rugged face. Gathering up his bridle in his left hand, he shot one last malignant glance at the bleeding officer and galloped off along one of the tracks which lead to the southward. I stood gazing after him, but he never sent so much as a hand-wave back, riding on with a rigid neck until he vanished in a dip in the moor. "There goes one friend," thought I sadly, "and all forsooth because I will not stand by and see a helpless man's throat cut. Another friend is dead on the field. A third, the oldest and dearest of all, lies wounded at Bridgewater at the mercy of a brutal soldiery. If I return to my home, I do but bring trouble and danger to those whom I love. Whither shall I turn?" For some minutes I stood irresolute beside the prostrate guardsmen, while Covenant strolled slowly along cropping the scanty herbage, and turning his dark full eyes towards me from time to time, as though to assure me that one friend at least was steadfast. Northward I looked at the Polden Hills, southwards at the Blackdowns, westward at the long blue range of the Quantocks, and eastward at the broad fen country, but nowhere could I see any hope of safety. Truth to say, I felt sick at heart, and cared little for the time whether I escaped or no. A muttered oath followed by a groan roused me from my meditations. The corporal was sitting up rubbing his head with a look of stupid astonishment upon his face, as though he were not very sure either of where he was or how he came there. The officer, too, had opened his eyes and shown other signs of returning consciousness. His wounds were clearly of no very serious nature. There was no danger of their pursuing me even should they wish to do so, for their horses had trotted off to join the numerous other riderless steeds who were wandering all over the moorlands. I mounted, therefore, and rode slowly away, saving my good charger as much as possible, for the morning's work had already told somewhat heavily upon him. There were many scattered bodies of horse riding hither and thither over the marshes, but I was able to avoid them, and trotted onwards, keeping to the waste country until I found myself 8 or 10 miles from the battlefield. The few cottages and houses which I passed were deserted, and many of them bore signs of having been plundered. Not a peasant was to be seen. The evil fame of Kirke's lambs had chased away all those who had not actually taken arms. At last, after riding for 3 hours, I bethought me that I was far enough from the main line of pursuit to be free from danger, so I chose out a sheltered spot where a clump of bushes overhung a little brook. There, seated upon a bank of velvet moss, I rested my weary limbs and tried to wash the stains of battle from my person. It was only now, when I could look quietly at my own attire, that it was brought home to me how terrible the encounter must have been in which I had been engaged, and how wonderful it was that I had come off so scatheless. Of the blows which I had struck in the fight I had faint remembrance, yet they must have been many and terrible, for my sword edge was as jagged and turned as though I had hacked for an hour at an iron bar. From head to foot I was splashed and crimsoned with blood, partly my own, but mostly that of others. My headpiece was dinted with blows. A petronel bullet had glanced off my front plate, striking it at an angle, and had left a broad groove across it. 2 or 3 other cracks and stars showed where the good sheet of proof steel had saved me. My left arm was stiff and well-nigh powerless from the corporal's stab, but on stripping off my doublet and examining the place, I found that though there had been much bleeding, the wound was on the outer side of the bone, and was therefore of no great import. A kerchief dipped in water and bound tightly round it eased the smart and staunched the blood. Beyond this scratch I had no injuries, though from my own efforts I felt as stiff and sore all over as though I had been well cudgelled, and the slight wound got in Wells Cathedral had reopened and was bleeding. With a little patience and cold water, however, I was able to dress it, and to tie myself up as well as any chirurgeon in the kingdom. Having seen to my injuries, I had now to attend to my appearance, for in truth I might have stood for one of those gory giants with whom the worthy Don Bellianes of Greece and other stout champions were wont to contend. No woman or child but would have fled at the sight of me, for I was as red as the parish butcher when Martinmas is nigh. A good wash, however, in the brook soon removed those traces of war, and I was able to get the marks off my breastplate and boots. In the case of my clothes, however, it was so hopeless to clean them that I gave it up in despair. My good old horse had been never so much as grazed by steel or bullet, so that with a little watering and tending he was soon as fresh as ever, and we turned our backs on the streamlet a better favoured pair than we had approached it. It was now going on to midday, and I began to feel very hungry, for I had tasted nothing since the evening before. 2 or 3 houses stood in a cluster upon the moor, but the blackened walls and scorched thatch showed that it was hopeless to expect anything from them. Once or twice I spied folk in the fields or on the roadway, but at sight of an armed horseman they ran for their lives, diving into the brushwood like wild animals. At one place, where a high oak tree marked the meeting of 3 roads, 2 bodies dangling from one of the branches showed that the fears of the villagers were based upon experience. These poor men had in all likelihood been hanged because the amount of their little hoardings had not come up to the expectations of their plunderers, or because, having given all to one band of robbers, they had nothing with which to appease the next. At last, when I was fairly weary of my fruitless search for food, I espied a windmill standing upon a green hill at the other side of some fields. Judging from its appearance that it had escaped the general pillage, I took the pathway which branched away to it from the high road. Note J. Appendix. Chapter 33 of my perilous adventure at the mill. At the base of the mill there stood a shed which was evidently used to stall the horses which brought the farmer's grain. Some grass was heaped up inside it, so I loosened Covenant's girths and left him to have a hearty meal. The mill itself appeared to be silent and empty. I climbed the steep wood ladder, and pushing the door open, walked into a round stone-flagged room, from which a second ladder led to the loft above. On one side of this chamber was a long wooden box, and all round the walls were ranged rows of sacks full of flour. In the fireplace stood a pile of faggots ready for lighting, so with the aid of my tinderbox I soon had a cheerful blaze. Taking a large handful of flour from the nearest bag, I moistened it with water from a pitcher, and having rolled it out into a flat cake, proceeded to bake it, smiling the while to think of what my mother would say to such rough cookery. Very sure I am that Patrick Lamb himself, whose book, The Complete Court Cook, was ever in the dear soul's left hand while she stirred and basted with her right, could not have turned out a dish which was more to my taste at the moment, for I had not even patience to wait for the browning of it, but snapped it up and devoured it half-hot. I then rolled a second one, and having placed it before the fire and drawn my pipe from my pocket, I set myself to smoke, waiting with all the philosophy which I could muster until it should be ready. I was lost in thought, brooding sadly over the blow which the news would be to my father, when I was startled by a loud sneeze, which sounded as though it were delivered in my very ear. I started to my feet and gazed all round me, but there was nothing save the solid wall behind and the empty chamber before. I had almost come to persuade myself that I had been the creature of some delusion, when again a crashing sneeze, louder and more prolonged than the last, broke upon the silence. Could someone be hid in one of the bags? Drawing my sword, I walked round, pricking the great flour sacks, but without being able to find cause for the sound. I was still marveling over the matter when a most extraordinary chorus of gasps, snorts, and whistles broke out, with cries of "Oh, Holy Mother, blessed Redeemer," and other such exclamations. This time there could be no doubt as to whence the uproar came. Rushing up to the great chest upon which I had been seated, I threw back the heavy lid and gazed in. It was more than half full of flour, in the midst of which was floundering some creature, which was so coated and caked with the white powder that it would have been hard to say that it was human were it not for the pitiable cries which it was uttering. Stooping down, I dragged the man from his hiding place, when he dropped upon his knees upon the floor and yelled for mercy, raising such a cloud of dust from every wriggle of his body that I began to cough and to sneeze. As the skin of powder began to scale off from him, I saw to my surprise that he was no miller or peasant, but was a man-at-arms with a huge sword girt to his side, looking at present not unlike a frosted icicle, and a great steel-faced breastplate. His steel cap had remained behind in the flour bin, and his bright red hair, the only touch of color about him, stood straight up in the air with terror as he implored me to spare his life. Thinking that there was something familiar about his voice, I drew my hand across his face, which set him yelling as though I had slain him. There was no mistaking the heavy cheeks and the little greedy eyes. It was none other than Master Tetheridge, the noisy town clerk of Taunton. But how much changed from the town clerk whom we had seen strutting, in all the pomp and bravery of his office, before the good mayor on the day of our coming to Somersetshire. Where now was the ruddy colour like a pippin in September? Where was the assured manner and the manly port? As he knelt, his great jack-boots clicked together with apprehension, and he poured forth in a piping voice, like that of a Lincoln's Inn mumper, a string of pleadings, excuses, and entreaties, as though I were Feversham in person, and was about to order him to instant execution. "I am but a poor scrivener man, your serene highness," he bawled. "Indeed, I am a most unhappy clerk, your honor, who has been driven into these courses by the tyranny of those above him. A more loyal man, your grace, never wore neat's leather, but when the mayor says yes, can the clerk say no? Spare me, your lordship. Spare a most penitent wretch, whose only prayer is that he may be allowed to serve King James to the last drop of his blood." "Do you renounce the Duke of Monmouth?" I asked in a stern voice. "I do from my heart," said he fervently. "Then prepare to die," I roared, whipping out my sword, for I am one of his officers. At the sight of the steel, the wretched clerk gave a perfect bellow of terror, and falling upon his face, he wriggled and twisted, until looking up, he perceived that I was laughing. On that he crawled up onto his knees once more, and from that to his feet, glancing at me askance, as though by no means assured of my intentions. "You must remember me, Master Tetheridge," I said. "I am Captain Clarke, of Saxon's regiment of Wiltshire Foot. I am surprised, indeed, that you should have fallen away from that allegiance to which you did not only swear yourself, but did administer the oath to so many others." "Not a whit, Captain, not a whit," he answered, resuming his old bantamcock manner as soon as he saw that there was no danger. "I am upon oath as true and as leal a man as ever I was." "That I can fully believe," I answered. "I did but dissimulate," he continued, brushing the flour from his person. "I did but practice that cunning of the serpent which should in every warrior accompany the courage of the lion. You have read your Homer, doubtless. I too have had a touch of the humanities. I am no mere rough soldier, however stoutly I can hold mine own at sword-play. Master Ulysses is my type, even as thine, I take it, is Master Ajax." "Methinks that Master Jack-in-the-Box would fit you better," said I. "Wilt have a half of this cake? How came you in the flour bin?" "Why, marry, in this wise," he answered, with his mouth full of dough. "It was a wile or ruse, after the fashion of the greatest commanders, who have always been famous for concealing their movements and lurking where they were least expected. For when the fight was lost, and I had cut and hacked until my arm was weary and my edge blunted, I found that I was left alone alive of all the Taunton men. Were we on the field, you could see where I had stood by the ring of slain, which would be found within the sweep of my sword arm. Finding that all was lost, and that our rogues were fled, I mounted our worthy mayor's charger, seeing that the gallant gentleman had no further need for it, and rode slowly from the field. I promise you that there was that in my eye and bearing which prevented their horse from making too close a pursuit of me. One trooper did indeed throw himself across my path, but mine old backhanded cut was too much for him. Alas, I have much upon my conscience. I have made both widows and orphans. Why will they brave me when, God of mercy, what is that? "'Tis but my horse in the stall below," I answered. "I thought it was the dragoons," quoth the clerk, wiping away the drops which had started out upon his brow. "You and I would have gone forth and smitten them." "Or climbed into the flour bin," said I. "I have not yet made clear to you how I came there," he continued. "Having ridden, then, some leagues from the field, and noting this windmill, it did occur to me that a stout man might single-handed make it good against a troop of horse. We have no great love of flight, we Tetheridges. It may be mere empty pride, and yet the feeling runs strong in the family. We have a fighting strain in us ever since my kinsman followed Ayrton's army as a sutler. I pulled up, therefore, and had dismounted to take my observations, when my brute of a charger gave the bridle a twitch, jerked itself free, and was off in an instant over hedges and ditches. I had, therefore, only my good sword left to trust to. I climbed up the ladder, and was engaged in planning how the defense could best be conducted, when I heard the clank of hoofs, and on the top of it you did ascend from below. I retired at once into ambush, from which I should assuredly have made a sudden outfall or sally, had the flour not so choked my breathing that I felt as though I had a 2-pound loaf stuck in my gizzard. For myself, I am glad that it has so come about, for in my blind wrath I might unwittingly have done you an injury. Hearing the clank of your sword as you did come up the ladder, I did opine that you were one of King James's minions, the captain, perchance, of some troop in the fields below." "All very clear and explicit, Master Tetheridge," said I, relighting my pipe. "No doubt your demeanor when I did draw you from your hiding-place was also a mere cloak for your valor, but enough of that. It is to the future that we have to look. What are your intentions?" "To remain with you, Captain," said he. "Nay, that you shall not," I answered. "I have no great fancy for your companionship. Your overflowing valor may bring me into ruffles which I had otherwise avoided." "Nay, nay, I shall moderate my spirit," he cried. "In such troublous times you will find yourself none the worse for the company of a tried fighting man." "Tried and found wanting," said I, weary of the man's braggart talk. "I tell you I will go alone." "Nay, you need not be so hot about it," he exclaimed, shrinking away from me. "In any case, we had best stay here until nightfall, when we may make our way to the coast." "That is the first mark of sense that you have shown," said I. "The king's horse will find enough to do with the Zoyland cider and the Bridgewater ale. If we can pass through, I have friends on the north coast who would give us a lift in their lugger as far as Holland. This help I will not refuse to give you, since you are my fellow in misfortune. I would that Saxon had stayed with me. I fear he will be taken." "If you mean Colonel Saxon," said the clerk, "I think that he also is one who hath much guile as well as valor. A stern, fierce soldier he was, as I know well, having fought back to back with him for 40 minutes by the clock, against a troop of Sarsfield's horse. Plain of speech he was, and perhaps a trifle inconsiderate of the honor of a cavalier, but in the field it would have been well for the army had they had more such commanders." "You say truly," I answered, "but now that we have refreshed ourselves, it is time that we bethought us of taking some rest, since we may have far to travel this night. I would that I could lay my hand upon a flagon of ale." "I would gladly drink to our further acquaintanceship in the same," said my companion, "but as to the matter of slumber that may be readily arranged. If you ascend that ladder, you will find in the loft a litter of empty sacks, upon which you can repose. For myself, I will stay down here for a while and cook myself another cake." "Do you remain on watch for 2 hours, and then arouse me," I replied. "I shall then keep guard whilst you sleep." He touched the hilt of his sword as a sign that he would be true to his post, so not without some misgivings I climbed up into the loft, and throwing myself upon the rude couch, was soon in a deep and dreamless slumber, lulled by the low, mournful groaning and creaking of the sails. I was awoken by steps beside me, and found that the little clerk had come up the ladder and was bending over me. I asked him if the time had come for me to rouse, on which he answered in a strange, quavering voice that I had yet an hour, and that he had come up to see if there was any service which he could render me. I was too weary to take much note of his slinking manner and pallid cheeks, so thanking him for his attention, I turned over and was soon asleep once more. My next waking was a rougher and a sterner one. There came a sudden rush of heavy feet up the ladder, and a dozen red coats swarmed into the room. Springing on to my feet, I put out my hand for the sword which I had laid already by my side, but the trusty weapon had gone. It had been stolen whilst I slumbered. Unarmed and taken at a vantage, I was struck down and pinioned in a moment. One held a pistol to my head and swore that he would blow my brains out if I stirred, while the others wound a coil of rope round my body and arms, until Samson himself could scarce have got free. Feeling that my struggles were of no possible avail, I lay silent and waited for whatever was to come. Neither now nor at any time, dear children, have I laid great store upon my life, but far less then than now, for each of you are tiny tendrils which bind me to this world. Yet, when I think of the other dear ones who are waiting for me on the further shore, I do not think that even now death would seem an evil thing in my eyes. What a hopeless and empty thing would life be without it. Having lashed my arms, the soldiers dragged me down the ladder, as though I had been a truss of hay, into the room beneath, which was also crowded with troopers. In one corner was the wretched scrivener, a picture of abject terror, with chattering teeth and trembling knees, only prevented from falling upon the floor by the grasp of a stalwart corporal. In front of him stood two officers, one a little hard brown man with dark twinkling eyes and an alert manner, the other tall and slender, with a long golden mustache, which drooped down halfway to his shoulders. The former had my sword in his hand, and they were both examining the blade curiously. "It is a good bit of steel, Dick," said one, putting the point against the stone floor and pressing down until he touched it with the handle. "See, with what a snap it rebounds. No maker's name, but the date 1638 is stamped upon the pommel. Where did you get it, fellow?" he asked, fixing his keen gaze upon my face. "It was my father's before me," I answered. "Then I trust that he drew it in a better quarrel than his son hath done," said the taller officer with a sneer. "In as good, though not in a better," I returned. "That sword hath always been drawn for the rights and liberties of Englishmen, and against the tyranny of kings and the bigotry of priests." "What a tag for a playhouse, Dick," cried the officer. "How doth it run? The bigotry of kings and the tyranny of priests. Why, if well delivered by Betterton close up to the footlights, with one hand upon his heart and the other pointing to the sky, I warrant the pit would rise at it." "Very like," said the other, twirling his mustache. "But we have no time for fine speeches now. What are we to do with the little one?" "Hang him," the other answered carelessly. "No, no, your most gracious honours," howled Master Tetheridge, suddenly writhing out of the corporal's grip and flinging himself upon the floor at their feet. "Did I not tell ye where ye could find one of the stoutest soldiers of the rebel army? Did not I guide ye to him? Did not I even creep up and remove his sword, lest any of the king's subjects be slain in the taking of him? Surely, surely, ye would not use me so scurvily when I have done ye these services. Have I not made good my words? Is he not as I described him, a giant in stature and of wondrous strength? The whole army will bear me out in it, that he was worth any two in single fight. I have given him over to ye. Surely ye will let me go." "Very well delivered, plaguily so," quoth the little officer, clapping the palm of one hand softly against the back of the other. The emphasis was just, and the enunciation clear. "A little further back towards the wings, corporal, if you please. Thank you. Now, Dick, it is your cue." "Nay, John, you are too absurd," cried the other impatiently. "The mask and the buskins are well enough in their place, but you look upon the play as a reality, and upon the reality as but a play. What this reptile hath said is true. We must keep faith with him if we wish that others of the country folk should give up the fugitives. There is no help for it." "For myself, I believe in Jeddart law," his companion answered. "I would hang the man first, and then discuss the question of our promise. However, pink me if I will obtrude my opinion on any man." "Nay, it cannot be," the taller said. "Corporal, do you take him down. Henderson will go with you. Take from him that plate and sword, which his mother would wear with as good a grace. And hark ye, corporal, a few touches of thy stirrup leathers across his fat shoulders might not be amiss, as helping him to remember the king's dragoons. My treacherous companion was dragged off, struggling and yelping, and presently a series of piercing howls, growing fainter and fainter as he fled before his tormentors, announced that the hint had been taken. The two officers rushed to the little window of the mill and roared with laughter, while the troopers, peeping furtively over their shoulders, could not restrain themselves from joining in their mirth, from which I gathered that Master Tetheridge, as, spurred on by fear, he hurled his fat body through hedges and into ditches, was a somewhat comical sight. "And now for the other," said the little officer, turning away from the window and wiping the tears of laughter from his face. "That beam over yonder would serve our purpose. Where is Hangman Broderick, the Jack-Ketch of the Royals?" "Here I am, sir," responded a sullen, heavy-faced trooper, shuffling forward. "I have a rope here with a noose." "Throw it over the beam, then. What is amiss with your hand, you clumsy rogue, that you should wear linen round it?" "May it please you, sir," the man answered, "it was all through an ungrateful, prick-eared Presbyterian knave whom I hung at Garmach. I had done all that could be done for him. Had he been at Tyburn, he could scarce have met with more attention. Yet when I did put my hand to his neck, to see that all was as it should be, he did fix me with his teeth, and hath gnawed a great piece from my thumb." "I am sorry for you," said the officer. "You know, no doubt, that the human bite under such circumstances is as deadly as that of the mad dog, so that you may find yourself snapping and barking one of these fine mornings. Nay, turn not pale. I have heard you preach patience and courage to your victims. You are not afraid of death." "Not of any Christian death, your honor. Yet 10 shillings a week is scarce enough to pay a man for an end like that." "Nay, it is all a lottery," remarked the captain cheerily. "I have heard that in these cases a man is so drawn up that his heels do beat a tattoo against the back of his head, but mayhap it is not as painful as it would appear. Meanwhile, do you proceed to do your office." 3 or 4 troopers caught me by the arms, but I shook them off as best I might, and walked with, as I trust, a steady step and a cheerful face under the beam, which was a great smoke-blackened rafter passing from one side of the chamber to the other. The rope was thrown over this, and the noose placed round my neck with trembling fingers by the hangman, who took particular care to keep beyond the range of my teeth. 6 dragoons seized the further end of the coil and stood ready to swing me into eternity. Through all my adventurous life, I have never been so close upon the threshold of death as at that moment, and yet I declare to you that, terrible as my position was, I could think of nothing but the tattoo marks upon old Solomon Sprent's arm, and the cunning fashion in which he had interwoven the red and the blue. Yet I was keenly alive to all that was going on around me. The scene of the bleak stone-floored room, the single narrow window, the 2 lounging elegant officers, the pile of arms in the corner, and even the texture of the coarse red serge and the patterns of the great brass buttons upon the sleeve of the man who held me, are all stamped clearly upon my mind. "We must do our work with order," remarked the taller captain, taking a notebook from his pocket. "Colonel Sarsfield may desire some details. Let me see, this is the 17th, is it not?" 4 at the farm and 5 at the crossroads," the other answered, counting upon his fingers. "Then there was the one whom we shot in the hedge, and the wounded one who nearly saved himself by dying, and the 2 in the grove under the hill. I can remember no more, save those who were strung up in Bridgewater immediately after the action." "It is well to do it in an orderly fashion," quoth the other, scribbling in his book. "It is very well for Kirke and his men, who are half-Moors themselves, to hang and to slaughter without discrimination or ceremony, but we should set them a better example. What is your name, sirrah?" "My name is Captain Micah Clarke," I answered. The 2 officers looked at each other, and the smaller one gave a long whistle. "It is the very man," said he. "This comes of asking questions. Rat me, if I had not misgivings that it might prove to be so. They said that he was large of limb." "Tell me, sirrah, have you ever known one Major Ogilvy of the Horse Guards Blue?" asked the captain. Seeing that I had the honor of taking him prisoner, I replied, and seeing also that he hath shared soldiers' fare and quarters with me ever since, I think I may fairly say that I do know him." "Cast loose the cord," said the officer, and the hangman reluctantly slipped the cord over my head once more. "Young man, you are surely reserved for something great, for you will never be nearer your grave until you do actually step into it. This Major Ogilvy hath made great interest both for you and for a wounded comrade of yours who lies at Bridgewater. Your name hath been given to the commanders of horse, with orders to bring you in unscathed should you be taken. Yet it is but fair to tell you that though the Major's good word may save you from martial law, it will stand you in small stead before a civil judge, before whom ye must in the end take your trial. I desire to share the same lot and fortune as has befallen my companions in arms," I answered. "Nay, that is but a sullen way to take your deliverance," cried the smaller officer. "The situation is as flat as sutler's beer. Otway would have made a better thing of it. Can you not rise to the occasion? Where is she?" "She who?" I asked. She, the woman, your wife, sweetheart, betrothed, what you will." "There is none such," I answered. "There now, what can be done in a case like that?" cried he despairingly. "She should have rushed in from the wings and thrown herself upon your bosom. I have seen such a situation earn 3 rounds from the pit. There is good material spoiling here for want of someone to work it up." "We have something else to work up, Jack," exclaimed his companion impatiently. "Sergeant Greta, do you with 2 troopers conduct the prisoner to Garmach Church. It is time that we were once more upon our way, for in a few hours the darkness will hinder the pursuit." At the word of command, the troopers descended into the field where their horses were picketed, and were speedily on the march once more, the tall captain leading them, and the stage-struck cornet bringing up the rear. The sergeant to whose care I had been committed, a great square-shouldered, dark-browed man, ordered my own horse to be brought out, and helped me to mount it. He removed the pistols from the holsters, however, and hung them with my sword at his own saddle-bow. "Shall I tie his feet under the horse's belly?" asked one of the dragoons. "Nay, the lad hath an honest face," the sergeant answered. "If he promises to be quiet, we shall cast free his arms." "I have no desire to escape," said I. "Then untie the rope. A brave man in misfortune hath ever my goodwill, strike me dumb else. Sergeant Greta is my name, formerly of Mackay's and now of the Royals, as hard-worked and badly paid a man as any in his Majesty's service. Right wheel and down the pathway. Do ye ride on either side, and I behind. Our carbines are primed, friend, so stand true to your promise." "Nay, you can rely upon it," I answered. "Your little comrade did play you a scurvy trick," said the sergeant. "For seeing us ride down the road he did make across to us, and bargained with the captain that his life should be spared, on condition that he should deliver into our hands what he described as one of the stoutest soldiers in the rebel army. Truly you have thews and sinews enough, though you are surely too young to have seen much service." "This hath been my first campaign," I answered. "And is like to be your last," he remarked, with soldierly frankness. "I hear that the Privy Council intend to make such an example as will take the heart out of the Whigs for 20 years to come. They have a lawyer coming from London, whose wig is more to be feared than our helmets. He will slay more men in a day than a troop of horse in a 10-mile chase. Faith, I would sooner they took this butcherwork into their own hands. See those bodies on yonder tree. It is an evil season when such acorns grow upon English oaks." "It is an evil season," said I, "when men who call themselves Christians inflict such vengeance upon poor simple peasants who have done no more than their conscience urged them. That the leaders and officers should suffer is but fair. They stood to win in case of success, and should pay forfeit now that they have lost. But it goes to my heart to see those poor godly country folk so treated." "Aye, there is truth in that," said the sergeant. "Now if it were some of these snuffle-nosed preachers, the old lank-haired bellwethers who have led their flocks to the devil, it would be another thing. Why can they not conform to the church, and be plagued to them? It is good enough for the king, so surely it is good enough for them. Or are their souls so delicate that they cannot satisfy themselves with that on which every honest Englishman thrives? The main road to heaven is too common for them. They must needs have each a by-path of their own, and cry out against all who will not follow it." "Why," said I, there are pious men of all creeds. If a man lead a life of virtue, what matter what he believes? Let a man keep his virtue in his heart, quoth Sergeant Greta. Let him pack it deep in the knapsack of his soul. I suspect godliness which shows upon the surface, the snuffling talk, the rolling eyes, the groaning and the hawking. It is like the forged money, which can be told by its being more bright and more showy than the real. An apt comparison, said I, but how comes it, Sergeant, that you have given attention to these matters? Unless they are much belied, the Royal Dragoons find other things to think of. I was one of Mackay's foot, he answered shortly. I have heard of him, said I, a man, I believe, both of parts and of piety. That indeed he is, cried Sergeant Greta warmly. He is a man stern and soldierly to the outer eye, but with the heart of a saint within him. I promise you, there was little need of the strappado in his regiment, for there was not a man who did not fear the look of sorrow in his colonel's eyes far more than he did the provost-marshal. During the whole of our long ride, I found the worthy sergeant a true follower of the excellent Colonel Mackay, for he proved to be a man of more than ordinary intelligence and of serious and thoughtful habit. As to the two troopers, they rode on either side of me as silent as statues, for the common dragoons of those days could but talk of wine and women, and were helpless and speechless when aught else was to the fore. When we at last rode into the little village of Garmach, which overlooks the plain of Sedgemoor, it was with regret on each side that I bade my guardian adieu. As a parting favor, I begged him to take charge of Covenant for me, promising to pay a certain sum by the month for his keep, and commissioning him to retain the horse for his own use should I fail to claim him within the year. It was a load off my mind when I saw my trusty companion led away, staring back at me with questioning eyes, as though unable to understand the separation. Come what might, I knew now that he was in the keeping of a good man who would see that no harm befell him. Chapter 34 of the Coming of Solomon Sprent. The church of Garmach was a small ivy-clad building with a square Norman tower, standing in the center of the hamlet of that name. Its great oaken doors, studded with iron, and high narrow windows, fitted it well for the use to which it was now turned. 2 companies of Dumbarton's Foot had been quartered in the village, with a portly major at their head, to whom I was handed over by Sergeant Greta, with some account of my capture, and of the reasons which had prevented my summary execution. Night was now drawing in, but a few dim lamps, hung here and there upon the walls, cast an uncertain, flickering light over the scene. 100 or more prisoners were scattered about upon the stone floor, many of them wounded, and some evidently dying. The Hale had gathered in silent, subdued groups round their stricken friends, and were doing what they could to lessen their sufferings. Some had even removed the greater part of their clothing in order to furnish headrests and pallets for the wounded. Here and there in the shadows dark kneeling figures might be seen, and the measured sound of their prayers rang through the aisles, with a groan now and again, or a choking gasp as some poor sufferer battled for breath. The dim, yellow light streaming over the earnest, pain-drawn faces and the tattered, mud-colored figures would have made it a fitting study for any of those low country painters whose pictures I saw long afterwards at The Hague. On Thursday morning, the 3rd day after the battle, we were all conveyed into Bridgewater, where we were confined for the remainder of the week in St. Mary's Church, the very one from the Tower of which Monmouth and his commanders had inspected Feversham's position. The more we heard of the fight from the soldiers and others, the more clear it became that, but for the most unfortunate accidents, there was every chance that our night attack might have succeeded. There was scarcely a fault which a general could commit which Feversham had not been guilty of. He had thought too lightly of his enemy and left his camp entirely open to a surprise. When the firing broke out, he sprang from his couch, but failing to find his wig, he had groped about his tent while the battle was being decided, and only came out when it was well nigh over. All were agreed that had it not been for the chance of the Bussex Rhine having been overlooked by our guides and scouts, we should have been among the tents before the men could have been called to arms. Only this and the fiery energy of John Churchill, the second in command, afterwards better known under a higher name, both to French and to English history, prevented the Royal Army from meeting with a reverse which might have altered the result of the campaign. Note K, Appendix. Should ye hear or read, then, my dear children, that Monmouth's rising was easily put down, or that it was hopeless from the first, remember that I, who was concerned in it, say confidently that it really trembled in the balance, and that this handful of resolute peasants with their pikes and their scythes were within an ace of altering the whole course of English history. The ferocity of the Privy Council, after the rebellion was quelled, arose from their knowledge of how very close it had been to success. I do not wish to say too much of the cruelty and barbarity of the victors, for it is not good for your childish ears to hear of such doings. The sluggard Feversham and the brutal Kirke have earned themselves a name in the West, which is second only to that of the arch-villain who came after them. As for their victims, when they had hanged and quartered and done their wicked worst upon them, at least they left their names in their own little villages, to be treasured up and handed from generation to generation, as brave men and true who had died for a noble cause. Go now to Milverton, or to Wiveliscombe, or to Minehead, or to Coleyford, or to any village through the whole breadth and length of Somersetshire, and you will find that they have not forgotten what they proudly call their martyrs. But where now is Kirke, and where is Feversham, their names are preserved, it is true, but preserved in a county's hatred. Who can fail to see now that these men in punishing others brought a far heavier punishment upon themselves? Their sin hath indeed found them out. They did all that wicked and callous-hearted men could do, knowing well that such deeds were acceptable to the cold-blooded, bigoted hypocrite who sat upon the throne. They worked to win his favor, and they won it. Men were hanged and cut down and hanged again. Every crossroad in the country was ghastly with gibbets. There was not an insult or a contumely which might make the pangs of death more unendurable, which was not heaped upon these long-suffering men. Yet it is proudly recounted in their native shire that of all the host of victims, there was not one who did not meet his end with a firm lip, protesting that if the thing were to do again, he was ready to do it. At the end of a week or two news came of the fugitives. Monmouth, it seems, had been captured by Portman's yellow coats when trying to make his way to the New Forest, whence he hoped to escape to the continent. He was dragged, gaunt, unshaven, and trembling, out of a bean field in which he had taken refuge, and was carried to Ringwood in Hampshire. Strange rumours reached us concerning his behaviour, rumours which came to our ears through the coarse jests of our guards. Some said that he had gone on his knees to the yokels who had seized him. Others that he had written to the king offering to do anything, even to throw over the Protestant cause, to save his head from the scaffold. Note 50, Appendix. We laughed at these stories at the time and set them down as inventions of our enemies. It seemed too impossible that at a time when his supporters were so sternly and so loyally standing true to him, he, their leader, with the eyes of all men upon him, should be showing less courage than every little drummer boy displays, who trips along at the head of his regiment upon the field of battle. Alas, time showed that the stories were indeed true, and that there was no depth of infamy to which this unhappy man would not descend, in the hope of prolonging for a few years that existence which had proved a curse to so many who trusted him. Of Saxon no news had come, good or bad, which encouraged me to hope that he had found a hiding place for himself. Reuben was still confined to his couch by his wound, and was under the care and protection of Major Ogilvy. The good gentleman came to see me more than once, and endeavoured to add to my comfort, until I made him understand that it pained me to find myself upon a different footing to the brave fellows with whom I had shared the perils of the campaign. One great favour he did me in writing to my father, and informing him that I was well and in no pressing danger. In reply to this letter, I had a stout Christian answer from the old man, bidding me to be of good courage, and quoting largely from a sermon on patience by the Reverend Josiah Seton of Petersfield. My mother, he said, was in deep distress at my position, but was held up by her confidence in the decrees of Providence. He enclosed a draft for Major Ogilvy, commissioning him to use it in whatever way I should suggest. This money, together with the small hoard which my mother had sewed into my collar, proved to be invaluable, for when the jail fever broke out amongst us, I was able to get fitting food for the sick, and also to pay for the services of physicians, so that the disease was stamped out ere it had time to spread. Early in August, we were brought from Bridgewater to Taunton, where we were thrown with hundreds of others into the same wool storehouse where our regiment had been quartered in the early days of the campaign. We gained little by the change, save that we found that our new guards were somewhat more satiated with cruelty than our old ones, and were therefore less exacting upon their prisoners. Not only were friends allowed in occasionally to see us, but books and papers could be obtained by the aid of a small present to the sergeant on duty. We were able, therefore, to spend our time with some degree of comfort during the month or more which passed before our trial. One evening I was standing listlessly with my back against the wall, looking up at a thin slit of blue sky which showed itself through the narrow window, and fancying myself back in the meadows of Havant once more, when a voice fell upon my ear which did indeed recall me to my Hampshire home. Those deep, husky tones, rising at times into an angry roar, could belong to none other than my old friend the seaman. I approached the door from which the uproar came, and all doubt vanished as I listened to the conversation. "Won't let me pass, won't ye?" he was shouting. "Let me tell you I've held on my course, when better men than you have asked me to veil topsails. I tell you I have the Admiral's permit, and I won't clew up for a bit of a red-painted cock-boat, so move from athwart my hawse, or I may chance to run you down." "We don't know nothing about admirals here," said the sergeant of the guard. "The time for seeing prisoners is over for the day, and if you do not take your ill-favored body out of this, I may try the weight o' my halberd on your back." "I have taken blows, and given them ere you were ever thought of, you land swab," roared old Solomon. "I was yardarm and yardarm with de Ruyter when you were learning to suck milk, but old as I am, I would have you know that I am not condemned yet, and that I am fit to exchange broadsides with any lobster-tailed picaroon that ever was triced up to a triangle and had the king's diamonds cut in his back. If I tack back to Major Ogilvy and signal him the way that I have been welcomed, he'll make your hide redder than ever your coat was." "Major Ogilvy," exclaimed the sergeant in a more respectful voice. "If you had said that your permit was from Major Ogilvy, it would have been another thing, but you did rave of admirals and commodores, and God knows what other outlandish talk. Shame on your parents that they should have reared you with so slight a knowledge o' the king's English," grumbled Solomon. "In truth, friend, it is a marvel to me why sailor men should be able to show a lead to those on shore in the matter of lingo. For out of 700 men in the ship Worcester, the same that sank in the bay of Funchal, there was not so much as a powder boy but could understand every word that I said. Whereas on shore there is many a great jolterhead, like thyself, who might be a Portuguese for all the English that he knows, and who stares at me like a pig in a hurricane if I do lint ask him what he makes the reckoning, or how many bells have gone." "Whom is it that you would see?" asked the sergeant gruffly. "You have a most infernally long tongue." "I and a rough one too, when I have fools to deal with," returned the seaman. "If I had you in my watch, lad, for a 3 years' cruise, I would make a man of you yet." "Pass the old man through," cried the sergeant furiously, and the sailor came stumping in, with his bronzed face all screwed up and twisted, partly with amusement at his victory over the sergeant, and partly from a great chunk of tobacco which he was wont to stow within his cheek. Having glanced round without perceiving me, he put his hands to his mouth and bellowed out my name with a string of ahoys, which rang through the building. "Here I am, Solomon," said I, touching him on the shoulder. "God bless you, lad, God bless you," he cried, wringing my hand. "I could not see you, for my port eye is as foggy as the Newfoundland banks, and has been ever since long Sue Williams of the Point hove a quart pot at it in the Tiger in nigh 30 year agone. How are you? All sound, alow and aloft." "As well as might be," I answered. "I have little to complain of." "None of your standing rigging shot away," said he. "No spars crippled, no shots between wind and water, you have not been hulled, nor raked, nor laid aboard of." "None of these things," said I, laughing. "Faith, you are leaner than of old, and have aged 10 years in 2 months. You did go forth as smart and trim a fighting ship as over answered helm, and now you are like the same ship, when the battle and the storm have taken the gloss from her sides and torn the love pennants from her peak. Yet am I right glad to see you sound in wind and limb." "I have looked upon sights," said I, "which might well add 10 years to a man's age." "Aye, aye," he answered, with a hollow groan, shaking his head from side to side. "It is a most accursed affair, yet bad as the tempest is, the calm will ever come afterwards, if you will but ride it out with your anchor placed deep in Providence. Ah, lad, that is good holding ground, But if I know you aright, your grief is more for these poor wretches around you than for yourself. It is, indeed, a sore sight to see them suffer so patiently and uncomplainingly, I answered, and for such a man, too. I, the chicken-livered swab, growled the seaman, grinding his teeth. How are my mother and my father, I asked, and how came you so far from home? Nay, I should have grounded on my beef bones had I waited longer at my moorings. I cut my cable, therefore, and making a northerly tack as far as Salisbury, I run down with a fair wind. Thy father hath set his face hard, and goes about his work as usual, though much troubled by the justices, who have twice had him up to Winchester for examination, but have found his papers all right, and no charge to be brought against him. Your mother, poor soul, hath little time to mope or to pipe her eye, for she hath such a sense of duty that, were the ship to founder under her, it is a plate galleon to a China orange that she would stand fast in the caboose, curring marigolds or rolling pastry. They have taken to prayer as some would to rum, and warm their hearts with it when the wind of misfortune blows chill. They were right glad that I should come down to you, and I gave them the word of a sailor that I would get you out of the bilboes, if it might anyhow be done. Get me out, Solomon, said I. Nay, that may be put outside the question. How could you get me out? There are many ways, he answered, sinking his voice to a whisper and nodding his grizzled head as one who talks upon what has cost him much time and thought. There is scuttling. Scuttling. Aye, lad, when I was quartermaster of the galley Providence in the Second Dutch War, we were caught betwixt a lee shore and Van Tromp's squadron, so that after fighting until our sticks were shot away and our scuppers were arun with blood, we were carried by boarding and sent as prisoners to the Texel. We were stowed away in irons in the afterhold, amongst the bilge water and the rats, with hatches battened down and guards atop, but even then they could not keep us, for the irons got adrift, and Will Adams, the carpenter's mate, picked a hole in the seams so that the vessel nearly foundered, and in the confusion we fell upon the prize crew, and using our fetters as cudgels, regained possession of the vessel. But you smile, as though there were little hopes from any such plan. If this Woolhouse were the galley Providence, and Taunton Dean were the Bay of Biscay, it might be attempted, I said. I have indeed got out the Channel, he answered, with a wrinkled brow. There is, however, another most excellent plan which I have conceived, which is to blow up the building. To blow it up, I cried. Aye, a brace of kegs and a slow match would do it any dark night. Then, where would be these walls which now shut ye in? Where would be the folk that are now inside them? I asked. Would you not blow them up as well? Plague take it, I had forgot that, cried Solomon. Nay, then, I leave it with you. What have you to propose? Do but give your sailing orders, and with or without a consort, you will find that I will steer by them as long as this old hulk can answer to her helm. Then my advice is, my dear old friend, said I, that you leave matters to take their course, and hie back to Havant with a message from me to those who know me, telling them to be of good cheer and to hope for the best. Neither you nor any other man can help me now, for I have thrown in my lot with these poor folk, and I would not leave them if I could. Do what you can to cheer my mother's heart, and commend me to Zachary Palmer. Your visit hath been a joy to me, and your return will be the same to them. You can serve me better so than by biding here. Sink me if I like going back without a blow struck, he growled. Yet if it is your will there is an end of the matter. Tell me, lad, has that lank-sparred, slab-sided, herring-gutted friend of yours played you false? For if he has, by the eternal, old as I am, my hanger shall scrape acquaintance with the longshore tuck which hangs at his girdle. I know where he hath laid himself up, moored stem and stern, all snug and shipshape, waiting for the turn of the tide. What, Saxon? I cried. Do you indeed know where he is? For God's sake speak low, for it would mean a commission and 500 good pounds to any one of these soldiers could he lay hands upon him. They are scarce like to do that, said Solomon. On my journey hither, I chanced to put into port at a place called Bruton, where there is an inn that will compare with most, and the skipper is a wench with a glib tongue and a merry eye. I was drinking a glass of spiced ale, as is my custom about 6 bells of the middle watch, when I chanced to notice a great lanky carter, who was loading up a wagon in the yard with a cargo of beer casks. Looking closer, it seemed to me that the man's nose, like the beak of a goshawk, and his glinting eyes with the lids only half reefed, were known to me, but when I overheard him swearing to himself in good High Dutch, then his figurehead came back to me in a moment. I put out into the yard and touched him on the shoulder. Zounds, lad, you should have seen him spring back and spit at me like a wildcat with every hair of his head in a bristle. He whipped a knife from under his smock, for he thought, doubtless, that I was about to earn the reward by handing him over to the redcoats. I told him that his secret was safe with me, and I asked him if he had heard that you were laid by the heels. He answered that he knew it, and that he would be answerable that no harm befell you, though in truth it seemed to me that he had his hands full in trimming his own sails, without acting as pilot to another. However, there I left him, and there I shall find him again, if so be as he has done you an injury. Nay, I answered, I am right glad that he has found this refuge. We did separate upon a difference of opinion, but I have no cause to complain of him. In many ways he hath shown me both kindness and goodwill. He is as crafty as a purser's clerk, quoth Solomon. I have seen Reuben Lockarby, who sends his love to you. He is still kept in his bunk from his wound, but he meets with good treatment. Major Ogilvy tells me that he has made such interest for him that there is every chance that he will gain his discharge, the more particularly since he was not present at the battle. Your own chance of pardon would, he thinks, be greater if you had fought less stoutly, but you have marked yourself as a dangerous man, more especially as you have the love of many of the common folk among the rebels. The good old seaman stayed with me until late in the night, listening to my adventures and narrating in return the simple gossip of the village, which is of more interest to the absent wanderer than the rise and fall of empires. Before he left, he drew a great handful of silver pieces from his pouch and went round amongst the prisoners, listening to their wants and doing what he could with rough sailor talk and dropping coins to lighten their troubles. There is a language in the kindly eye and the honest brow which all men may understand, and though the seaman's speeches might have been in Greek, for all that they conveyed to the Somersetshire peasants, yet they crowded round him as he departed and called blessings upon his head. I felt as though he had brought a whiff of his own pure ocean breezes into our close and noisome prison, and left us the sweeter and the healthier. Late in August, the judges started from London upon that wicked journey which blighted the lives and the homes of so many, and hath left a memory in the counties through which they passed, which shall never fade, while a father can speak to a son. We heard reports of them from day to day, for the guards took pleasure in detailing them with many coarse and foul jests, that we might know what was in store for us, and lose none of what they called the pleasures of anticipation. At Winchester, the sainted and honored Lady Alice Lisle was sentenced by Chief Justice Jeffreys to be burned alive, and the exertions and prayers of her friends could scarce prevail upon him to allow her the small boon of the axe instead of the faggot. Her graceful head was hewn from her body amidst the groans and the cries of a weeping multitude in the marketplace of the town. At Dorchester, the slaughter was wholesale. 300 were condemned to death, and 74 were actually executed, until the most loyal and Tory of the country squires had to complain of the universal presence of the dangling bodies. Thence the judges proceeded to Exeter, and thence to Taunton, which they reached in the first week of September, more like furious and ravenous beasts which have tasted blood and cannot quench their cravings for slaughter than just-minded men trained to distinguish the various degrees of guilt, or to pick out the innocent and screen him from injustice. A rare field was open for their cruelty, for in Taunton alone there lay 1,000 hapless prisoners, many of whom were so little trained to express their thoughts, and so hampered by the strange dialect in which they spoke, that they might have been born dumb for all the chance they had of making either judge or counsel understand the pleadings which they wished to lay before them. It was on a Monday evening that the Lord Chief Justice made his entry. From one of the windows of the room in which we were confined, I saw him pass. First rode the dragoons with their standards and kettle-drums, then the javelin men with their halberds, and behind them the line of coaches full of the high dignitaries of the law. Last of all, drawn by 6 long-tailed Flemish mares, came a great open coach, thickly crusted with gold, in which, reclining amidst velvet cushions, sat the infamous judge, wrapped in a cloak of crimson plush with a heavy white periwig upon his head, which was so long that it dropped down over his shoulders. They say that he wore scarlet in order to strike terror into the hearts of the people, and that his courts were for the same reason draped in the color of blood. As for himself, it hath ever been the custom, since his wickedness hath come to be known to all men, to picture him as a man whose expression and features were as monstrous and as hideous as was the mind behind them. This is by no means the case. On the contrary, he was a man who, in his younger days, must have been remarkable for his extreme beauty. One he was not, it is true, very old as years go when I saw him, but debauchery and low living had left their traces upon his countenance, without, however, entirely destroying the regularity and the beauty of his features. He was dark, more like a Spaniard than an Englishman, with black eyes and olive complexion. His expression was lofty and noble, but his temper was so easily aflame that the slightest cross or annoyance would set him raving like a madman, with blazing eyes and foaming mouth. I have seen him myself with the froth upon his lips, and his whole face twitching with passion, like one who hath the falling sickness. Yet his other emotions were under as little control, for I have heard say that a very little would cause him to sob and to weep, more especially when he had himself been slighted by those who were above him. He was, I believe, a man who had great powers either for good or for evil, but by pandering to the darker side of his nature and neglecting the other, he brought himself to be as near a fiend as it is possible for a man to be. It must indeed have been an evil government where so vile and foul-mouthed a wretch was chosen out to hold the scales of justice. As he drove past, a Tory gentleman riding by the side of his coach drew his attention to the faces of the prisoners looking out at him. He glanced up at them with a quick, malicious gleam of his white teeth, then settled down again amongst the cushions. I observed that as he passed not a hat was raised among the crowd, and that even the rude soldiers appeared to look upon him half in terror, half in disgust, as a lion might look upon some foul, blood-sucking bat which battened upon the prey which he had himself struck down. Chapter 35 of the Devil in Wig and Gown. There was no delay in the work of slaughter. That very night the great gallows was erected outside the White Hart Inn. Hour after hour we could hear the blows of mallets and the sawing of beams, mingled with the shoutings and the ribald choruses of the Chief Justice's suite, who were carousing with the officers of the Tangiers Regiment in the front room, which overlooked the gibbet. Amongst the prisoners, the night was passed in prayer and meditation, the stout-hearted holding forth to their weaker brethren, and exhorting them to play the man, and to go to their death in a fashion which should be an example to true Protestants throughout the world. The Puritan divines had been mostly strung up offhand immediately after the battle, but a few were left to sustain the courage of their flocks, and to show them the way upon the scaffold. Never have I seen anything so admirable as the cool and cheerful bravery wherewith these poor clowns faced their fate. Their courage on the battlefield paled before that which they showed in the shambles of the law. So amid the low murmur of prayer and appeals for mercy to God from tongues which never yet asked mercy from man, the morning broke, the last morning which many of us were to spend upon earth. The court should have opened at 9, but my Lord Chief Justice was indisposed, having sat up somewhat late with Colonel Kirke. It was nearly 11 before the trumpeters and criers announced that he had taken his seat. One by one, my fellow prisoners were called out by name, the more prominent being chosen first. They went out from amongst us amid handshakings and blessings, but we saw and heard no more of them, save that a sudden fierce rattle of kettle-drums would rise up now and again, which was, as our guards told us, to drown any dying words which might fall from the sufferers and bear fruit in the breasts of those who heard them. With firm steps and smiling faces, the roll of martyrs went forth to their fate during the whole of that long autumn day, until the rough soldiers of the guard stood silent and awed in the presence of a courage which they could not but recognize as higher and nobler than their own. Folk may call it a trial that they received, and a trial it really was, but not in the sense that we Englishmen use it. It was but being haled before a judge and insulted before being dragged to the gibbet. The courthouse was the thorny path which led to the scaffold. What used to put a witness up, when he was shouted down, cursed at, and threatened by the Chief Justice, who bellowed and swore until the frightened burghers in Fore Street could hear him. I have heard from those who were there that day that he raved like a demoniac, and that his black eyes shone with a vivid, vindictive brightness which was scarce human. The jury shrank from him as from a venomous thing when he turned his baleful glance upon them. At times, as I have been told, his sternness gave place to a still more terrible merriment, and he would lean back in his seat of justice and laugh until the tears hopped down upon his ermine. Nearly 100 were either executed or condemned to death upon that opening day. I had expected to be amongst the first of those called, and no doubt I should have been so but for the exertions of Major Ogilvy. As it was, the second day passed, but I still found myself overlooked. On the third and fourth days the slaughter was slackened, not on account of any awakening grace on the part of the judge, but because the great Tory landowners and the chief supporters of the government had still some bowels of compassion, which revolted at this butchery of defenseless men. Had it not been for the influence which these gentlemen brought to bear upon the judge, I have no doubt at all that Jeffreys would have hung the whole 1,100 prisoners then confined in Taunton. As it was, 250 fell victims to this accursed monster's thirst for human blood. On the 8th day of the assizes, there were but 50 of us left in the wool warehouse. For the last few days, prisoners had been tried in batches of 10 and 20, but now the whole of us were taken in a drove under escort to the courthouse, where as many as could be squeezed in were ranged in the dock, while the rest were penned, like calves in the market, in the body of the hall. The judge reclined in a high chair with a scarlet dais above him, while 2 other judges, in less elevated seats, were stationed on either side of him. On the right hand was the jury box, containing 12 carefully picked men, Tories of the old school, firm upholders of the doctrines of non-resistance and the divine right of kings. Much care had been taken by the Crown in the choice of these men, and there was not one of them but would have sentenced his own father had there been so much as a suspicion that he leaned to Presbyterianism or to Whiggery. Just under the judge was a broad table, covered with green cloth and strewn with papers. On the right hand of this were a long array of Crown lawyers, grim ferret-faced men, each with a sheaf of papers in his hands, which they sniffed through again and again, as though they were so many bloodhounds picking up the trail along which they were to hunt us down. On the other side of the table sat a single fresh-faced young man in silk gown and wig, with a nervous, shuffling manner. This was the barrister, Master Helstrop, whom the Crown in its clemency had allowed us for our defence, lest any should be bold enough to say that we had not had every fairness in our trial. The remainder of the court was filled with the servants of the justices, retinue, and the soldiers of the garrison, who used the place as their common lounge, looking on the whole thing as a mighty cheap form of sport, and roaring with laughter at the rude banter and coarse pleasantries of his lordship. The clerk having gabbled through the usual form that we, the prisoners at the bar, having shaken off the fear of God, had unlawfully and traitorously assembled, and so onwards, the Lord Justice proceeded to take matters into his own hands, as was his wont. "I trust that we shall come well out of this," he broke out. "I trust that no judgment will fall upon this building. Was ever so much wickedness fitted into one courthouse before? Who ever saw such an array of villainous faces? Ah, rogues, I see a rope ready for every one of ye. Art not afraid of judgment? Art not afraid of hellfire? You grey-bearded rascal in the corner, how comes it that you have not had more of the grace of God in you than to take up arms against your most gracious and loving sovereign?" "I have followed the guidance of my conscience, my lord," said the venerable cloth-worker of Wellington, to whom he spoke. "Ha, your conscience," howled Jeffreys. "A ranter with a conscience. Where has your conscience been these 2 months back, you villain and rogue? Your conscience will stand you in little stead, sirrah, when you are dancing on nothing with a rope round your neck. Was ever such wickedness? Who ever heard such effrontery? And you great hulking rebel, have you not grace enough to cast your eyes down, but must needs look justice in the face, as though you were an honest man? Are you not afeard, sirrah? Do you not see death close upon you?" "I have seen that before now, my lord, and I was not afeard," I answered. "Generation of vipers," he cried, throwing up his hands, "the best of fathers, the kindest of kings, see that my words are placed upon the record, clerk, the most indulgent of parents, but wayward children must, with all kindness, be flogged into obedience. Here he broke into a savage grin. The king will save your own natural parents all further care on your account. If they had wished to keep ye, they should have brought ye up in better principles. Rogues, we shall be merciful to ye. Oh, merciful, merciful, how many are here, recorder? 51, my lord. O sink of villainy, 51 as errant knaves as ever lay on a hurdle. Oh, what a mass of corruption have we here, who defends the villains? I defend the prisoners, your lordship, replied the young lawyer. Master Helstrop, cried Jeffreys, shaking his great wig until the powder flew out of it. You are in all these dirty cases, Master Helstrop. You might find yourself in a parlous condition, Master Helstrop. I think sometimes that I see you yourself in the dock, Master Helstrop. You may yourself soon need the help of a gentleman of the long robe, Master Helstrop. Oh, have a care, have a care. The brief is from the Crown, your lordship, the lawyer answered in a quavering voice. Must I be answered back then? Roared Jeffreys, his black eyes blazing with the rage of a demon. Am I to be insulted in my own court? Is every five-groat piece of a pleader, because he chanced to have a wig and a gown, to browbeat the Lord Justice, and to fly in the face of the ruling of the court? O Master Helstrop, I fear that I shall live to see some evil come upon you. I crave your lordship's pardon, cried the faint-hearted barrister, with his face the colour of his brief. Keep a guard upon your words and upon your actions, Jeffreys answered in a menacing voice. See that you are not too zealous in the cause of the scum of the earth. How now then, what do these 51 villains desire to say for themselves? What is their lie? Gentlemen of the jury, I beg that ye will take particular notice of the cutthroat faces of these men. 'Tis well that Colonel Kirke hath afforded the court a sufficient guard, for neither justice nor the church is safe at their hands. 40 of them desire to plead guilty to the charge of taking up arms against the king, replied our barrister. Ah, roared the judge, was ever such unparalleled impudence? Was there ever such brazen effrontery? Guilty, quotha, have they expressed their repentance for this sin against a most kind and long-suffering monarch? Put down those words on the record, clerk. They have refused to express repentance, your lordship, replied the counsel for the defense. Oh, the parricides, oh, the shameless rogues, cried the judge. Put the 40 together on this side of the enclosure. Oh, gentlemen, have ye ever seen such a concentration of vice? See how baseness and wickedness can stand with head erect. Oh, hardened monsters, but the other 11, how can they expect us to believe this transparent falsehood, this palpable device? How can they foist it upon the court? My lord, their defense hath not yet been advanced, stammered Master Helstrop. I can sniff a lie before it is uttered, roared the judge, by no means abashed. I can read it as quick as ye can think it. Come, come, the court's time is precious. Put forward a defense, or seat yourself, and let judgment be passed. These men, my lord, said the counsel, who was trembling until the parchment rattled in his hand. These 11 men, my lord. 11 devils, my lord, interrupted Jeffreys. They are innocent peasants, my lord, who love God and the king, and have in no wise mingled themselves in this recent business. They have been dragged from their homes, my lord, not because there was suspicion against them, but because they could not satisfy the greed of certain common soldiers who were balked of plunder in. Oh, shame, shame, cried Jeffreys in a voice of thunder. Oh, threefold shame, Master Helstrop. Are you not content with bolstering up rebels, but you must go out of your way to slander the king's troops? What is this world coming to? What, in a word, is the defense of these rogues? An alibi, your lordship. Ha, the common plea of every scoundrel. Have they witnesses? We have here a list of 40 witnesses, your lordship. They are waiting below, many of them having come great distances, and with much toil and trouble. Who are they? What are they? Cried Jeffreys. They are country folk, your lordship, cottagers and farmers, the neighbours of these poor men, who knew them well, and can speak as to their doings. Cottagers and farmers, the judge shouted. Why then, they are drawn from the very class from which these men come. Would you have us believe the oath of those who are themselves Whigs, Presbyterians, Somersetshire ranters, the pothouse companions of the men whom we are trying? I warrant they have arranged it all snugly over their beer, snugly, snugly, the rogues. Will you not hear the witnesses, your lordship? Cried our counsel, shamed into some little sense of manhood by this outrage. Not a word from them, sirrah, said Jeffreys. It is a question whether my duty towards my kind master the king, write down kind master, clerk, doth not warrant me in placing all your witnesses in the dock as the aiders and abettors of treason. If it please your lordship, cried one of the prisoners, I have for witnesses Mr. Johnson of Nether Stowey, who is a good Tory, and also Mr. Shepperton, the clergyman. The more shame to them to appear in such a cause, replied Jeffreys. What are we to say, gentlemen of the jury, when we see county gentry and the clergy of the established church supporting treason and rebellion in this fashion? Surely the last days are at hand. You are a most malignant and dangerous Whig to have so far drawn them from their duty. But hear me, my lord, cried one of the prisoners. Hear you, you bellowing calf, shouted the judge. We can hear naught else. Do you think that you are back in your conventicle, that you should dare to raise your voice in such a fashion? Hear you, quotha, we shall hear you at the end of a rope ere many days. We scarce think, your lordship, said one of the crown lawyers, springing to his feet amid a great rustling of papers, we scarce think that it is necessary for the crown to state any case. We have already heard the whole tale of this most damnable and execrable attempt many times over. The men in the dock before your lordship have for the most part confessed to their guilt, and of those who hold out there is not one who has given us any reason to believe that he is innocent of the foul crime laid to his charge. The gentlemen of the long robe are therefore unanimously of opinion that the jury may at once be required to pronounce a single verdict upon the whole of the prisoners. Which is, asked Jeffreys, glancing round at the foreman. Guilty, your lordship, said he, with a grin, while his brother jurymen nodded their heads and laughed to one another. Of course, guilty as Judas Iscariot, cried the judge, looking down with exultant eyes at the throng of peasants and burghers before him. Move them a little forwards, ushers, that I may see them to more advantage. O ye cunning ones, are ye not taken? Are ye not compassed around? Where now can ye fly? Do ye not see hell opening at your feet? Are ye not afraid? Oh, short, short shall be your shrift. The very devil seemed to be in the man, for as he spoke he writhed with unholy laughter and drummed his hand upon the red cushion in front of him. I glanced round at my companions, but their faces were all as though they had been chiseled out of marble. If he had hoped to see a moist eye or a quivering lip, the satisfaction was denied him. Had I my way, said he, there is not one of ye but should swing for it. Aye, and if I had my way, some of those whose stomachs are too nice for this work, and who profess to serve the king with their lips, while they intercede for his worst enemies, should themselves have cause to remember Taunton Assizes. O most ungrateful rebels, have ye not heard how your most soft-hearted and compassionate monarch, the best of men, put it down in the record, clerk, on the intercession of that great and charitable statesman, Lord Sunderland, mark it down, clerk, hath had pity on ye, hath it not melted ye, hath it not made ye loathe yourselves? I declare when I think of it, here with a sudden catching of the breath, he burst out a-sobbing, the tears running down his cheeks. When I think of it, the Christian forbearance, the ineffable mercy, it doth bring forcibly to my mind that great judge before whom all of us, even I, shall one day have to render an account. Shall I repeat it, clerk, or have you it down? I have it down, your lordship. Then write sobs in the margin. 'Tis well that the king should know our opinion on such matters. Know then, you most traitorous and unnatural rebels, that this good father whom ye have spurned has stepped in between yourselves and the laws which ye have offended. At his command we withhold from ye the chastisement which ye have merited. If ye can indeed pray, and if your soul-cursing conventicles have not driven all grace out of ye, drop on your knees and offer up thanks when I tell ye that he hath ordained that ye shall all have a free pardon. Here the judge rose from his seat as though about to descend from the tribunal, and we gazed upon each other in the utmost astonishment at this most unlooked-for end to the trial. The soldiers and lawyers were equally amazed, while a hum of joy and applause rose up from the few country folk who had dared to venture within the accursed precincts. This pardon, however, continued Jeffreys, turning round with a malicious smile upon his face, is coupled with certain conditions and limitations. Ye shall all be removed from here to Poole, in chains, where ye shall find a vessel awaiting ye. With others ye shall be stowed away in the hold of the said vessel, and conveyed at the king's expense to the plantations, there to be sold as slaves. God send ye masters who will know by the free use of wood and leather to soften your stubborn thoughts, and incline your mind to better things. He was again about to withdraw, when one of the crown lawyers whispered something across to him. "Well thought of, cause," cried the judge. "I had forgot. Bring back the prisoners, ushers. Perhaps he think that by the plantations I mean His Majesty's American dominions. Unhappily, there are too many of your breed in that part already. You would fall among friends who might strengthen ye in your evil courses, and so risk your salvation. To send ye there would be to add one brand to another, and yet hope to put out the fire. By the plantations, therefore, I mean Barbados and the Indies, where ye shall live with the other slaves, whose skins may be blacker than yours, but I dare warrant that their souls are more white." With this concluding speech the trial ended, and we were led back through the crowded streets to the prison from which we had been brought. On either side of the street, as we passed, we could see the limbs of former companions dangling in the wind, and their heads grinning at us from the tops of poles and pikes. No savage country in the heart of heathen Africa could have presented a more dreadful sight than did the old English town of Taunton when Jeffreys and Kirke had the ordering of it. There was death in the air, and the townsfolk crept silently about, scarcely daring to wear black for those whom they had loved and lost, lest it should be twisted into an act of treason. We were scarce back in the wool house once more when a file of guards with a sergeant entered, escorting a long, pale-faced man with protruding teeth, whose bright blue coat and white silk breeches, gold-headed sword, and glancing shoe-buckles proclaimed him to be one of those London exquisites whom interest or curiosity had brought down to the scene of the rebellion. He tripped along upon his tiptoes like a French dancing master, waving his scented kerchief in front of his thin high nose, and inhaling aromatic salts from a blue phial which he carried in his left hand. "By the Lord," he cried, "but the stench of these filthy wretches is enough to stap one's breath. It is, by the Lord, smite my vitals if I would venture among them if I were not a very rake hell. Is there a danger of prison fever, Sergeant? Hech." "They are all sound as roaches, your honor," said the under-officer, touching his cap. "Heh, heh," cried the exquisite, with a shrill treble laugh. "It is not often ye have a visit from a person of quality, I'll warrant. It is business, Sergeant, business. Ori sacra fames, you remember what Virgilius Maro says, Sergeant." "Never heard the gentleman speak, sir, at least not to my knowledge, sir," said the sergeant. "Heh, heh, never heard him speak, heh. That will do for Slaughters, Sergeant. That will set them all in a titter at Slaughters. Pink my soul. But when I venture on a story, the folk complain that they can't get served, for the drawers laugh until there is no work to be got out of them. Oh, lay me bleeding, but these are a filthy and most ungodly crew. Let the musketeers stand close, Sergeant, lest they fly at me." "We shall see to that, your honor. I have a grant of a dozen of them, and Captain Pogram hath offered me £12 a head, but they must be brawny rogues, strong and brawny, for the voyage kills many, Sergeant, and the climate doth also tell upon them. Now here is one whom I must have. Yes, in very truth he is a young man, and hath much life in him and much strength. Tick him off, Sergeant, tick him off." "His name is Clarke," said the soldier. "I have marked him down." "If this is the clerk I would I had a parson to match him," cried the fop, sniffing at his bottle. "Do you see the pleasantry, Sergeant? Heh, heh. Does your sluggish mind rise to the occasion? Strike me purple, but I am in excellent fettle. There is yonder man with the brown face, you can mark him down, and the young man beside him also, tick him off. Ha, he waves his hand towards me. Stand firm, Sergeant. Where are my salts? What is it, man, what is it?" "If it plays your hanner," said the young peasant, "if so be as you have chose me to be of a party, I trust that you will allow my vather yander to go with us also." "Sure, sure," cried the fop, "you are beyond reason, you are indeed. Who ever heard of such a thing? Honor forbids it. How could I foist an old man upon mine honest friend, Captain Pogram? Fie, fie, split me asunder if he would not say that I had choused him. There is yonder lusty fellow with the red head, sergeant. The blacks will think he is afire. Those and these 6 stout yokels will make up my dozen." "You have indeed the pick of them," said the sergeant. "I sink me, but I have a quick eye for horse, man, or woman. I'll pick the best of a batch with most. 12 12s, close on 150 pieces, sergeant, and all for a few words, my friend, all for a few words. I did but send my wife, a demmed handsome woman, mark you, and dresses in the mode, to my good friend the secretary to ask for some rebels. 'How many?' says he. 'A dozen will do,' says she. It was all done in a penstroke. What a cursed fool she was not to have asked for 100. But what is this, sergeant, what is this?" A small, brisk, pippin-faced fellow in a riding coat and high boots had come clanking into the wool house with much assurance and authority, with a great old-fashioned sword trailing behind him and a riding whip switching in his hand. "Morning, sergeant," said he in a loud, overbearing voice. "You may have heard my name. I am Master John Wooton of Langmere House near Dulverton, who bestirred himself so for the king, and hath been termed by Mr. Godolphin in the House of Commons one of the local pillars of the state." Those were his words. Fine were they not? Pillars, mark ye, the conceit being that the state was, as it were, a palace or a temple, and the loyal men so many pillars, amongst whom I also was one. I am a local pillar. I have received a royal permit, sergeant, to choose from amongst your prisoners 10 sturdy rogues whom I may sell as a reward to me for my exertions. Draw them up, therefore, that I may make my choice." "Then, sir, we are upon the same errand," quoth the Londoner, bowing with his hand over his heart, until his sword seemed to point straight up to the ceiling. "The Honourable George Dawnish, at your service, your very humble and devoted servant, sir, yours to command in any or all ways. It is a real joy and privilege to me, sir, to make your distinguished acquaintance." Hem. The country squire appeared to be somewhat taken aback at this shower of London compliments. "Ahem, sir, yes, sir," said he, bobbing his head. "Glad to see you, sir, most damnably so, but these men, sergeant, time presses, for tomorrow is Shepton market, and I would fain see my old 20-score boar once more before he is sold. There is a beefy one, I'll have him." "Jed, I've forestalled you," cried the courtier. "Sink me, but it gives me real pain. He is mine." "Then this," said the other, pointing with his whip. "He is mine too. Ha ha ha, strike me stiff, but this is too funny." "Odds wounds, how many are yours?" cried the Dulverton squire. "A dozen, heh heh, a round dozen, all those who stand upon this side. Pink me, but I have got the best of you there. The early bird, you know the old saw." "It is a disgrace," the squire cried hotly. "A shame and a disgrace. We must needs fight for the king and risk our skins, and then when all is done, down come a drove of lacqueys in waiting and snap up the pickings before their betters are served." "Lacqueys in waiting, sir," shrieked the exquisite. "'Sdeath, sir, this toucheth mine honour very nearly. I have seen blood flow, yes, sir, and wounds gape on less provocation. Retract, sir, retract." "Away, you clothes-pole," cried the other contemptuously. "You are come like the other birds of carrion when the fight is o'er. Have you been named in full Parliament? Are you a local pillar? Away, away, you tailor's dummy." "You insolent clodhopper," cried the fop. "You most foul-mouthed bumpkin, the only local pillar that you have ever deserved to make acquaintance with is the whipping post. Ha, sergeant," he lays his hand upon his sword. "Stop him, sergeant, stop him, or I may do him an injury." "Nay, gentlemen," cried the under-officer, "this quarrel must not continue here. We must have no brawling within the prison. Yet there is a level turf without, and as fine elbow-room as a gentleman could wish for a breather." This proposal did not appear to commend itself to either of the angry gentlemen, who proceeded to exchange the length of their swords, and to promise that each should hear from the other before sunset. Our owner, as I may call him, the fop, took his departure at last, and the country squire, having chosen the next ton, swaggered off, cursing the courtiers, the Londoners, the sergeant, the prisoners, and above all, the ingratitude of the government which had made him so small a return for his exertions. This was but the first of many such scenes, for the government, in endeavoring to satisfy the claims of its supporters, had promised many more than there were prisoners. I am grieved to say that I have seen not only men, but even my own countrywomen and ladies of title to boot, wringing their hands and bewailing themselves, because they were unable to get any of the poor Somersetshire folk to sell as slaves. Indeed, it was only with difficulty that they could be made to see that their claim upon government did not give them the right of seizing any burgher or peasant who might come in their way, and shipping him right off for the plantations. Well, my dear grandchildren, from night to night through this long and weary winter, I have taken you back with me into the past, and made you see scenes the players in which are all beneath the turf, save that perhaps here and there some greybeard like myself may have a recollection of them. I understand that you, Joseph, have every morning set down upon paper that which I have narrated the night before. It is as well that you should do so, for your own children and your children's children may find it of interest, and even perhaps take a pride in hearing that their ancestors played a part in such scenes. But now the spring is coming, and the green is bare of snow, so that there are better things for you to do than to sit listening to the stories of a garrulous old man. Nay, nay, you shake your heads, but indeed those young limbs want exercising and strengthening and knitting together, which can never come from sitting toasting round the blaze. Besides, my story draws quickly to an end now, for I had never intended to tell you more than the events connected with the Western Rising. If the closing part hath been of the dreariest, and if all doth not wind up with the ringing of bells and the joining of hands, like the tales in the chap books, you must blame history and not me. For truth is a stern mistress, and when one hath once started off with her one must follow on after the jade, though she lead in flat defiance of all the rules and conditions which would fain turn the tangled wilderness the world into the trim Dutch garden of the storytellers. 3 days after our trial we were drawn up in North Street in front of the castle, with others from the other prisons who were to share our fate. We were placed 4 abreast, with a rope connecting each rank, and of these ranks I counted 50, which would bring our total to 200. On each side of us rode dragoons, and in front and behind were companies of musketeers to prevent any attempt at rescue or escape. In this order we set off upon the 10th day of September, amidst the weeping and wailing of the townsfolk, many of whom saw their sons or brothers marching off into exile without their being able to exchange a last word or embrace with them. Some of these poor folk, doddering old men and wrinkled, decrepit women, toiled for miles after us down the high road, until the rearguard of foot faced round upon them, and drove them away with curses and blows from their ramrods. That day we made our way through Yeovil and Sherborne, and on the morrow proceeded over the North Downs as far as Blandford, where we were penned together like cattle and left for the night. On the 3rd day we resumed our march through Wimborne and a line of pretty Dorsetshire villages, the last English villages which most of us were destined to see for many a long year to come. Late in the afternoon, the spars and rigging of the shipping in Poole Harbour rose up before us, and in another hour we had descended the steep and craggy path which leads to the town. Here we were drawn up upon the quay, opposite the broad-decked, heavy-sparred brig which was destined to carry us into slavery. Through all this march we met with the greatest kindness from the common people, who flocked out from their cottages with fruit and with milk, which they divided amongst us. At other places, at the risk of their lives, dissenting ministers came forth and stood by the wayside, blessing us as we passed, in spite of the rough jeers and oaths of the soldiers. We were marched aboard and led below by the mate of the vessel, a tall, red-faced seaman with ear-rings in his ears, while the captain stood on the poop with his legs apart and a pipe in his mouth, checking us off one by means of a list which he held in his hand. As he looked at the sturdy build and rustic health of the peasants, which even their long confinement had been unable to break down, his eyes glistened, and he rubbed his big red hands together with delight. "Show them down, Jem," he kept shouting to the mate. "Stow them safe, Jem. There's lodgings for a duchess down there. Help me, there's lodgings for a duchess. Pack 'em away." One by one, we passed before the delighted captain and down the steep ladder which led into the hold. Here we were led along a narrow passage, on either side of which opened the stalls which were prepared for us. As each man came opposite to the one set aside for him, he was thrown into it by the brawny mate, and fastened down with anklets of iron by the seaman armourer in attendance. It was dark before we were all secured, but the captain came round with a lanthorn to satisfy himself that all his property was really safe. I could hear the mate and him reckoning the value of each prisoner and counting what he would fetch in the Barbados market. "Have you served out their fodder, Jem?" he asked, flashing his light into each stall in turn. "Have you seen that they had their rations?" "A rye bread loaf and a pint o' water," answered the mate. "Fit for a duchess, help me," cried the captain. "Look to this one, Jem, he is a lusty rogue. Look to his great hands. He might work for years in the rice swamps ere the land crabs have the picking of him. I will have smart bidding amid the settlers for this lot. Cod, captain, but you have made a bargain of it. Odds bud, you have done these London fools to some purpose." "What is this?" roared the captain. "Here is one who hath not touched his allowance. How now, sirrah, art too dainty in the stomach to eat what your betters have eaten before you?" "I have no heart for food, sir," the prisoner answered. "What, you must have your whims and fancies. You must pick and you must choose. I tell you, sirrah, that you are mine, body and soul. 12 good pieces I paid for you, and now, forsooth, I am to be told that you will not eat. Turn to it at this instant, you saucy rogue, or I shall have you triced to the triangles." "Here is another," said the mate, "who sits ever with his head sunk upon his breast, without spirit or life." "Mutinous, obstinate dog," cried the captain, "what ails you then? Why have you a face like an underwriter in a tempest?" "If it plaise you, sir," the prisoner answered, "I do but think o' ud mother at Wellington, and wonder who will cape her now that I'm gone." "And what is that to me?" shouted the brutal seaman. "How can you arrive at your journey's end sound and hearty if you sit like a sick fowl upon a perch? Laugh, man, and be merry, or I will give you something to weep for. Out on you, you chicken-hearted swab, to sulk and fret like a babe new-weaned. Have you not all that heart could desire? Give him a touch with the rope, send Jem, if ever you do observe him fretting. It is but to spite us that he doth it." "If it please your honour," said a seaman, coming hurriedly down from the deck, "there is a stranger upon the poop who will have speech with your honour." "What manner of man, sirrah?" "Surely he is a person of quality, your honour. He is as free his words as though he were the captain o' the ship. The boatswain did but jog against him, and he swore so woundily at him, and stared at him so, e'en like a tiger cat, that Job Harrison says we have shipped the devil himself. The men don't like the look of him, your honour." "Who the plague can this spark be?" said the skipper. "Go on deck, Jem, and tell him that I am counting my live stock, and that I shall be with him anon." "Nay, your honour, there will trouble come of it unless you come up. He swears that he will not bear to be put off, and that he must see you on the instant." "Curse his blood, whoever he be," growled the seaman. "Every cock on his own dunghill. What doth the rogue mean? Were he the Lord High Privy Seal, I would have him to know that I am lord of my own quarterdeck." So saying, with many snorts of indignation, the mate and the captain withdrew together up the ladder, banging the heavy hatchways down as they passed through. A single oil lamp swinging from a beam in the center of the gangway, which led between the rows of cells, was the only light which was vouchsafed us. By its yellow, murky glimmer, we could dimly see the great wooden ribs of the vessel, arching up on either side of us, and crossed by the huge beams which held the deck. A grievous stench from foul bilge water poisoned the close, heavy air. Every now and then, with a squeak and a clutter, a rat would dart across the little zone of light and vanish in the gloom upon the further side. Heavy breathing all round me showed that my companions, wearied out by their journey and their sufferings, had dropped into a slumber. From time to time, one could hear the dismal clank of fetters, and the start and in-catching of the breath, as some poor peasant, fresh from dreams of his humble homestead amid the groves of the Mendips, awoke of a sudden to see the great wooden coffin around him, and to breathe the venomous air of the prison ship. I lay long awake, full of thought both for myself and for the poor souls around me. At last, however, the measured swash of the water against the side of the vessel and the slight rise and fall had lulled me into a sleep, from which I was suddenly aroused by the flashing of a light in my eyes. Sitting up, I found several sailors gathered about me, and a tall man with a black cloak swathed round him swinging a lanthorn over me. "That is the man," he said. "Come, mate, you are to come on deck," said the seaman armourer. With a few blows from his hammer, he knocked the irons from my feet. "Follow me," said the tall stranger, and led the way up the hatchway ladder. It was heavenly to come out into the pure air once more. The stars were shining brightly overhead. A fresh breeze blew from the shore and hummed a pleasant tune among the cordage. Close beside us, the lights of the town gleamed yellow and cheery. Beyond, the moon was peeping over the Bournemouth hills. "This way, sir," said the sailor. "Right aft into the cabin, sir." Still following my guide, I found myself in the low cabin of the brig. A square shining table stood in the center, with a bright swinging lamp above it. At the further end, in the glare of the light, sat the captain, his face shining with greed and expectation. On the table stood a small pile of gold pieces, a rum flask, glasses, a tobacco box, and 2 long pipes. "My compliments to you, Captain Clarke," said the skipper, bobbing his round, bristling head. "An honest seaman's compliments to you. It seems that we are not to be shipmates this voyage, after all." "Captain Micah Clarke must do a voyage of his own," said the stranger. At the sound of his voice, I sprang round in amazement. "Good heavens!" I cried. "Saxon!" "You have nicked it," said he, throwing down his mantle and showing the well-known face and figure of the soldier of fortune. "Zounds, man, if you can pick me out of the Solent, I suppose that I may pick you out of this accursed rat-trap in which I find you. Tie and tie, as we say at the green table. In truth, I was huffed with you when last we parted, but I have had you in my mind for all that." "A seat and a glass, Captain Clarke," cried the skipper. "Odds bud, I should think that you would be glad to raise your little finger and wet your whistle after what you have gone through." I seated myself by the table with my brain in a whirl. "This is more than I can fathom," said I. "What is the meaning of it, and how comes it about?" "For my own part, the meaning is as clear as the glass of my binnacle," quoth the seaman. "Your good friend Colonel Saxon, as I understand his name to be, has offered me as much as I could hope to gain by selling you in the Indies. Sink it, I may be rough and ready, but my heart is in the right place. I would not maroon a man if I could set him free, but we have all to look for ourselves, and trade is dull." "Then I am free," said I. "You are free," he answered. "There is your purchase money upon the table. You can go where you will, save only upon the land of England, where you are still an outlaw under sentence." "How have you done this, Saxon?" I asked. "Are you not afraid for yourself?" "Ho, ho," laughed the old soldier. "I am a free man, my lad. I hold my pardon, and care not a maravedi for spy or informer. Who should I meet but Colonel Kirke a day or so back? Yes, lad, I met him in the street, and I cocked my hat in his face. The villain laid his hand upon his hilt, and I should have out Bilbo and sent his soul to hell had they not come between us. I care not the ashes of this pipe for Jeffreys or any other of them. I can snap this finger and thumb at them, so they would rather see Decimus Saxon's back than his face, I promise ye." "But how comes this about?" I asked. "Why, Mary, it is no mystery. Cunning old birds are not to be caught with chaff. When I left you, I made for a certain inn where I could count upon finding a friend. There I lay by for a while, en cachette, as the messieurs call it, while I could work out the plan that was in my head. Donner wetter, but I got a fright from that old seaman friend of yours, who should be sold as a picture, for he is of little use as a man. Well, I bethought me early in the affair of your visit to Badminton and of the Duke of B. We shall mention no names, but you can follow my meaning. To him I sent a messenger, to the effect that I purposed to purchase my own pardon by letting out all that I knew concerning his double dealing with the rebels. The message was carried to him secretly, and his answer was that I should meet him at a certain spot by night. I sent my messenger instead of myself, and he was found in the morning stiff and stark, with more holes in his doublet than ever the tailor made. On this I sent again, raising my demands and insisting upon a speedy settlement. He asked my conditions. I replied, a free pardon and a command for myself. For you, money enough to land you safely in some foreign country where you can pursue the noble profession of arms. I got them both, though it was like drawing teeth from his head. His name hath much power at court just now, and the king can refuse him nothing. I have my pardon and a command of troops in New England. For you I have 200 pieces, of which 30 have been paid in ransom to the captain, while 20 are due to me for my disbursements over the matter. In this bag you will find the odd 150, of which you will pay 15 to the fishermen who have promised to see you safe to Flushing. I was, as you may readily believe, my dear children, bewildered by this sudden and most unlooked-for turn which events had taken. When Saxon had ceased to speak, I sat as one stunned, trying to realize what he had said to me. There came a thought into my head, however, which chilled the glow of hope and of happiness which had sprung up in me at the thought of recovering my freedom. My presence had been a support and a comfort to my unhappy companions. Would it not be a cruel thing to leave them in their distress? There was not one of them who did not look to me in his trouble, and to the best of my poor power I had befriended and consoled them. How could I desert them now? "I am much beholden to you, Saxon," I said at last, speaking slowly and with some difficulty, for the words were hard to utter. "But I fear that your pains have been thrown away. These poor country folk have none to look after or assist them. They are as simple as babes, and as little fitted to be landed in a strange country. I cannot find it in my heart to leave them." Saxon burst out laughing and leaned back in his seat, with his long legs stretched straight out and his hands in his breeches pockets. "This is too much," he said at last. "I saw many difficulties in my way, yet I did not foresee this one. You are in very truth the most contrary man that ever stood in neat's leather. You have ever some outlandish reason for jibbing and shying like a hot-blooded, half-broken colt. Yet I think that I can overcome these strange scruples of yours by a little persuasion." "As to the prisoners, Captain Clarke," said the seaman, "I'll be as good as a father to them. Help me, I will, on the word of an honest sailor. If you should choose to lay out a trifle of 20 pieces upon their comfort, I shall see that their food is such as mayhap many of them never got at their own tables. They shall come on deck, too, in watches, and have an hour or two o' fresh air in the day. I can't say fairer." "A word or two with you on deck," said Saxon. He walked out of the cabin, and I followed him to the far end of the poop, where we stood leaning against the bulwarks. One by one, the lights had gone out in the town, until the black ocean beat against a blacker shore. "You need not have any fear of the future of the prisoners," he said, in a low whisper. "They are not bound for the Barbados, nor will this skinflint of a captain have the selling of them, for all that he is so cocksure. If he can bring his own skin out of the business, it will be more than I expect. He hath a man aboard his ship who would think no more of giving him a tilt over the side than I should." "What mean you, Saxon?" I cried. "Hast ever heard of a man named Marot?" "Hector Marot? Yes, surely I knew him well. A highwayman he was, but a mighty stout man with a kind heart beneath a thief's jacket." "The same. He is, as you say, a stout man and a resolute swordsman, though from what I have seen of his play he is weak in staccato, and perhaps somewhat too much attached to the edge, and doth not give prominence enough to the point, in which respect he neglects the advice and teaching of the most noteworthy fencers in Europe. Well, folk differ on this as on every other subject. Yet it seems to me that I would sooner be carried off the field after using my weapon secundum artem than walk off unscathed after breaking the law's descrime. Quart, tierce, and saccoon, say I, and the devil take your estramacans and passados." "But what of Marot?" I asked impatiently. "He is aboard," said Saxon. "It appears that he was much disturbed in his mind over the cruelties which were inflicted on the country folk after the battle at Bridgewater. Being a man of a somewhat stern and fierce turn of mind, his disapproval did vent itself in actions rather than words. Soldiers were found here and there over the countryside pistoled or stabbed, and no trace left of their assailant. A dozen or more were cut off in this way, and soon it came to be whispered about that Marot, the highwayman, was the man that did it, and the chase became hot at his heels." "Well, and what then?" I asked, for Saxon had stopped to light his pipe at the same old metal tinderbox which he had used when first I met him. When I picture Saxon to myself, it is usually of that moment that I think, when the red glow beat upon his hard, eager, hawk-like face, and showed up the thousand little seams and wrinkles which time and care had imprinted upon his brown, weather-beaten skin. Sometimes in my dreams that face in the darkness comes back to me, and his half-closed eyelids and shifting, blinky eyes are turned towards me in his sidelong fashion, until I find myself sitting up and holding out my hand into empty space, half expecting to feel another thin sinewy hand close round it. A bad man he was in many ways, my dears, cunning and wily, with little scruple or conscience. And yet so strange a thing is human nature, and so difficult is it for us to control our feelings, that my heart warms when I think of him, and that 50 years have increased rather than weakened the kindliness which I hear to him. I had heard, quoth he, puffing slowly at his pipe, that Marat was a man of this kidney, and also that he was so compassed round that he was in peril of capture. I sought him out, therefore, and held counsel with him. His mare, it seems, had been slain by some chance shot, and as he was much attached to the brute, the accident made him more savage and more dangerous than ever. He had no heart, he said, to continue in his old trade. Indeed, he was ripe for anything, the very stuff out of which useful tools are made. I found that in his youth he had had a training for the sea. When I heard that, I saw my way in the snap of a petronel. What then? I asked. I am still in the dark. Nay, it is surely plain enough to you now. Marat's end was to baffle his pursuers and to benefit the exiles. How could he do this better than by engaging as a seaman aboard this brig, the Dorothy Fox, and sailing away from England in her? There are but 30 of a crew. Below hatches are close on 200 men, who, simple as they may be, are, as you and I know, second to none in the cut-and-thrust work, without order or discipline, which will be needed in such an affair. Marat has but to go down amongst them some dark night, knock off their anklets, and fit them up with a few stanchions or cudgels. Ho, ho, Micah, what think you? The planters may dig their plantations themselves, for all the help they are like to get from west countrymen this bout. It is, indeed, a well-conceived plan, said I. It is a pity, Saxon, that your ready wit and quick invention hath not had a fair field. You are, us I know well, as fit to command armies and to order campaigns as any man that ever bore a truncheon. Mark ye there, whispered Saxon, grasping me by the arm. See where the moonlight falls beside the hatchway. Do you not see that short, squat seaman who stands alone, lost in thought, with his head sunk upon his breast? It is Marat. I tell you that if I were Captain Pogram, I would rather have the devil himself, horns, hoofs, and tail, for my first mate and bunk companion, than have that man aboard my ship. You need not concern yourself about the prisoners, Micah. Their future is decided. Then, Saxon, I answered, it only remains for me to thank you and to accept the means of safety which you have placed within my reach. Spoken like a man, said he, is there aught which I may do for thee in England? Though by the mass, I may not be here very long myself, for as I understand, I am to be entrusted with the command of an expedition that is fitting out against the Indians who have ravaged the plantations of our settlers. It will be good to get to some profitable employment, for such a war, without either fighting or plunder, I have never seen. I give you my word that I have scarce fingered silver since the beginning of it. I would not for the sacking of London go through with it again. There is a friend whom Sir Gervas Jerome did commend to my care, I remarked. I have, however, already taken measures to have his wishes carried out. There is naught else save to assure all in Havant that a king who hath battened upon his subjects, as this one of ours hath done, is not one who is like to keep his seat very long upon the throne of England. When he falls, I shall return, and perhaps it may be sooner than folk think. These doings in the West have indeed stirred up much ill-feeling all over the country, said my companion. On all hands I hear that there is more hatred of the king and of his ministers than before the outbreak. What ho, Captain Pogram, this way, we have settled the matter, and my friend is willing to go. I thought he would tack round, the captain said, staggering towards us with a gait which showed that he had made the rum bottle his companion since we had left him. Help me, I was sure of it, though by the mass, I don't wonder that he thought twice before leaving the Dorothy Fox, for she is fitted up fit for a duchess. Help me, where is your boat? Alongside, replied Saxon. My friend joins with me in hoping that you, Captain Pogram, will have a pleasant and profitable voyage. I am cursedly beholden to him, said the captain, with a flourish of his three-cornered hat. Also that you will reach Barbados in safety. Little doubt of that, quoth the captain, and that you will dispose of your wares in a manner which will repay you for your charity and humanity. Nay, these are handsome words, cried the captain. Sir, I am your debtor. A fishing boat was lying alongside the brig. By the murky light of the poop lanterns, I could see the figures upon her deck, and the great brown sail all ready for hoisting. I climbed the bulwark and set my foot upon the rope ladder which led down to her. Goodbye, Decimus, said I. Goodbye, my lad, you have your pieces all safe. I have them. Then I have one other present to make you. It was brought to me by a sergeant of the Royal Horse. It is that, Micah, on which you must now depend for food, lodging, raiment, and all which you would have. It is that to which a brave man can always look for his living. It is the knife wherewith you can open the world's oyster. See, lad, it is your sword. The old sword, my father's sword, I cried in delight, as Saxon drew from under his mantle and handed to me the discolored, old-fashioned leathern sheath with the heavy brass hilt which I knew so well. You are now, said he, one of the old and honorable guild of soldiers of fortune. While the Turk is still snarling at the gates of Vienna, there will ever be work for strong arms and brave hearts. You will find that among these wandering, fighting men, drawn from all climes and nations, the name of Englishman stands high. Well, I know that it will stand none the lower for your having joined the brotherhood. I would that I could come with you, but I am promised pay and position which it would be ill to set aside. Farewell, lad, and may fortune go with you. I pressed the rough soldier's horny hand and descended into the fishing boat. The rope that held us was cast off, the sail mounted up, and the boat shot out across the bay. Onward she went and on, through the gathering gloom, a gloom as dark and impenetrable as the future towards which my life spark was driving. Soon the long rise and fall told us that we were over the harbor bar and out in the open channel. On the land, scattered twinkling lights at long stretches marked the line of the coast. As I gazed backwards, a cloud trailed off from the moon, and I saw the hard lines of the brig's rigging stand out against the white cold disk. By the shrouds stood the veteran, holding to a rope with one hand and waving the other in farewell and encouragement. Another great cloud blurred out the light, and that lean sinewy figure with its long extended arm was the last which I saw for a weary time of the dear country where I was born and bred. Chapter 36 of the End of It All. And so, my dear children, I come to the end of the history of a failure, a brave failure and a noble one, but a failure none the less. In 3 more years, England was to come to herself, to tear the fetters from her free limbs, and to send James and his poisonous brood flying from her shores, even as I was flying then. We had made the error of being before our time. Yet there came days when folk thought kindly of the lads who had fought so stoutly in the West, and when their limbs, gathered from many a hangman's pit and waste place, were borne amid the silent sorrow of a nation to the pretty country burial grounds where they would have chosen to lie. There, within the sound of the bell which from infancy had called them to prayer, beneath the turf over which they had wandered, under the shadow of those Mendip and Quantock hills which they loved so well, these brave hearts lie still and peaceful, like tired children in the bosom of their mother, requiescent in pace. Not another word about myself, dear children. This narrative doth already bristle with eyes, as though it were an Argus which is a flash of wit, though I doubt if ye will understand it. I set myself to tell ye the tale of the war in the West, and that tale ye have heard, nor will I be coaxed or cajoled into one word further. Ah, ye know well how garrulous the old man is, and that if you could but get to Flushing with him, he would take ye to the wars of the Empire, to William's court, and to the second invasion of the West, which had a better outcome than the first. But not an inch further will I budge. On to the green, ye young rogues. Have ye not other limbs to exercise besides your ears, that ye should be so fond of squatting round Grandad's chair? If I am spared to next winter, and if the rheumatiz keeps away, it is like that I may take up once more the broken thread of my story. Of the others I can only tell ye what I know. Some slipped out of my ken entirely. Of others I have heard vague and incomplete accounts. The leaders of the insurrection got off much more lightly than their followers, for they found that the passion of greed was even stronger than the passion of cruelty. Grey, Bice, Wade, and others bought themselves free at the price of all their possessions. Ferguson escaped. Monmouth was executed on Tower Hill and showed in his last moments some faint traces of that spirit which spurted up now and again from his feeble nature, like the momentary flash of an expiring fire. My father and my mother lived to see the Protestant religion regain its place once more, and to see England become the champion of the Reformed faith upon the continent. 3 years later, I found them in haven't much as I had left them, save that there were more silver hairs amongst the brown braided tresses of my mother, and that my father's great shoulders were a trifle bowed, and his brow furrowed with the lines of care. Hand in hand, they passed onwards down life's journey, the Puritan and the churchwoman, and I have never despaired of the healing of religious feud in England, since I have seen how easy it is for two folks to retain the strongest belief in their own creeds, and yet to bear the heartiest love and respect for the professor of another. The days may come when the church and the chapel may be as a younger and an elder brother, each working to one end, and each joying in the other's success. Let the contest between them be not with pike and pistol, not with court and prison, but let the strife be which shall lead the higher life, which shall take the broader view, which shall boast the happiest and best cared-for poor. Then their rivalry shall be not a curse, but a blessing to this land of England. Reuben Lockarby was ill for many months, but when he at last recovered, he found a pardon awaiting him through the interest of Major Ogilvy. After a time, when the troubles were all blown over, he married the daughter of Mayor Timewell, and he still lives in Taunton, a well-to-do and prosperous citizen. 30 years ago there was a little Micah Lockarby, and now I am told that there is another, the son of the first, who promises to be as errant a little roundhead as ever marched to the tuck of drum. Of Saxon I have heard more than once. So skillfully did he use his hold over the Duke of Beaufort, that he was appointed through his interest to the command of an expedition which had been sent to chastise the savages of Virginia, who had wrought great cruelties upon the settlers. There he did so outambush their ambushes, and outtrick their most cunning warriors, that he hath left a great name among them, and is still remembered there by an Indian word which signifieth the long-legged wily one with the eye of a rat. Having at last driven the tribes far into the wilderness, he was presented with a tract of country for his services, where he settled down. There he married, and spent the rest of his days in rearing tobacco and in teaching the principles of war to a long line of gaunt and slab-sided children. They tell me that a great nation of exceeding strength and of wondrous size promises some day to rise up on the other side of the water. If this should indeed come to pass, it may perhaps happen that these young Saxons or their children may have a hand in the building of it. God grant that they may never let their hearts harden to the little isle of the sea, which is and must ever be the cradle of their race. Solomon Sprent married and lived for many years as happily as his friends could wish. I had a letter from him when I was abroad, in which he said that though his consort and he had started alone on the voyage of wedlock, they were now accompanied by a jolly boat and a gig. One winter's night, when the snow was on the ground, he sent down for my father, who hurried up to his house. He found the old man sitting up in bed, with his flask of rumba within reach, his tobacco box beside him, and a great brown Bible balanced against his updrawn knees. He was breathing heavily and was in sore distress. "I've strained a plank and have 9 feet in the well," said he. "It comes in quicker than I can put it out. In truth, friend, I have not been seaworthy this many a day, and it is time that I was condemned and broken up." My father shook his head sadly as he marked his dusky face and labored breathing. "How of your soul?" he asked. "I," said Solomon, "that's a cargo that we carry under our hatches, though we can't see it, and had no hand in the stowing of it. I've been overhauling the sailing orders here, and the 10 articles of war, but I can't find that I've gone so far out of my course that I may not hope to come into the channel again." "Trust not in yourself, but in Christ," said my father. "He is the pilot in course," replied the old seaman. "When I had a pilot aboard my ship, however, it was my way always to keep my own weather eye open, d'ye see, and so I'll do now. The pilot don't think none the worse of ye for it, so I'll throw my own lead line, though I hear as how there are no soundings in the ocean of God's mercy. Say, friend, d'ye think this very body, this same hull o' mine, will rise again?" "So we are taught," my father answered. "I'd know it anywhere from the tattoo marks," said Solomon. "They was done when I was with Sir Christopher in the West Indies, and I'd be sorry to part with them. For myself, d'ye see, I've never borne ill will to anyone, not even to the Dutch lubbers, though I fought 3 wars wi' them, and they carried off one of my spars, and be hanged to them. If I've let daylight into a few of them, d'ye see, it's all in good part and by way of duty. I've drunk my share, enough to sweeten my bilge water, but there are few that have seen me cranky in the upper rigging or refusing to answer to my helm. I never drew pay or prize money that my mate in distress was not welcome to the half of it. As to the poles, the less said the better. I've been a true consort to my Phoebe since she agreed to look to me for signals. Those are my papers, all clear and above board. If I'm summoned aft this very night by the great Lord High Admiral of all, I ain't afeard that he'll clap me into the bilboes, for though I'm only a poor sailor man, I've got his promise in this here book, and I'm not afraid of his going back from it." My father sat with the old man for some hours, and did all that he could to comfort and assist him, for it was clear that he was sinking rapidly. When he at last left him, with his faithful wife beside him, he grasped the brown but wasted hand which lay above the clothes. "I'll see you again soon," he said. "Yes, in the latitude of heaven," replied the dying seaman. His foreboding was right, for in the early hours of the morning his wife, bending over him, saw a bright smile upon his tanned, weather-beaten face. Raising himself upon his pillow, he touched his forelock, as is the habit of sailormen, and so sank slowly and peacefully back into the long sleep which wakes when the night has ceased to be. You will ask me, doubtless, what became of Hector Marot and of the strange shipload which had set sail from Poole Harbour. There was never a word heard of them again, unless indeed a story which was spread some months afterwards by Captain Elias Hopkins of the Bristol ship Caroline may be taken as bearing upon their fate. For Captain Hopkins relates that, being on his homeward voyage from our settlements, he chanced to meet with thick fogs and a head wind in the neighbourhood of the great Cod banks. One night as he was beating about, with the weather so thick that he could scarce see the truck of his own mast, a most strange passage befell him. For as he and others stood upon the deck, they heard to their astonishment the sound of many voices joined in a great chorus, which was at first faint and distant, but which presently waxed and increased until it appeared to pass within a stone throw of his vessel, when it slowly died away once more and was lost in the distance. There were some among the crew who set the matter down as the doing of the evil one, but as Captain Elias Hopkins was wont to remark, it was a strange thing that the foul fiend should choose West Country hymns for his nightly exercise, and stranger still that the dwellers in the pit should sing with a strong Somersetshire burr. For myself, I have little doubt that it was indeed the Dorothy Fox which had swept past in the fog, and that the prisoners, having won their freedom, were celebrating their delivery in true Puritan style. Whether they were driven on to the rocky coast of Labrador, or whether they found a home in some desolate land whence no kingly cruelty could harry them, is what must remain forever unknown. Zachariah Palmer lived for many years, a venerable and honored old man, before he, too, was called to his fathers. A sweet and simple village philosopher he was, with a child's heart in his aged breast. The very thought of him is to me as the smell of violets, for if in my views of life and in my hopes of the future I differ somewhat from the hard and gloomy teaching of my father, I know that I owe it to the wise words and kindly training of the carpenter. If, as he was himself wont to say, deeds are everything in this world and dogma is nothing, then his sinless, blameless life might be a pattern to you and to all. May the dust lie light upon him. One word of another friend, the last mentioned, but not the least valued. When Dutch William had been 10 years upon the English throne, there was still to be seen in the field by my father's house a tall, strong-boned horse, whose grey skin was flecked with dashes of white. And it was ever observed that, should the soldiers be passing from Portsmouth, or should the clank of trumpet or the rattle of drum break upon his ear, he would arch his old neck, throw out his grey-streaked tail, and raise his stiff knees in a pompous and pedantic canter. The country folk would stop to watch these antics of the old horse, and then the chances are that one of them would tell the rest how that charger had borne one of their own village lads to the wars, and how, when the rider had to fly the country, a kindly sergeant in the king's troops had brought the steed as a remembrance of him to his father at home. So Covenant passed the last years of his life, a veteran among steeds, well fed and cared for, and much given, mayhap, to telling in equine language to all the poor, silly country steeds the wonderful passages which had befallen him in the West. Appendix. Note a hatred of learning among the Puritans. In spite of the presence in their ranks of such ripe scholars as John Milton, Colonel Hutchinson, and others, there was among the Independents and Anabaptists a profound distrust of learning, which is commented upon by writers of all shades of politics. Dr. South in his sermons remarks that all learning was cried down, so that with them the best preachers were such as could not read, and the best divines such as could not write. In all their preachments they so highly pretended to the Spirit, that some of them could hardly spell a letter. To be blind with them was a proper qualification of a spiritual guide, and to be book-learned, as they called it, and to be irreligious, were almost convertible terms. None save tradesmen and mechanics were allowed to have the Spirit, and those only were accounted like St. Paul who could work with their hands, and were able to make a pulpit before preaching in it. In the collection of Loyal Ballads, reprinted in 1731, the royalist bard harps upon the same characteristic. We'll down with universities, where learning is professed, because they practice and maintain the language of the beast. We'll drive the doctors out of doors, and parts whate'er they be. We'll cry all parts and learning down, and high then up go we. Note B on the speed of couriers. It is difficult for us, in these days of steam and electricity, to realize how long it took to dispatch a message in the 17th century, even when the occasion was most pressing. Thus Monmouth landed at Lyme on the morning of Thursday, the 11th of June. Gregory Alford, the Tory mayor of Lyme, instantly fled to Honiton, whence he dispatched a messenger to the Privy Council. Yet it was 5 o'clock in the morning of Saturday, the 13th, before the news reached London, though the distance is but 156 miles. Note C on the claims of the lender of a horse. The difficulty touched upon by Decimus Saxon as to the claim of the lender of a horse upon the booty gained by the rider is one frequently discussed by writers of that date upon the usages of war. One distinguished authority says, Prefectus termi equitem Hispanorum cum prolio tuba canaret, unum ex equitibus sui termi obvium habuit, qui questus est quad possis anti debus equum suum incertamine amiserat, propter quad non potret imminenti prolio interesse, under jussit prefectus ut, unum ex sues equis consenderat et ipsum committerita. Miles equo consenso, inter fugandum hosts, incidit in ipsum dusum hostiles exercitus, quem sepit et consignavit dusae exercitus Hispani, quia captivo vicena oriorum milia est consecutus. Dicebet prefectus partum, praeter hugis redemptionis sibi deba, quad miles equo suo dimicaverat, qui alias prolio interesse non patuit. Petrinus bellus affirmat si, cum esset Bruxellis in curia Hispaniarum regis de hac question consultum, et sensuis, pro prefecto facere equitatum qui precipiu respicita inter milits, quorum controversy ex equo, et bono dirimendi sunt, under ultra conventa quis obligata ad id quad alterum alteri praster apportet. The case, it appears, ultimately went against the horse-lending prefect. Note D on the pronunciation of exquisites. The substitution of the A for the O was a common affectation in the speech of the fops of the period, as may be found in Vanbrugh's Relapse. The notorious Titus Oates, in his efforts to be in the mode, pushed this trick to excess, and his cries of "O Lard, O Lard," were familiar sounds in Westminster Hall at the time when the Salamanca doctor was at the flood of his fortune. Note E, hourglasses in pulpits. In those days, it was customary to have an hourglass stationed in a frame of iron at the side of the pulpit and visible to the whole congregation. It was turned up as soon as the text was announced, and a minister earned a name as a lazy preacher if he did not hold out until the sand had ceased to run. If, on the other hand, he exceeded that limit, his audience would signify by gapes and yawns that they had had as much spiritual food as they could digest. Sir Roger 50 Estrange, Fables, Part Roman 2, Fab. 262, tells of a notorious spin-text who, having exhausted his glass and being halfway through a second one, was at last arrested in his career by a valiant sexton, who rose and departed, remarking as he did so, "Pray, sir, be pleased when you have done to leave the key under the door." Note F. Disturbances at the old Gast House of Little Burton. The circumstances referred to by the mayor of Taunton in his allusion to the drummer of Tedsworth are probably too well known to require elucidation. The haunting of the old Gast House at Burton would, however, be fresh at that time in the minds of Somersetshire folk, occurring as it did in 1677. Some short account from documents of that date may be of interest. The first night that I was there, with Hugh Melmore and Edward Smith, they heard as it were the washing of water over their heads. Then, taking the candle and going up the stairs, there was a wet cloth thrown at them, but it fell on the stairs. They going up further, there was another thrown as before. And when they were come up into the chamber, there stood a bowl of water, looking white, as though soap had been used in it. The bowl just before was in the kitchen, and could not be carried up, but through the room where they were. The next thing was a terrible noise, like a clap of thunder, and shortly afterwards they heard a great scratching about the bedstead, and after that great knocking with a hammer against the bed's head, so that the two maids that were in bed cried out for help. Then they ran up the stairs, and there lay the hammer on the bed, and on the bed's head there were near 1,000 prints of the hammer. The maids said that they were scratched and pinched with a hand which had exceeding long nails. The second night that James Shering and Thomas Hillary were there, James Shering sat down in the chimney to fill a pipe of tobacco. He used the tongs to lift a coal to light his pipe, and by the tongs were drawn up the stairs and were cast upon the bed. The same night one of the maids left her shoes by the fire, and they were carried up into the chamber, and the old man's brought down and set in their places. As they were going upstairs, there were many things thrown at them which were just before in the low room, and when they went down the stairs, the old man's breeches were thrown down after them. On another night a saddle did come into the house from a pin in the entry, and did hop about the place from table to table. It was very troublesome to them, until they broke it into small pieces and threw it out into the roadway. So for some weeks the haunting continued, with rappings, scratching, movements of heavy articles, and many other strange things, as are attested by all who were in the village, until at last they ceased as suddenly as they had begun. Note G. Monmouth's progress in the West. During his triumphal progress through the western shires, some years before the rebellion, Monmouth first ventured to exhibit upon his escutcheon the lions of England and the lilies of France, without the baton sinister. A still more ominous sign was that he ventured to touch for the king's evil. The appended letter, extracted from the collection of tracts in the British Museum, may be of interest as first-hand evidence of the occasional efficacy of that curious ceremony. His Grace the Duke of Monmouth honoured in his progress in the west of England, in an account of an extraordinary cure of the king's evil. Given in a letter from Crewkhorn in Somerset, from the minister of the parish, and many others. We whose names are underwritten do certify the miraculous cure of a girl of this town, about 20, by name Elizabeth Parsit, a poor widow's daughter, who hath languished under sad affliction from that distemper of the king's evil, termed the joint evil, being said to be the worst evil. For about 10 or 12 years' time she had in her right hand 4 running wounds, 1 on the inside, 3 on the back of her hand, as well as 2 more in the same arm, 1 above her hand wrist, the other above the bending of her arm. She had betwixt her armpits a swollen bunch, which the doctors said fed those 6 running wounds. She had the same distemper also on her left eye, so she was almost blind. Her mother, despairing of preserving her sight, and being not of ability to send her to London to be touched by the king, being miserably poor, having many poor children, and this girl not being able to work, her mother, desirous to have her daughter cured, sent to the chirurgeons for help, who tampered with it for some time, but could do no good. She went likewise 10 or 11 miles to a 7th son, but all in vain. No visible hopes remained, and she expected nothing but the grave. But now in this the girl's great extremity, God, the great physician, dictates to her, then languishing in her miserable, hopeless condition, what course to take and what to do for a cure, which was to go and touch the Duke of Monmouth. The girl told her mother that, if she could but touch the Duke, she would be well. The mother reproved her for her foolish conceit, but the girl did often persuade her mother to go to Lackington to the Duke, who then lay with Mr. Speaks. Certainly, said she, I should be well if I could touch him. The mother slighted these pressing requests, but the more she slighted and reproved, the more earnest the girl was for it. A few days after, the girl having noticed that Sir John Sydenham intended to treat the Duke at White Lodge in Henton Park, this girl with many of her neighbours went to the said park. She being there timely waited the Duke's coming. When first she observed the Duke, she pressed in among a crowd of people and caught him by the hand, his glove being on, and she likewise having a glove to cover her wounds. She not being herewith satisfied at the first attempt of touching his glove only, but her mind was she must touch some part of his bare skin, she, weighing his coming forth, intended a second attempt. The poor girl, thus between hope and fear, waited his motion. On a sudden there was news of the Duke's coming on, which she to be prepared rent off her glove, that was clung to the sores, in such haste that she broke her glove, and brought away not only the sores but the skin. The Duke's glove, as Providence would have it, the upper part hung down, so that his handwrist was bare. She pressed on, and caught him by the bare handwrist with her running hand, crying, "God bless your Highness." And the Duke said, "God bless you." The girl, not a little transported at her good success, came and assured her friends that she would now be well. She came home to her mother in great joy, and told her that she had touched the Duke's hand. The mother, hearing what she had done, reproved her sharply for her boldness, asked how she durst do such a thing, and threatened to beat her for it. She cried out, "O mother, I shall be well again and healed of my wounds." And as God Almighty would have it, to the wonder and admiration of all, the 6 wounds were speedily dried up, the eye became perfectly well, and the girl was in good health. All which has been discovered to us by the mother and daughter, and by neighbors that know her. Henry Clarke, Minister, Captain James Bale, and see whoever doubts the truth of this relation may see the original under the hands of the persons mentioned at the Amsterdam Coffee House, Bartholomew Lane, Royal Exchange. In spite of the uncouth verbiage of the old narrative, there is a touch of human pathos about it which makes it worthy of reproduction. Note H. Monmouth's contention of legitimacy. Sir Patrick Hume, relating a talk with Monmouth before his expedition, says, "I urged if he considered himself as lawful son of King Charles, late deceased. He said he did. I asked him if he were able to make out and prove the marriage of his mother to King Charles, and whether he intended to lay claim to the crown. He answered that he had been able lately to prove the marriage, and if some persons are not lately dead, of which he would inform himself, he would yet be able to prove it. As for his claiming the crown, he intended not to do it unless it were advised to be done by those who should concern themselves and join for the delivery of the nations." It may be remarked that in Monmouth's commission to be general, dated Apra, he is styled our most entirely beloved and natural son. Again, in a commission for the government of Hull, Apra, he is our well-beloved natural son. Note I. Dragooners and Chargers. The dragoons, being really mounted infantry, were provided with very inferior animals to the real cavalry. From a letter of Cromwell's, Squire Correspondence, Apra, 1643, it will be seen that a dragooner was worth 20 pieces, while a charger could not be obtained under 60. Note J. Battle of Sedgemoor. A curious little sidelight upon the battle is afforded by the 2 following letters exhibited to the Royal Archaeological Institute by the Rev. C. W. Bingham. To Mrs. Chaffin at Chettle House. Monday about ye forenoon, July 6, 1685. My dearest creature, this morning about 1 o'clock the rebels fell upon us whilst we were in our tents in King's Sedgemoor with their whole army. We have killed and taken at least 1,000 of them. They are fled into Bridgewater. It is said that we have taken all their cannon, but sure it is that most are, if all be not. A coat with stars on T is taken, T's run through the back. By some T's thought that the Duke rebel had it on and is killed, but most do think that a servant wore it. I wish he were called, that the wars may be ended. It's thought he'll never be able to make his men fight again. I thank God I am very well without the least hurt, so are our Dorsetshire friends. Prithee let Biddy know this by the first opportunity. I am thine only dear Tossie. Bridgewater, July 7, 1685. We have totally routed the enemies of God and the King, and can't hear of 50 men together of the whole rebel army. We pick them up every hour in cornfields and ditches. Williams, the late Duke's valet de chamber, is taken, who gives a very ingenious account of the whole affair, which is too long to write. The last word that he said to him was at the time when his army fled, that he was undone and must shift for himself. We think to march with the general this day to Wells, on his way homeward. At present, he is 3 miles off at the camp, so I can't certainly tell whether he intends for Wells. I shall be home certainly on Saturday at farthest. I believe my dear Nan would for £500 that her Tossie had served the king to the end of the war. I am thine, my dear child, for ever. Note K. Lord Grey and the horse at Sedgemoor. It is only fair to state that Ferguson is held by many to have been as doughty a soldier as he was zealous in religion. His own account of Sedgemoor is interesting, as showing what was thought by those who were actually engaged on the causes of their failure. Now besides these two troops, whose officers, though they had no great skill yet, had courage enough to have done something honourably, had they not for want of a guide met with the aforesaid obstruction, there was no one of all the rest of our troops that ever advanced to charge or approached as near to the enemy as to give or receive a wound. Mr. Hacker, one of our captains, came no sooner within view of their camp than he villainously fired a pistol to give them notice of our approach, and then forsook his charge and rode off with all the speed he could, to take the benefit of a proclamation emitted by the king offering pardon to all such as should return home within such a time. And this he pleaded at his trial, but was answered by Jeffreys that he above all other men deserved to be hanged, and that for his treachery to Monmouth as well as his treason to the king. And though no other of our officers acted so villainously, yet they were useless and unserviceable, as never once attempting to charge, nor so much as keeping their men in a body. And I dare affirm that if our horse had never fired a pistol, but only stood in a posture to have given jealousy and apprehension to the enemy, our foot alone would have carried the day and been triumphant. But our horse, standing scattered and disunited, and flying upon every approach of a squadron of theirs, commanded by Oglethorpe, gave that body of their cavalry an advantage, after they had hovered up and down in the field, without thinking it necessary to attack those whom their own fears had dispersed, to fall in at last in the rear of our battalions, and to wrest that victory out of their hands which they were grasping at, and stood almost possessed of. Nor was that party of their horse above 300 at most, whereas we had more than enough had they had any courage, and been commanded by a gallant man, to have attacked them with ease both in front and flank. These things I can declare with more certainty, because I was a doleful spectator of them. For having, contrary to my custom, left attending upon the Duke, who advanced with the foot, I betook myself to the horse, because the first of that morning's action was expected from them, which was to break in and disorder the enemy's camp. Against the time that our battalions should come up, I endeavoured whatsoever I was capable of performing, for I not only struck at several troopers who had forsaken their station, but upbraided divers of the captains for being wanting in their duty. But I spoke with great warmth to my Lord Grey, and conjured him to charge, and not suffer the victory, which our foot had in a manner taken hold of, to be ravished from us. But instead of hearkening, he not only as an unworthy man and cowardly poltroon deserted that part of the field and forsook his command, but rode with the utmost speed to the Duke, telling him that all was lost, and it was more than time to shift for himself. Whereby, as an addition to all the mischief he had been the occasion of before, he drew the easy and unfortunate gentleman to leave the battalions while they were courageously disputing on which side the victory should fall. And this fell most unhappily out, while a certain person was endeavouring to find out the Duke, to have begged of him to come and charge at the head of his own troops. However, this I dare affirm, that if the Duke had been but master of 200 horse, well mounted, completely armed, personally valiant, and commanded by experienced officers, they would have been victorious. This is acknowledged by our enemies, who have often confessed they were ready to fly through the impressions made upon them by our foot, and must have been beaten had our horse done their part, and not tamely looked on till their cavalry retrieved the day by falling into the rear of our battalions. Nor was the fault in the private men who had courage to have followed their leaders, but it was in those who led them, particularly my Lord Grey, in whom, if cowardice may be called treachery, we may safely charge him with betraying our cause. Extract from Ms. of Dr. Ferguson, quoted in Ferguson the Plotter, an interesting work by his immediate descendant, an advocate of Edinburgh. Note L. Monmouth's attitude after capture. The following letter, written by Monmouth to the Queen from the Tower, is indicative of his abject state of mind. Madam, I would not take the boldness of writing to your Majesty till I had shown the King how I do abhor the thing that I have done, and how much I desire to live to serve him. I hope, madam, by what I have said to the king today will satisfy how sincere I am, and how much I detest all those people who have brought me to this. Having done this, madam, I thought I was in a fit condition to beg your intercession, which I am sure you never refuse to the distressed, and I am sure, madam, that I am an object of your pity, having been cozened and cheated into this horrid business. Did I wish, madam, to live for living's sake, I would never give you this trouble, but it is to have life to serve the king, which I am able to do, and will do beyond what I can express. Therefore, madam, upon such an account as I may take the boldness to press you and beg of you to intercede for me, for I am sure, madam, the king will hearken to you. Your prayers can never be refused, especially when it is begging for a life only to serve the king. I hope, madam, by the king's generosity and goodness, and your intercession, I may hope for my life, which if I shall be ever employed in showing to your majesty all the sense imaginable of gratitude, and in serving of the king like a true subject, and ever be your majesty's most dutiful and obedient servant, Monmouth. The end.